Chapter 1. People have crossed, and they are in Konoha. 40 years of Konoha, Ninja School. Practical drill, Kiyosuke Asakawa vs Mizuki, then, start now. Some elderly teachers announced that the last battle of this actual combat class had officially begun. Under the watchful eyes of the teacher and classmates, the two young children stood opposite each other. They are all 6 or 7 years old, with a full head of silver hair, white and tender, and when he grows up, he is probably a greasy noodle. He has no big skills and can trick children into doing bad things. In addition, the black-haired and brown-eyed pupil is a good lady with a bright smile. He looks like a handsome guy when he grows up, and is still a very pretty one. Following the teacher's order, Mizuki didn't move, but sneered, "Asakawa Kiyosuke, see if I beat you to the ground this time, I can't eat. I see if those girls will like you. Oh, my god, look at this kid who is really sick. I will definitely kick him in the A with my shoes." Sometimes, it is a sin to be handsome, even if he is still young, he would still be targeted. Alas, the girls in the school are too precocious, right? It's not my fault to be handsome. With a sigh in his heart, Chingsuk didn't want to take care of this second item. Only at this time, Mizuki had already rushed over, punching a small fist. Kiyomizu let out his body, grabbed his silver hair, pulled it down, and raised his knees at the same time. Bang bang bang! 3 times in a row, let go of Mizuki. The latter swayed, with gold stars in his eyes, dizzy, nosebleed, not knowing who or where he was, swaying, just turned his back to Kiyosuke. At this time, Kiyomizu flew up, kicked him out, fell a dog to chew on the mud, and finished work. Mizuki fell to the ground and burst into tears. Winner, Kiyosuke Asakawa. The teacher announced the winner in Mizuki's cries and the cheers of a group of girls. The girl cheered over there and said, "Yeah. Asakawa-san is really amazing. As expected of him. And so handsome. Strong strength. Long and handsome. Just like Kakashi." The girls here agree that Kiyosuke is handsome. And the boys here. "Haha," Mizuki cried, and was beaten and cried so easily. "It's really weak. Poor and weak. Too poor and weak. Hey. Asakawa Kiyosuke won again, this guy is really jealous. What about winning? It's not better than Kakashi, that guy became a ninja last year." Amidst the discussion, the class ended like this. The red-eyed Mizuki looked at Kingsuke's back bitterly, gritted his teeth. "Why do you want to be welcomed by everyone? Obviously I am the first. Obviously I am the first welcome, what do you and Kakashi do? Damn, my nose hurts. Asakawa Kiyosuke, I will let you know the consequences of offending me. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz, hey." Taking a long breath, Kiyosuke stood on the gurgling water with his eyes closed, trying to control his chakra, so that he could stand on the water without falling. For his current chakra, as long as it is well controlled, it will not fall for a while. Let me give it a try, if Juian is. Juian started on his hand, mobilizing the chakra in his body, and shouted in a low voice, "Wind escape breakthrough." He opened his mouth and let out a gust of wind, blowing the sand and rocks across the river, and even the trees swayed back and forth. His head is dizzy and hypoxic. The chakra in his body is a little bit less. If he has been using the C-class ninjutsu wind escape breakthrough, if he has been using it continuously, he will probably be able to use it more than a dozen times before the chakra in his body will be close to the limit. Then try your ability. He clenched his fist, and a hot flame suddenly burned on his fist. There was no painful expression on his face. This flame was not formed by chakra, but another ability that did not belong to this world. Devil Fruit. Natural type, Burning Fruit. These were the abilities that were attached to Kiyosuke's journey through. These abilities were possessed when he had consciousness, but he had to develop them from scratch. Because this world has no related substances to restrain the devil fruit, even if he falls into the water, he will still not become a land duck, backstroke, butterfly, freestyle, swim as he pleases. He clenched his fist and hit the river. Boom! The flames collided with the water, the river exploded, and the water dripped down, dampening the clothes on his body. The destructive power is far less powerful than Ace's fire fist. It seems to be to adapt to this world. Burning the fruit will consume his chakra, but it is not as huge as ninjutsu, and because of the relationship between the devil fruit, the chakras in the body also grew more than those of the same age, and even surpassed some Zongren. I looked around and confirmed that there was no one. The body burst into flames. The whole person was like a torch, steaming up, and when the clothes were dry, the flame disappeared. This second ninja war has just ended, and the third one will begin in a few years. We must accumulate strength as soon as possible so that we can't be killed. As a ninja, he must be on the battlefield, Must have the ability to survive. Elementalization is indeed the same magical skill as the illusion of divine power. It is only for a long time to fight. Chakra is insufficient and the body cannot be elementalized. Even if the substance of the devil fruit is increasing, chakra is still weak. People will die if they are killed. There is no doubt that it is nonsense, but it is also a fact. If you don't want to go to the battlefield, then you are not a ninja, but the golden finger is given to you. Holding the golden finger and living a peaceful life, he is not an ordinary office worker with a hand fetish in pursuit of a peaceful life. The main thing is to develop fruit abilities, ninjutsu, or something. Put it aside, I don't have any good ninjutsu in my hand, and I can practice chakra in disguise. While cultivating the fruit ability, it will also squeeze the chakras in the body and consume the chakras in the body. After recovery, the chakras in the body will increase, just like those in the pirates. A battle is not dead, and the strength is again there will be an increase. The devil fruit has transformed his body, and he is moving closer to the physique of the pirate world. Scion. Thinking like this, point your finger at the surface of the water, fire gun. A little bit of sparks rushed out from the fingertips, as fast as a meteor, and plunged into the water, leaving only the sizzling sound of the flame being extinguished by the water. Putting down his hands and preparing to experiment with the next move, someone said, "Brother, Asakawa Kiyosuke, the BD usually cultivates around here, he should be here, you must help me teach him." Does this sound familiar? Also, who will teach me? Did I offend anyone? Chapter 2, (1000-7 equals how many? He, Kiyosuke Asakawa, has always been kind to people and never offends people. Someone will come over today and want to teach me? Konoha is a happy family, and he never knows how to fight in a nest. Are you sure that kid is here, Mizuki? But I sacrificed my training time to come and help you teach the kid who bullied you, don't let me run for nothing. Another voice came, and the voice was still very immature. Obviously the owner of the voice is also a young child. Hearing what he said, Kiyosuke knew who was looking for the fault, it was Mizuki. This guy beat him to tears today, so he asked his older child to come and find the fault? This is really... But he didn't want to cause trouble, and walked to the shore, ready to run away. At this moment, two white hares, one big and one small, came out of the bushes. Gee! What he cared about the most was the older child, because that child was wearing a Konoha forehead guard on his head. It was obvious that he was a ninja who had graduated and started to take over the task. The face somewhat similar to Mizuki should be his brother or something. As for this guy, Mizuki is naturally. This kid has a face that looks like a villain. Seeing Kiyosuke, he immediately said, "Asakawa Kiyosuke, I have been looking for you for a long time. This is my elder brother Jinmyu. He is an excellent ninja, and he soon became Zongren. Today my eldest brother is here to vent my anger." Kiyosuke said helplessly, "Isn't it you? I beat you to tears, are you so careful? Is your elder brother especially good at dumping the pot?" Don't throw the pot or throw it to the world, isn't it good to throw it to Shishin? On the other hand, Mizuki's eldest brother Jinmu hummed, you bullied my brother? Little kid, you're looking for a fight. Wow, you shameless. Xiaoren actually bullied the kids. Hey! You can beat me today because I broke my stomach. If it wasn't for my stomachache, I don't need my eldest brother to act. Why do you have that face? It is worthy of being a man who can instigate the prince to do bad things in the future. At a young age, he has shown the ability to reverse black and white. With a little training, he might be a light teacher in the future. If you can't beat me, I still use this reason. It's enough. You have to stand upright when you are beaten. If you can't lose even if you lose, then you are still a ninja. You. Mizuki still wanted to talk back. His elder brother Jinmu stopped him and said, okay, don't make a noise. Kid, be beaten by my brother, that's all for it, you have to now choose, either my brother will beat you up, or I will beat you up, you can choose one. Kingja fished out his ears and said, I choose the third one. What? Just to beat the two of you? Arrogant. Jinmu was angry, and the stinky kid who was still a student of the ninja school actually ranted that he was going to beat him, and it seemed that he was going to suffer a little bit. I think you are toasting and not eating fine wine. Do you think you are the kid of Kakashi? It's obviously a kid, but he is already in the end. This talent makes him jealous and crazy, and now this smelly kid is coming to stimulate yourself, this is looking for death. Seeing that elder brother was on fire, Mizuki stepped back a few steps, hid behind the tree, it's better to be smashed by the eldest brother to see if he will be popular. Tisk. Kiyosuke retreated to the river, Jinmu had already rushed over. Compared with his brother's brainless attack, Jinmu appeared more experienced. His leg was longer than his hand. He kicked it over without hitting it, but was instead dodge and fall into an empty space. Taking this opportunity, Kiyosuke kicked Jinmu's leg, forcing him to kneel down on one knee, then turned around to take a roundabout kick, and the kick Jinmu almost fell into the water. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz, smelly kid. Jinmu stretched out his hand, trying to catch him, but was kicked on his face, and immediately fell into the water with a plop. Kiyomizu looked at Mizuki and said, you will be the next one. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You can't beat my elder brother. Mizuki's little mind was hit hard, so why can this guy beat the eldest brother? Also, brother, aren't you a ninja? Why are you defeated by this guy? He is a student like me. People and their physique cannot be generalized. You can only be extremely angry when you are extremely angry. But I am different, I will become stronger. Mizuki, is your eldest brother really a ninja? Smelly boy. What are you proud of? Jinmu climbed up from the river, no matter what the 3721, he rushed over directly. This time, the speed was much faster than before. The fist came over, but was caught by a palm smaller than him. Then, he feeling the other's palms hot for a while, just like putting his fist into the fire. Kiyosuke stretched out his other hand, sparks pouring out from his fingertips, and suddenly lit Jinmu's pants. Big brother, you are wearing pants. Hot and hot. Jinmu suddenly retracted his hot blistering hand, and jumped into the water again. Look at me this time, I will definitely not be calculated by you stinky kid. Standing in the water, Jinmu began to quickly seal, the water around him gathered, and the last mark fell, shui dun bao. The river water rushed up, forming a water column, rushing towards Kingja. In order to conceal people's eyes, Kingja pretended to be stamped, and opened his mouth to exhale a flame. Fire escape, jet flame. Boom. The cold water column collides with the hot flames, and finally, water vapor will be formed. Suddenly, the white water vapor obscured the sight, Jinmu immediately got up from the water, and Mizuki's voice came, Big brother, where are you? I'm here, it's okay." Suddenly, he heard his own voice and immediately said, "Mizuki, don't believe me, I'm here." "Big brother, ah!" Hearing a scream from his younger brother, Jinmu hurried to the direction of the scream of his younger brother, revealing his figure. Suddenly, he felt a scorching heat. Looking back, a flame fist magnified in front of his eyes. Fire punch! He was hit by a fist in his chest, and the whole person hit the tree, feeling that his internal organs were all shifted, painful, and there were burns in some places on his body, embarrassing. With one foot on his shoulder, Kiyosuke walked over, holding his brother Mizuki, who was already peeing in one hand, and asked with a smile, "I will ask you a question now, how much is 1000 minus 7? Jinmu trembled and said, "It is equal to 997. The math is pretty good." A kick on Jinmu's face caused him to fall into a coma. Throwing Mizuki aside, smiling brightly. "I've always wanted to see your expression, this expression afraid of me, how about it? In the future, will you dare to make people trouble me?" "No, dare not. No. Don't hit me!" Mizuki screamed, but was still made up. Chapter 3, Uncle Snake, don't. Uncle Snake. Looking at the two brothers who were in a coma, Kiyosuke clapped his hands, looked at Mizuki's face, made a cut, grabbed his hair, and the flame ignited, turning his silver hair into a chicken coop. He smiled, suddenly felt a gloomy cold. "Hiss, how come there is an ominous premonition," and slipped away. The two brothers just let it go. Anyway, there are no dangerous beasts around here. They can't die. Intuition tells him that he will definitely be in trouble if he doesn't leave. At this time, the grass made a rustling sound, and a closer look revealed that it was a small white snake. "It's just a snake," which shocked me. "Wait, snake? Youth, your body is very unscientific." The magnetic voice was full of interest, causing Kiyosuke to get goosebumps. He was uncomfortable. He turned his head stiffly, and his eyes were in a purple yukata. "Well, there is no way to be short." Lifting his head, it was a pale face, golden vertical pupils looked at him, and his eyes were full of curiosity about the kid in front of him, and Kiyomizu felt as if he was being stared at by a snake preparing to catch its prey. Seeing this face, this look, and the azure go jade earrings, there is no need to say who came. Legend of Sunan, Lang Jun, Yuan. Kiyosuke. Orochimaru. Gender, now male, hobby, maybe female. He is a seeker who has mastered core technology, a man who does not stick to the secular. People who are not constrained by the world are cruel, like abducting children, and conduct various illegal experiments. I must have been seen just now, the look in my eyes is just like the look I had when looking at those situ. As one of the leaves of Konoha in the future, he felt that he should stay away from this one. I'm afraid he won't want to. Just now, the little white snake crawled into Dashimaru's trouser legs. Dashimaru licked his lips and said, "I can't think of going for a walk and looking for inspiration. I discovered such an interesting thing, your name." He came out for a walk, and came over when he heard the sound of fighting. Unexpectedly, he saw the scene where Kingja used his ability to teach Jinmu. Although there was water vapor, he could see clearly, and he could use the flame without the seal. His ability made him very interested. Asa, Asakawa Kiyosuke. Facing him, Kiyosuke felt a lot of pressure. Asakawa. Asakawa Okawa and Asakawa Keiko's son. Ashimaru remembers the names of these two people. On the battlefield of the Second Ninja World War, Asakawa Okawa, the special Shangnin, died in order to complete the mission. Soon after, the same day, his wife's medical unit was also attacked and many people died, including Asagawa's wife. The couple died on the same day, leaving only a 3 or 4-year-old son. At that time, he personally recovered the bodies of the couple. Seeing King Suk's eyes softened, he seemed to see how he looked when he was a child, but he was much better than when he was a child. Do you know my parents? I've seen it a few times. Dashimaru didn't want to be involved in this topic, and said, Kyosuk-san, your ability is very special. Can you show it to me again? To suffer, this man is staring at me. But facing Ashimaru, Kyosuk could only bite the bullet and let a flame burn in his palm. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. You don't need Jian. No need. Your family's blood inheritance boundary. But as soon as he said it, he overturned this theory. If Kyosuk's father also had the same, it would not be so easy to die on the battlefield, and the blood inheritance boundary was only in Konoha right round eyes and white eyes, as well as the Pommel Horse clan manipulating the five senses and the Moonlight clan to escape. It's just that the latter two families have long since declined, becoming small and inconspicuous families. Could it be that this child's ancestor has this special blood inheritance boundary? Because the span is too long, he has not been awakened and declined, and the child hit the awakening by accident. What is the limit of blood succession? Kingja asked innocently. Dashimaru briefly explained what blood succession is, watching him put out the flame on his hand, and asked, Don't you feel hot? Generally speaking, the power of ninjutsu is directly proportional to the risk. The more powerful ninjutsu is, either the risk is very high and it is classified as a forbidden technique, or it will consume a lot of chakras, but the child's appearance does not look like it at all. It is hot, or the chakra is overconsumed. Do not think so. When did you have this ability? Kiyomizu looked at Dashimaru cautiously, and said weakly, After Dad, Mom, and Dad passed away. The fear and precaution in the eyes were noticed by Dashimaru, but ignored by him. It was all because the child was afraid of himself, and he didn't care. This is normal, I have been used to it for a long time, let alone a child who has lost his parents since childhood. Vigilant and fearful, it is a normal thing. After all, in the eyes of this child, he is a stranger. Are special abilities activated due to emotional fluctuations? Will Konoha add a new blood succession boundary? Not sure about King Suk's ability for the time being, he said. Kyosuk-san, are you interested in visiting me? My house is still quite big, and there are a lot of novel little toys there. You can just sleep when you're tired of playing. That looks like a strange thing to abduct elementary school students. Kyosuk felt that if he did, he would be waiting for him with a cold operating table and a sharp scalpel. Is this to dissect yourself? Don't snake. Uncle Snake. No, Mom and Dad told me not to go to a stranger's house to play. Goodbye, Uncle. With that said, he turned his head and wanted to run away, but a pity, just after turning around, a few snakes got out of the sleeve of Dashiwan and tied him up. The cold snake body bound him firmly, and the big snake with the thick arm spit out a snake letter at him. To suffer. Oshimaru smiled and said, Kyosuk-san, you are really defensive, but I won't do anything to you. I'm just curious about your ability. Come with me. Uncle Snake, don't. Uncle Snake. Help, someone abducts and sells underage children. Help. Chingsuk shouted openly. No need to shout, this is indeed a good place for practice. No one comes here, so I like to walk here. Even if you break your throat, no one will come. Broken throat. Broken throat. Orochimaru. Is there really no problem with this child's IQ? In order to avoid being too defensive by Kyosuk, Osakimaru loosened the snake wrapped around him and said, Kyosuk-kun, I am Osameru, a disciple of the third generation of Hokage. You don't have to worry about what I will do to you, just want to figure it out. Is the source of your ability? It won't hurt you. And depending on your sneaky appearance, you want to hide this ability? As long as I figure it out, you can use this ability in the village in the future. How about do you want to follow me? He stretched out his hand to Chingsuk, looking forward to what choice the child would make. Chapter 4. I'm just a guinea pig. Looking at Ashimaru's pale hand, Kiyosuke fell into silence. Mixing with the current Yuan will definitely get a lot of benefits, and you can use this ability reasonably in the future. The power of the devil fruit is unreasonable. He has always been hiding because he was afraid of being discovered by the village, and then he would lie on the operating table, waiting for some experimenters to dissect and learn the secrets of his body. Ashimaru is a very dangerous person, but if he really hugs this thigh, he will be safe before he defected from the village. At that time, as long as he made a name on the battlefield and made a war, it could be said that he would sit back and relax. High risk and high return. After gritting his teeth, he stretched out his hand and shook the cold snake-like hand, and said, "I don't want to be treated as a monster by the people in the village, so, Lord Osameru, please help me." "You made a very correct choice, Kiyosuke-kun, come with me." Released his hand and led the way. On the way, Ashimaru asked questions about ability and Kingja told the truth. But he didn't say it was a devil fruit, he didn't know what it was anyway. After hearing that it could be elementalized, Ashimaru's eyes lit up, and before he reached his station, he couldn't wait to say, "Quickly, let me see your flames." "Flame, why don't you call it cremation?" "I don't know if this choice is right," I sighed in my heart, and said, "It's okay." "Okay." Looking at his unchanged body, Ashimaru understood, took out a handful of kunao, and cut a hole in Kingsuke's arm. No blood flows out, but flames are replaced. "Doesn't it hurt?" "No pain." "Can you control it freely?" "Yes, without elementalization, my body is just a normal body." "That's it." Without hesitation, he chopped off one of Kiyosuke's hands. The arm fell on the ground and turned into a flame and dissipated in the air. At the broken arm, there was a blazing flame. As the flame burned, the broken arm regrew out without any influence. It was just Kingja's. His face became pale. Obviously, this trick has a big impact on his chakra. The ability to turn the body into flames at will, and it can also be regenerated, which is very similar to the hydration secret technique of the Ghost Lamp clan in Wien village. Secret of hydration. Ashimaru explained, the secret ninjutsu passed down from generation to generation by the Ghost Lamp clan can make the body liquid and immune to physical attacks, but the weakness is thunder escape. If you push back, your weakness should be water escape, of course. On the premise that your body is flaming. There is no flame that is not afraid of water. You are wrong. Fire and water do not have a clear restraint relationship. Which is stronger and weaker depends on the quantity and temperature. He gave an example: a fist-sized flame will be easily extinguished in front of a bucket of water. But in front of the Hao fireball, it will be evaporated. It's just a matter of quantity and temperature. You should use Huodun to get twice the result with half the effort. No, as long as chakra is enough, you are likely to be able to use any kind of Huodun. Thinking of this, he said, "You are very valuable for training. I want to figure out the secrets of your body more and more. Your speed is too slow." Speaking of him grabbing Kingsuke's collar. The scenery in front of him was blooming, and there was a gust of wind. In a blink of an eye, the two of them came to a simple-looking wooden house. Pushing the door open, a cold feeling rushed toward his face, and he took Kingsuke to an unimportant laboratory of his own. Kingja saw that there were a lot of bottles and cans on the shelf, all of them were soaked in special things with unknown liquids, some were snakes, and some were other creatures. I felt a pain in my arm and found that Dashiwan picked up a needle and began to draw blood. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Let me go, your sanitation is not hygienic, is there anything weird with this? Dashiwan gave him a cotton swab, let him press it, and collected a blood sample from Kingja. He immediately took a little and placed it under the microscope. Observed for a while and found that there was no difference from other people's blood. Only researching for a while, I couldn't get any very special information, and transferred the target to Kingja, and found that the other party was looking at the snake he was soaking in the jar. Why? Interested in these? Kingja nodded, and said, well, Master Dashimaru, is this snake soaked in wine? No, this is a special liquid medicine that can prevent corruption. This snake is the subject of research. Oh, then forget it. Orochimaru? What's the matter with your dull expression? Why do snakes have to be soaked in wine? Are you a medicated liquor? And that's not what medicinal wine does. Kyosuke-san, your focus is really peculiar. I want to try your abilities and come with me. Oh. He is ready to be treated as a guinea pig. As long as Dashiwan's thirst for knowledge is satisfied, there should be benefits. When he came to the backyard, Dashimaru said, come, use your power with me, don't keep your hands. Kyosuke said hesitantly, but if it is completely liberated, it will be very troublesome. You don't need to worry about anything. Dashimaru is confident, even if his ability is very special, he can easily deal with it with his own strength. Then come, Master Dashimaru, please be careful, Hwokwon. In an instant, his arm became elemental, rising against the storm, turning into a flame arm the size of a table of 8 immortals, and hitting the big snake pill. The scorching airflow rushed towards her face, and Dashimaru simply estimated the temperature. The temperature of Bihao's fireball was not good, and it seemed to have an impact. Tudun Tuliabai. As the disciple of the 3 generations of Naruto Sarutobi, ninjutsu comes at his fingertips. The earth flow wall rose up and stood in front of him, only hearing a rumbling sound. The earth flow wall blocked the fire fist, but it was almost collapsed. Musket. The sparks in front of me are little by little, and the sparks like bullets fly out, forming a little bit of attack. Reaching out to form the seal, the speed is extremely fast. Open the palm of the hand, and the wind blows out, blowing out the fire of the gun, but it also blows some sparks away, and the sparks fall on the wooden house and ignite the house. Orochimaru. Putting out the fire, I feel that this kid is a bit pitted. For the sake of experimentation, I still have to continue. Continue. Yang Yan. Kyosuke opened his hand, a beam of fire shot out from his palm, and struck again. This time, Feng Dun was not used, but the shadow clone was used to accept the attack. The clone was wiped out, and the momentary pain and memory were transmitted to the main body, letting him understand Kingsuke's attack. The temperature is higher than that of ordinary Huodun, and the power of the blow just now can be comparable to the B-level Huodun ninjutsu. He became more and more curious about Kyosuke's attacks that could be released without Jian and his body that could be turned into flames. Chapter 5. Blood Succession Limit, Bushi. That's all. Dashiwan looked at Kingsuke and asked. No, I have developed so many abilities. Kyosuke said. Development is a bit less, you can develop more methods, but you are still young now, and you will have time in the future. Dashimaru said. Oh. I thought of a trick. Can your elementalization be restored even if your whole body is blown up? What trick did you think of? So terrible. Kyosuke said, yes, but it takes a lot of chakras to recover the body. That's fine, you wait until there are enough chakras in the future, then gather a large number of chakras on the surface of your body, approach the enemy, and detonate. Kyosuke. Are you sure you are not the holstered star man who ran over from the M78 Nebula? Isn't this an aote bomb? Tyro's single-handed nirvana is the strongest ability to concentrate energy on the body, then rush to the enemy and hug the opponent, and die with the opponent. There was a big bang, and Tyro resurrected with the regenerative ability of Otter's Heart. Good guy, this is the Hokage version of the Ultra Bomb. As expected of Dashimaru, I easily thought of a move I couldn't think of. Of course, this is used as a last resort. You can try it later. Now, let's condense the chakra and lay a good foundation. Dashimaru gave a suggestion. He is not very suitable for being a teacher. But there is still the ability to discover a person's abilities. Oh. He didn't care about the perfunctory answer, and asked, "What grade are you in this year?" "Second grade, graduate next year." The school year of Konoha Ninja School was a 3-year system during the war. When they were in school this time, the war had not completely ended, and the 3-year system was still extended to supplement the consumption of the war. "Well, continue to study. Come to me every day after school. In addition, this will teach you a ninjutsu. Take a good look and learn it. This ninjutsu is the shadow doppelganger technique. Look good. Although this ninjutsu is B-level, it's very simple. First make Rinyan, and then distribute the chakras reasonably." Dashimura's teachings are very careful. If Kiyosuke doesn't understand anything, he will give an answer. Bang! An identical entity clone appeared beside him, but weak and collapsed. Obviously it failed. Chakra didn't allocate it well. "You are like this, so you can do it again." Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Under the guidance of Dashimaru, Kiyosuke matched Chakra well in one way and another, and completed the shadow clone without fail this time. "It seems that your talent is still good. Come here often, this little guy will give it to you, you can use it to contact me if you have something." At the beginning, the little white snake got out of his sleeve and spit out a scarlet snake letter to Kiyosuke. "Can you change one?" "No, I only have snakes here." Not allowing him to refuse, Dashimura stuffed the little white snake into his hand. The little white snake wrapped around his wrist a few times to form a snake-shaped bracelet. It was just alive, with slippery scales, and it was very comfortable to be cold. "Okay, Master Dashyuan, what does it eat?" "Mouses, sparrows, and eggs are okay." "Okay, let's go by myself. I still have experiments to do." As if disgusted with him, Kiyosuke was driven away. "Throw it away when you use it up," he whispered and left. At this time, Dashiwan returned to the laboratory to continue to study the mysteries of Kingja's body, but after several days of sleepless experiments, he only found that the child's physique was special. "The rest is gone. Could it be that my experiment went in the wrong direction?" Human curiosity is endless, but there is no clue yet. After a short break, he immediately went to the Hokage building, found the 3rd generation of Naruto Tobihiro, and reported Kingsuke's ability. The current Ashimura still has Konoha's heart. After satisfying the desire to study at the beginning, he still has to report on this matter. This is also to enable Kiyosuke to use that ability with integrity. After all, it was guaranteed at that time. If he doesn't do it, it is a violation of the agreement, which is not in line with his behavior. Now that it is guaranteed, it must be completed. Sarutobi Risen asked in surprise, "You mean that Asuma's classmate has a special blood inheritance boundary?" "Yes, it's called Asakawa Kiyosuke. It's similar to but different from the secret technique of hydration of the Ghost Lamp clan in Wien village." After a brief explanation, Sarutobi Risen stood up and said, "Go and check the files of Asakawa's family." After Konoha was founded, many ninjas donated many files. Most of these files record some history in the Warring States period, some family abilities, and some popular ninjutsu. At the beginning of Konoha's construction, and during the war, contributed a lot of information. Even now it can make some contributions to the village. However, the 2 masters and apprentices have turned around for more than a long time, only to get that the former Asakawa family is good at fire escape, and there is no record of any special blood succession boundary. The fire escape of ear heat is nothing in front of the Uchiha and Sarutobi families. When Konoha joined Konoha, there were only 3 or 2 big cats and kittens. After 2 battles in the ninja world, only Kiyosuke was left. Could it be because the age is too old and the Asagawa family has fallen for too long? It is impossible for a kid to create bleeding and continue the boundary. Ashimaru guessed. Blood succession boundary can't be created with talent. Taking his teacher as an example, Chakra, who possesses 5 attributes, has mastered the changes in attributes proficiently, and still has not created his own blood inheritance boundary. The talents and skills required are too high, not a few words. It can be summarized. And Kiyosuke Asakawa is only talented, but not the kind of genius who can create his own blood. That's why Dashimara divided this unique ability into Kiyosuke's ancestors. Someone developed a unique blood succession boundary, but with the passage of time, fewer and fewer people in the clan have the talent to awaken blood succession boundaries, and finally change. Became a small family and joined Konoha. Just like Konoha's Kurama clan, it was once a famous family in the Konoha village. It has the same power as the Uchiha clan. However, as the war consumes their people in their clan, many children born in the family have not awakened families. The blood succession boundary has already declined, no longer the glory of the past. This is the same for the Moonlight clan who possesses the transcendence. It seems like this, because of the death of the parents, because of the emotional excitement. The awakened family has not been able to awaken for a long time. If it is well cultivated, maybe Konoha will have an extra blood heir group in the future. Sarutobi Risen can see the value of Kiyosuke to Konoha. After all, there are not many blood inheritance limits, even Konoha. Chapter 6 Otter Bomb. Ashimaru, haven't you brought any subordinates? Sarutobi Hizen asked, smoking a pipe. Hearing this, Dashimara said, I don't have the mind to bring the kid out of the mission. It's just a waste of time. King Sukkun's talent is okay, much better than that guy from Jalei, but apart from the blood inheritance limit, he can't a place that makes my eyes shine. He knew exactly what the old man had in mind, so he didn't want to lead the team. It was a waste of time. If you have this time, it is better to study what is going on with Asakawa Kiyosuke's ability. The conversation turned around, however, there is no problem in guiding him to practice occasionally. Let's do this. You developed his potential. You should have let Zi Lai also do it. After all, he is better at Huo Dian, but he is still in the Kingdom of Rain, saying that he wants to teach his 3 disciples well. Sarutobi had a headache. 3 disciples, Jirei also taught students in the Kingdom of Rain. Tsunade suffered from panicemia because of the death of his lover. The medical ninja's career can be said to be over, and he left the village long ago. As for Dashyuan, to be honest, it is a gratifying thing to be interested in Kiyosuke by spending time in the laboratory all day long. So be it. Well, I'll take these files away and study them. He picked up the files on the table and left without any lingering. Sarutobi Hizen smoked a pipe for a while, and said, the ability to turn into flames, you can perform fire escape ninjutsu without the need for seals. It's really convenient. With that said, he left the archives room and re-edited the clearing file and sealed it up. Without his order, no one could read it. The matter of blood succession limitation will not leak out temporarily. Before that, the teaching of the will of fire must be carried out. Well, let's go to the school lecture tomorrow. After getting the shadow clone technique, Chingsuk began to experiment with his otter. Cough cough, it's a flame bomb. Separate a shadow clone and start the experiment. I saw that the body of the shadow clone began to burn a lot of flames, raising the heat to the highest level. Even if it could not be blown up, it could burn away a layer of skin on the opponent. The energy in the body is compressed, and then rushes towards a tree, hugs the trunk tightly, and then releases the energy in the body in one burst. Boom! A deafening explosion appeared all at once, sawdust flew across, countless broken stones were hit by the shock wave of the explosion like bullets, punching out several holes in his body, filled with flames, filling the holes. Ahem! Hey, the shadow clone is good for everything, just to share the pain, that's not good. The last feeling of the shadow clone came, and the feeling of being torn apart by the whole body was really uncomfortable. It should have been elementalized, but the chakra was not enough, so the shadow clone disappeared temporarily. The feeling of tearing is really not ordinary people can easily bear. The smoke dissipated, and he looked at the big tree with only a small section of scorched stumps and a mess around it. He knew that the flame bomb was completed, but with the shadow clone, it was the clone blasting. Although there is no otter's heart, there is still a way to reproduce this trick. I really admired Shiwan's brain hole. He had never thought of a move that he had come up with so easily. Well, increase the power, anyway, I am not afraid of death. The shadow clone used the chakra he deployed for blasting. In theory, if he personally used this trick, it would be more destructive. Once a new shadow clone was created, chakra split more, this time directly split the remaining chakra in half. Doppelganger blast is to use the shadow doppelganger as a bait, which can be used to die with the enemy, while the flame bomb is used to kill a ninja with a large amount of chakra, and then use the elemental ability to regenerate. The advantage of clone blasting is that you don't need to do it yourself, and the power is considerable, but the disadvantage is that the shadow clone will easily be dogged because of the attack, and it can't catch the target as quickly as possible. After all, the premise of this trick is to hug the enemy. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz, but the flame bomb is the body's hands, with elementalization turned on, ignoring physical attacks. As long as there is no water escape, he has nothing to do. This also has a prerequisite. The other party didn't use a substitute technique or a clone, otherwise they worked so hard to grab someone and exploded, but it was a substitute, which would be troublesome. A stand-in cheats a big person, think about it and lose money. The shadow avatar burst into flames, and this time hugged a stone about the size of a house. Detonate. Boom. This explosion was shaking the sky and the earth was shaken, and half of Konoha could be heard. The airwave was set off, and countless stones were blown out. He even flew out far away with him, and hit a tree before he could stop. The body was smashed, and the whole body hurt to death. If it weren't for the elementalization, let the rebel pass through his body, otherwise he would have killed himself just that moment. He ran to the explosion site and found a large pit 20 to 30 meters in diameter. The surrounding trees were broken and flames were burning on it. Well, with magical damage. Great, it worked, yet. This destructive power is very much in line with his intentions. What kind of fancy ninjutsu is required to blow up directly? Doesn't he enjoy it? At this time, a few more people with animal masks and long knives appeared beside him. What are you doing? The questioner's voice was cold and ruthless, without a trace of emotion. Experimental ninjutsu. Kiyosuke swallowed and raised his hands. This is Konoha's Anbi, and of course, it may also be the root of the old thief Danzo. Facing this group of people, it is better to tell the truth. The people in Anbi were attracted by the explosion, and Konoha had such a big explosion, it shouldn't be regarded as blind. Not long after, a group of black hedgehogs wearing green vests with Konoha Police Force logo on their arms arrived and surrounded the place. The headed person is a young man with scarlet eyes. What happened here? Konoha Police Force Captain, Uchiha Tommy take. The person from Anbi said, we are also investigating. What is certain now is that this kid did the explosion just now. Oh. That's it. The father of Urshizu was all drawn over. The Konoha Police Force is all staffed by members of the Uchiha clan. They are responsible for maintaining public order in the village. The explosion naturally attracted them. Boy! Are you kidding? This kid can cause such a big damage. A Uchiha clan member who didn't believe that Kiyosuke could cause such a big damage, scoffed at it. The people in Anbi said, there is only this kid here, and he also admitted that he did it. Don't be kidding, the people in Anbi handle things like this? Believe this kid's one-sided words, or let me tell the kid to tell everything by writing round eyes. The Uchiha clan had an arrogant tone. Kiyosuke took a step back and said to Anbi, I am a disciple of teacher Oshimaru. I'm just teaching my ninjutsu by the experimental teacher. Up to now, I can only use tiger skins to make coats. Chapter 7. What is a ninja? As soon as this remark came out, the people present suddenly calmed down. You said that you are a disciple of Osamu-sama, who believes it? The Uchiha clan was still clamoring, and Uchiha Tomitake yelled, Enough, IWA, shut up. Team leader. To shut up. Yes. Fuyu looked at Chingsuk, observed him with the eyes of the writing wheel, and saw the strong fire attribute chakra, and said, You said you are a disciple of Lord Ashimaru. Is there any evidence? Kiyosuk raised his hand, exposing the little white snake on his wrist, and said, This is the snake that teacher Dashimaru gave me. The little white snake raised his head, feeling the intricate smell in the air, and vomiting a snake letter. It's indeed a psychic beast of Ashimaru-sama. Konoha was the only person playing snakes in Konoha. This kind of white snake had no attack ability, but it was used by him to transmit information during the war. As the strongest member of the Uchiha clan now, Fuyu has seen this kind of white snake. Just a snake does not mean that the child in front of him is a disciple of Ashimaru, but at least it can show that they are closely related, otherwise, this kind of white snake will not appear in his hand. The people in NB also recognized it and said, But we still have to report this matter. Moreover, we have not heard that Lord Ashimaru has accepted a disciple and will come with us. Then report it. I'm sorry to trouble you. I'll be more careful next time. Do you have another time? Seriously apologize and do it next time. The corners of everyone's mouth twitched, feeling helpless. Let's go. The people in NB were about to take Chingsuk away, and the people on Fuyu spoke, Wait, your people in NB are too broad. This is the management scope of our Konoha police force. This kid should be managed by us. Take away. His ninjutsu has endangered Konoha's safety and should be taken away by our NB. NB, as a direct unit of Hokage, will not be emptied by the Uchiha clan. I think it's better for me to take this kid away. The same hoarse voice, deep and full of magnetism. Master Ashimaru. Master Ashimaru. The two groups greeted Dashyuan. As a disciple of the three generations of Naruto Sarutobi, one of the three ninjas, with outstanding military exploits, many people in Konoha considered him to be the best candidate to succeed Naruto, and his strength is worthy of their respect. In the shadow, Ashimaru walked out of it and said, Thank you for a trip. This kid is mine. I'll take it away. He rushed over when he heard the explosion, and now it seems that Chingsuk did a good job. He turned his head and glanced at the big hole made by Kiyosuk, and asked, What ninjutsu did you use to make this place like this? Chingsuk replied, It's what you mentioned before. I tried to practice today. Because of the lack of chakras, I chose to use the shadow clone instead. Innovated in your thinking and divided into two tricks. Dashiwan's eyes lit up and said, The power is good. He turned his head to look at Fuyu and Anbi's people. This kid is a bit reckless, but he is practicing ninjutsu, so he doesn't need to take it home. Yes. After he finished speaking, the group of people in Anbi flashed away and disappeared. As for the Konoha police force, Fuyu said, Then we will leave too, Lord Ashimaru. Thank you for a trip, Fuyu-e-jun. By the way, I wish you a happy wedding. Don't dare to be. Fuyu took people away, neither humble nor overbearing. When Ashimaru is here, he will not continue to entangle him, this may offend him, and he should not set up another powerful enemy for the Uchiha clan who are all enemies. Looking at the mess around him, Ashimaru said, That ninjutsu, use it on me again. Ah, oh. Boom. There was another explosion. The two waved their hands to disperse the dust in front of them. The Ashimaru received the memory from the shadow clone and said, The power can blow up the unprepared ninja into serious injuries. If you are prepared, your shadow clone can't survive. In other words, this trick can only be unexpected. Of course, the main body's words are another fate. Understood. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Okay, let's continue experimenting with your abilities when you go back. Yes. Very good, I didn't hear me making a coat with tiger skin. In the laboratory. Dashiwan took out a piece of paper and handed it to Kingja. What is this for? Dashimaru explained, this is a chakra test paper, which can test the attributes of your chakra. I'll give it a try. He also wanted to know what attributes his chakra was. Under the guidance of Dashimaru, chakra was poured into the chakra test paper in his hand, and then half of the chakra test paper in his hand was cut open and the other half was burned into Hulan. Are natural wind attributes and fire attributes? It's okay. Suddenly he had inspiration again, and murmured, is it because the two attributes combine to have this special blood inheritance boundary? Wind and fire not only create burning escape, but also this special blood inheritance boundary? I should test him for chakra earlier. Seeing Dashimaru started to think about things, Chingsuk knew that he started again. No wonder he is a person who can master the core technology. This research spirit is enough to make people admire. He has seen it many times in the past 6 months, and every time he sees Dashimaru, he can't bear it, because the answer is wrong at the beginning. No matter how he derives the steps, he can't be right. But for the sake of his own life, he still didn't choose to go on, he was afraid of being beaten to death. Come and experiment. Oh. Pai Dian followed behind Dashiwan, silently watching Dashiwan enter a dead end and can't get out. In the days before the graduation assessment, Kingja had never been to school, and all of them had asked for leave. People who didn't know thought he had dropped out, and he was actually still being tested by Dashyuan to collect data. However, after experimenting, Dashyuan was still unable to figure out the secret of the elementalization of the body, and could not find a breakthrough. In the end, he could only choose to give up. After studying for a year, he did not find out anything useful. For the time being, I focused on the previous one. In experiment. And Kiyosuk also realized how heavy this guy is. Although it has not yet reached the point where humans will be used as guinea pigs, it is really unacceptable to use snakes and other animals to experiment and dissect into various strange shapes. When you are on the battlefield, you will understand that this is already considered good. Dashimaru said softly. Suddenly, he asked, Kisuk-kun, I have a question for you, what do you think is a ninja? What is a ninja? Chingsuk thought for a while and said. It's an assassin, a tool, and a victim. Ninjas existed for war from the beginning. During the Warring States period, various ninjas were hired to fight back and forth, and they were no different from tools. Similarly, every village is the same now, except that the ninja has expanded from ninja to ninja village. A ninja can be a victim, losing his life for a task. Ashimaru was taken aback, took a deep look at Kisuk, smiled and said, your point of view is really interesting, but in some ways it is not wrong. In my opinion, ninja is a person who masters all ninjutsu. Therefore, I want to learn all ninjutsu. Isn't it enough to have a shadow clone? As long as the chakra is enough, the training time can be easily compressed. The most buggy training mode in the Naruto world, as long as the shadow clone is used, the training can be completed very quickly, and the accumulation of experience is extremely fast. Yes, this is my dream all the time. What about you, Kiyosuk-kun, what do you want and why do you want to be a ninja? For what? With a confused look on the Ching interface, he said, it's just to live in this cruel world. Nice ideal. Dashimaru commented, it's good to fight for the continuation of your own life. I think so too, haha. Then, Kiyosuk-san, you have to practice hard and then amaze everyone. Yes. Help me collect 100 milliliters of mixed venom. He took out a test tube and let him go to work. Obviously, I was still talking about life and ideals just now, so why did you let me go to work in a blink of an eye? Pooh. Chapter 8. The atmosphere suddenly burns up. The exam at the ninja school is naturally nothing to Kiyosuk. Under the teaching of Ashimaru, he passed the exam that was not particularly difficult, and he was very happy with the ninja guard. He became a Konoha shinobu. Konoha's ninjas are extremely powerful, and a fight can destroy the world. Thinking about him on the ninja, cough cough, thinking of Kakashi and Kai fighting, don't mention it. Naruto office. Sarutobi Hizen was smoking as always. On the opposite side was Ashimaru. He asked, "You really don't want to take a subordinate?" The student that Gillette also brought last time, Heifeng Shuman, has become an excellent shinobu, a second-generation adult. He also learned the Flying Thunder God technique and can use it skillfully. Dashimaru, after all, Jiraiya's apprentice is his apprentice. It has nothing to do with me. Kyosuke-san's talent is okay. If he can develop his own blood inheritance boundary, it will not be a problem to become an elite. The premise is that he will not die in the mission. If you really die, there is nothing you can do. It is too normal for a ninja to die in a mission. This is our destiny. Sarutobi shook his head and often drifted in the rivers and lakes, even if he didn't get the sword. The Day of the Dead. What is his understanding of the will of fire? He is ready to sacrifice. Ashimaru said that he told his teacher about Kyosuke's thoughts, and he silenced Sarutobi Hizaki, a bit extreme, similar to his own disciple. But thinking that Kyosuke is only 9 years old, choose 2 suitable players for him. There is also a responsible Shangren instructor, hoping to get along with him to change him. At least, Sunshine, don't have a dark personality like Dashimaru. Now he regrets letting Chingsuke stay with his disciple. The character of this child seems to be affected. Instructor Shangren, are you really not doing it? He hoped that his disciple would change, but it was a pity that Ashimaru refused again. Sarutobi teacher, I am very busy and have no interest in taking care of little ghosts. Kyosuke-kun is not a person to take care of. He is already in his mental age. It's an adult. The door was closed, and Sarutobi smoked a few puffs of cigarettes. How come these little ghosts are so difficult to deal with one by one? School roof. The middle-aged man with red eyes on the horse was carrying a knife and holding his arms, standing there with a serious face. I am Yuri Zhenhong. Starting from today, I will be your Shangnin instructor. You can introduce yourself. You can talk about what you like, what you hate, and hobbies. Of course, you don't need to talk about it. Besides, it doesn't matter what you call me in private. Now, you all call me Teacher Zhenhong. He is a stern person, giving people a kind of pressure, but Kyosuke, who is accustomed to Dashimaru, said that there is nothing wrong with it. Among the 3, Yuri Hong is the most familiar with her father. The first one said, "My name is Yuri Hong. My favorite food is mustard octopus, and my hate food is cake. My dream is to be an excellent female ninja, and my hobby is harmony. Mom arranges flowers together. Well, it is worthy of being my little cutie." Yuri Zhenhong nodded. Asma on one side said, "I am Sarutobi Asma. My favorite food is sausage, and my disliked food is asparagus. I like to play shogi. I have a dream, for now. Are you still confused about the future? Also normal." Kyosuke is wearing a short shirt with wide sleeves on his upper body, a pair of cropped trousers on his lower body, and leggings tied. His height is much higher than that of a year ago. His appearance is still childish, but he can vaguely see that Konoha will have another pretty boy in the future. He had no joy or sorrow, stood up, and said in a calm tone, "My name is Kyosuke Asakawa. I am 9 years old this year. I live at number 16 Konoha Hot Spring Street. I am unmarried. I have just become a ninja. I usually like to practice. Click home, do not smoke or drink, go to bed at 10 o'clock every night, practice chakras for 20 minutes before going to bed, drink a cup of hot milk before going to bed to promote growth, sleep for 8 hours a day, and never bring fatigue to the next day." Uncle Snake said, "I'm normal." Asma, although I didn't understand too much, but it looks amazing. Hong, when did Asakawa become strange? Yuri Zhenhong, this kid is probably a troublesome guy. And the uncle snake you said is not Yuan, right? Although it is known that Chingsuk cultivated in Ashimaru, Ashimaru has not admitted that Ashimaru accepts disciples, even if many people assume that Chingsuk is his disciple. I have a basic understanding of your situation. Well, your first mission, let's go to the Konoha training ground first. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz, yes. ×3. The three small only followed Yuri Zhenhong to a small river in the Konoha training ground. With her back to the small river, Yuri Zhenhong took out 2 bells. Kiyosuke. Is there no other tricks? Konoha Shinobu has no other tricks under the test? Take out your true skills, those who can't get the bell don't have to eat it at noon. Yuri Zhenhong said, there is a limit of 1 hour, and you can use the cutting tool. He took out a clock and put it aside. Start the timer. Asma and Yuri Hong reacted most quickly, ran elsewhere, set up traps, and waited for the opportunity, while Kiyosuke went straight up without saying a word. Yuri is really red, why don't you look at Asma and Hong, is it really a ninja fighting style to go up in this way? But in the next moment, Chingsuk had already bullied himself, moving fast. Yuri Zhenhong put away her little heart, but saw Kiyomizu open her mouth and spit, and the hot flame occupied all her sight. Jet flames. The flames burned her face, and Yuri was really red and immediately backed away, opening her hands to seal, water escape water turbulence. Spit out a stream of water, collided with the flame, white mist filled, and flew out of shuriken and kyu. Dodging lightly, Yuri Zhenhong suddenly felt that the surrounding temperature was gradually rising. Jet flames. Sure enough, the pillar of fire flew out again, and the continuous attacks made him choose to retreat. Is the kid so good now? Asma, I am not. Xiri Hong, I don't have one. What about people? Chingsuk found that Yuri Zhenhong had disappeared, and was puzzled. In his cuffs, the little white snake poked out his head and vomited in one direction. Is there? Shulker snake hand. Several poisonous snakes rushed out of the wide sleeves, rushing in the direction pointed by the little white snake. Penetrating into the grass and hearing an exclamation, Chingsuk pulled with his hand, and a shadow flew towards him. Subconsciously stretched out his hand and caught the shadow. Take a closer look. Asma was held in his arms by his princess. Kingja. Asma. This is a bit embarrassing. Looking at each other in pairs, the atmosphere suddenly became burning. Chapter 9. Let's have barbecue together. Kiyosuke Asakawa looked at Asma, embarrassing Asma, and said, let go of me. Silently untied the poisonous snake from him and retracted it into his sleeve. As long as I am not embarrassed, it must not be me who is embarrassed. Why did you catch me? You ask about it. Asakawa Kiyosuke pointed to the little white snake and said, it should be Mrs. Zhenhong who moved behind you. I am saving your life. Thank you. Hiss. The little white snake looked in one direction, which meant that there was someone there. With Asma as a lesson learned, there is a high probability that Xiri Hong will be red. At this time, when he heard Hong's scream, he fell out of the tree, and Asma quickly caught it. Yuri Zhenhong walked out, even her own daughter did not hesitate to reprimand, to underestimate me, Hong, don't think that I am your father and you can make that kind of trap to restrict me. If this goes on, you three I can't even eat. Hong lowered his head and was reprimanded for not raising his head. Asakawa Kiyosuke said, Ms. Zhenhong's range of action must be restricted. Otherwise, he runs around and doesn't need to grab the bell. How to do it? Asma asked. You and Hong Feng are dead. I'll attack. After speaking, he rushed forward again, shadow clone technique. 2 shadow clones appeared beside them, and began to use their abilities to besiege Yuri Zhenhong. Jet flames. Musket. Yang Yan. The scene suddenly became hot, and Yuri Zhenhong dodged again and again. He wanted to draw his sword but still held back. He dodges the attack, seized the opportunity, kicked Asakawa Kiyosuke, and disappeared with a bang. It was a shadow clone. Immediately backing away, Asma and Hong waited for a long time. Fire escape, how fireball art. Wind escape, big breakthrough. The wind assisted the fire and made the fireball more violent, and his retreat was blocked. Yuri Zhenhong nodded secretly, and directly let the fireball hit him. Bang! Shadow clone! Hey! Shadow clone, Xiao Bai, look for it! The little white snake spit out a bifurcated snake letter, catching the red scent molecules in the air, and finally chose a direction. Over there, look at me, flame vortex. Opening his mouth, the flame swept away, spinning in the air, and finally turned into a hot fire tornado, appearing in the forest, particularly eye-catching. The fire tornado engulfed trees with hot wind, leaving only coke, which was extremely destructive. A figure flew out. Asma threw out the shuriken, and quickly sealed the seal on her hand, the art of shuriken shadow clone. I saw that the shurikens in the air divided into 2, 2, 4, and 8, and instantly turned into a dense pile of them, and they plunged into Yuri Zhenhong's body accurately, and the next moment, the target became a piece of wood. Are you ready for a stand-in? Soil escape, the art of beheading in the heart. A hand appeared at Asma's feet and dragged him into the soil, leaving only one head outside. Asakawa took hold of the red arm and jumped up. As expected, another hand reached out and wanted to grab it. Live them, read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Yuri Zhenhong got out of the soil and said, the response is good. Hiding behind Kiyosuke Asakawa, Hong began to UI, and said, Asakawa, buy me time. No. Kiyosuke Asakawa pulled out Kumo and rushed forward, launching a fierce offensive. A big hand grabbed his wrist, clenched it tightly, and let it go, but it didn't fall off. The other hand caught it and slashed towards the bell on the red waist. Yuri was really red-eyed and swift, twisting his waist to avoid the blow, but saw Kiyosuke Asakawa twist his arm, trying to break free from the restraint of his palm. Doesn't he want it anymore? The secret way Asakawa Kiyosuke was so young at a young age, he used his hands to loosen his strength a little, making him break free, and he was about to attack. He was in a trance and his whole body was stiff. Illusion. He immediately understood that it was red, and only his own daughter could use illusion among the three. Breaking through the illusion, but it was too late, a small hand grabbed the bell on his waist and pulled it down. It's our victory, Teacher Zhenhong. Shaking the bell on his hand, it made a crisp crashing sound. Picking one out for Hong, he smiled triumphantly. Yes, I thought you would be hungry, and the cooperation was very good. The red illusion seized the opportunity very well. Ui Mahong commented, whether it is the illusion earlier or later, it will make Kiyosuke miss it. Opportunity. Hong's illusion is what he taught. As a ninja who is good at illusion, it is not difficult to unlock his daughter's illusion, but after a short while, the bell was snatched away. These three little guys are all good seedlings. In time, they will definitely be able to catch up with him and defeat him. Perhaps, this little guy named Asakawa Kiyosuke will catch up with him as quickly as possible. Then, Asma will be hungry, you two will go with me and invite you to eat a big meal. No, as a team, we have the blessings and the difficulties, I will stay here with him. Asakawa Kiyosuke sat down and said. He is mainly afraid that Yuri is really red and Kakashi will be the same as Kakashi afterwards, so let's show the cooperation. Dad, no, Teacher Zhenhong, I will stay too. Hongjian Asakawa Kiyosuke stayed, and she chose to stay too. Asma was very touched, you are my partners, Kiyosuke, we are really good friends. Yuri Zhenhong nodded and said with satisfaction, you have a team spirit, and I am very pleased. In order to praise you, let's forget about this big meal. The three of you will not eat it. In addition, you will go to the Hokage building tomorrow morning and wait. Stay with me, receive our first mission there, and that's it. After speaking, he left instantly. 3 people. Kiyosuke Asakawa said to Hong speechlessly, I can't tell, your dad, who looks quite honest and reliable, would actually make such a joke. I don't know. The unsmiling dad actually has such a side. Hey, he went home and told his mom that his dad would not give me food. Can you let me out first? I'll invite you to a big meal later, let's have barbecue together. But dad said. Kiyosuke Asakawa started digging up, do you believe you who are joking? Red, don't be too honest, tell you a truth, a man's mouth, a deceitful ghost. Yes, yes, my dad often fools my mother at home. Asma nodded in agreement, and suddenly said, of course, I am a good man, and I will never deceive a girl. Ba ba ba. Kingja, don't get dirt in my mouth, it's dirty. Oh, sorry, I did it subconsciously. I think you are greedy for other people's bodies. Red is now firmly established. What's so beautiful, what can you do at a young age? It is worthy of being a 3-generation species. And certain things are engraved in DNA and passed on to the next generation. Chapter 10. Exterminate the bandit. Xiaoren's daily routine is picking up trash, bringing children, doing farm work, looking for pets, etc. As a fledgling novice, most of the tasks he received were D-level tasks. Finally, when he received the 10th D-level mission, Konoha's second prince quit. No. I don't want to take on such boring tasks anymore. Asma jumped in the task hall of the Naruto building, and was almost rolling around, crying, making trouble, and hanging himself. Uemahong was very helpless when he saw this. On one side, Hong and Asakawa Kiyosuke secretly compared a thumbs up. They also feel that the daily routine of picking up rubbish is not what they want, and that the life of a ninja should be more exciting, what it would be like to be so peaceful. You are just being forbearing not long after leaving school. It is not suitable for you to take on higher level tasks. Yuri Zhenhong knew that the child was impetuous, so he stopped. Sarutobi Hisan met his son's stubborn look, knowing that his son was having a temper with him, and felt a little guilty in his heart. As Hokage, he wanted to focus on the village and not spend much time with his family. He sighed and said, in view of you guys. The previous tasks have been completed well, so let's make an exception and give you a C-level task this time. The 3 cheered. Sarutobi Risen opened the scroll of the C-level mission and picked one who could hone these little guys, and said, there is a group of bandits on Sumian Mountain, 25 kilometers southeast of Konoha village. How about the task of destroying the employer's son and rescuing the hostages? Do you want to take it? Exterminate all, don't you keep one? It's really a task suitable for them. Yuri Zhenhong looked at his 3 subordinates and said, I'll take this task. Axie. I finally have a stimulating task. Asma jumped up happily, and Hong was looking forward to it. Asakawa frowned, then stretched it out, seeming to persuade herself in her heart. With a panoramic view of the expressions of the 3 little guys, Sarutobi nodded and watched the 4 leave the mission hall. The equipment was neatly packed, and Yuri Zhenhong took the 3 of them to the destination. On the way, he and the 3 said, the number of bandits in this group is between 50 and 70, or even more. The employer asked us to wipe out all bandits. Therefore, we cannot let one go, and we must guarantee the hostages will not be harmed. Kiyosuke Asakawa asked, the appearance of a hostage. Yuri Zhenhong took out the portrait. On it was a young boy who seemed to be about the same age as them. Remember his appearance and make sure that he is not harmed. After successfully rescued, don't let any bandits run away and destroy them all. This is the mission. Are the lives of a group of people just a C-level mission? Asakawa shook his head, secretly saying that human lives are worthless, but he also knows that this world is like this. To become a ninja must be psychologically prepared to take away the lives of others for the mission. Just for the task. The four hurried to their destination and arrived at the destination in the afternoon. After consulting their employers, the four marched towards Sumian Mountain. At dusk, they were hiding in a tree, looking at the bandits full of gangsters below, gathering together to chat and beat, drink and eat meat, and have a happy life. The four of them hid and ate bitter food pills. Yuri Zhenhong said, "Unless your lives are endangered this time, I will not take action. The plan will be cleared out. Remember, the mission is to wipe out, understand?" "Yes." Yuri's true red disappeared. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Kiyosuke Asakawa said, "If this is the case, then, I will get rid of the head of the bandit, Asma." Yu and Hong touched the hostage and rescued the hostage. Then, I pretended to be the bandit boss and gathered all the bandits. You rush back as fast as you can, and kill those guys with me. I object, I will kill the bandit boss. Asma raised his hand. Really? Then I'll be with Hong. The voice stretched, and Hong nodded, and said, I have no problem. She is a phantom ninja, and frontal fighting is not suitable for her. Asma looked at Hong and suddenly said, I'll go and rescue the hostages with Hong. You go, remember to start faster. Hey, I see, let's do it in dark. It is good. As night fell, the three moved separately. The bandits live in the cottage and are not disciplined. For the three ninjas, it is not difficult to sneak in, but rather easy. By the night, the three caught a bandit. Hong immediately controlled the bandit with illusion, and asked where the hostage and the bandit boss were. Then, Kiyosuke Asakawa took out kunao, covered his mouth, and stroked. Opened his throat. Hey, Kiyosuke, you. Asma's face turned pale, Asakawa's face was also pale, and a little nauseated, and said, We must learn this. Isn't the task given by Hokage-sama for us to see blood otherwise? So many sea-level tasks cannot give us this task. You should have noticed that teacher Zhenhong gave everything to us along the way. As a ninja, killing is commonplace. Sooner or later, you have to learn it. The three generations want to hone them. Only after the baptism of blood and fire can they bloom with dazzling brilliance. I know, it's just. Asma lowered her head and said, It's just that, we are ninjas. Kiyosuke Asakawa stood up, his face still pale, dragged the corpse into a bush, and whispered, Don't forget the rules of a ninja. The task is above all else. Hong and Asma stood up, they were still trembling, but they adjusted their state quickly and said, I will leave it to you over there. Then they melted into the night. Kiyosuke Asakawa exhaled, and the nausea struck again. He desperately held back his trembling legs and cheered himself up. Really, I can't be better than two children, but I adjusted it so quickly. It's worth it. Ninja. It must be done, and if you choose this path, you can't regret it. He gritted his teeth, slapped himself, readjusted, and started to approach the wooden house where the bandit boss was. This guy's place is easy to find, the best one in the cottage is the only two-story cabin. I approached the wooden house silently, listening to the sound of drinking and making laughter inside, secretly removing a tile. Looking down from the top, I saw a bald head hugged a woman in her 30s with a good body and a normal appearance. Is drinking and eating, by the way, molesting the woman in her arms. Xiao Bai, go and kill them. The little white snake on his wrist climbed onto the roof and crawled into the room silently. While the two in the room were still laughing, he took a bite on the back of the bandit boss's instep. After drinking too much alcohol, the unresponsive bandit boss didn't notice the pain at all, and continued to put his arms around the woman, but he didn't know that death was already coming. Chapter 11, Uncle Snake, Master the Core Technology. He, you are still pretty, much better than the yellow face woman in my house. The bandit boss was drunk and hugged the woman. Oh, I hate it, the woman yelled, I just abandoned my family to you. Ha ha ha, the sick ghost in your family can't satisfy you, right? Just let me, hiss, what? The bandit boss felt a pain in his instep, as if he had been stung by a mosquito. He didn't care. He was rough anyway. The flesh was so thick that the woman also felt pain in her ankles, and when she looked down, a white snake's tail disappeared. Snake! The woman exclaimed and stood up, and then she felt dizzy. The bandit boss took her in her arms. Hey, what's the matter with you? Next, he also felt weak. He lost consciousness on one leg and wanted to speak, but he couldn't open his mouth and couldn't feel the existence of his mouth. The two people foamed, their bodies twitched and fell down. The little white snake stuck out his head, spitting out a snake letter, very satisfied with their fate. Seeing this, Kiyosuke Asakawa climbed down from the roof, entered the room, and checked the pulse of the two. There was nothing, and he whispered, "Don't blame me, I'm a ninja, just for the mission." Dragged their bodies onto the bed, covered them with quilts, and became the appearance of the bandit boss, pinching their throats, changing their voices, and finally determined a voice line, just like the bandit boss, coughing, and walked out the door, scolded and said, "Where are the people? Where are the people? Where are all the dead? Come here for me." With his roar, a light was turned on in the cottage, and some bandits in pants, carrying knives, ran out of the room and asked, "Boss, what's the matter? Who are you going to cut? Call everyone here, there is a big deal." The eyes of the few people lit up, and one of them asked, "Boss, what kind of big business?" "The big business that can afford to eat. Call all the brothers in the cottage, I have something to say. This order is completed, the big guys don't have to worry about their future livelihoods. This is good, this is good. Let's go call someone." The bandits immediately went down to call someone. At this time, a figure fell beside him. It was Asma, and said, "The man has been rescued, Hong is taking care of her, the bandit boss is dead. Poisoned to death." Asakawa Kiyosuke said softly. Asma was silent for a while, and then said, "I see, wait for someone to come. Okay, you hide and block their escape. It is good." The figure flashed and disappeared. Soon after, about 50 or 60 bandits gathered together, and a group of them said uncomfortably, "Boss, what should we do if the kid we caught ran away?" Before Kiyosuke Asakawa could speak, the younger brother said loudly, "Don't worry about him, how much is it worth?" The boss said, "After the ticket is finished, the big guy doesn't have to worry about the future." "By the way, boss, we want what big business?" Kiyosuke Asakawa said, "It's a big deal. Is everyone here?" 3 brothers are missing. 2 of those who take care of the kid are probably chasing after him, and one of them doesn't know where they are going. It is estimated that the 2 were killed by Asma and the others, and the remaining one was killed by himself." Nodded, raised his hand, and said, "Okay, let's do it." After speaking, he jumped to one side of the roof. "Do it." "What do you do?" "Boss, what are you doing?" This group of bandits didn't know why, and then they heard a sudden sound. The shuriken shadow clone technique. The sky full of shurikens fell from the sky. "Ah! It hurts." "Boss, what's going on?" "No. This is a ninja attack." Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Someone asked a ninja to kill us. "No. I don't want to die yet. Master Ninja, please let me go." The bandits want to escape, but where can they escape with the sky full of shurikens? Some were fatal and were stabbed in a non-lethal place like the arm, and some were badly stabbed in the heart, head, etc., and were killed on the spot. Kiyosuke Asakawa changed back to his appearance, bursting into flames all over, spitting flames. The flame ignited these bandits, ignited the cottage. Became the only light in the mountains in the dark night. "Ah! It's burnt to death. No. I don't want to die yet. Ah! It hurts." The cottage was turned into a sea of flames under the attack of Asakawa Kiyosuke and Asuma. They did not let a bandit escape, and the mission was completed. The air was full of burnt odors, making them both frown. Holding back their nausea, Yuri Zhenhong came behind them and said, "Learn to get used to it. Ninja is like this, either you kill me or I kill you. As long as it is a task, it must be completed, and there is no room for bargaining. I know that from the moment I became a ninja, I have been prepared for this." Asakawa said with a cough. "Me too. How about hostage Enhong? It has been safely transferred, and Hong is escorted to the employer under the mountain. It is estimated that Hong will return soon. Your mission this time has been completed very well." Yuri Zhenhong was very satisfied with the performance of the three. "I think I'll continue to take D-level tasks next time. Every time I take such tasks, I really can't accept it." Asuma shook his head and said, "The old man is ruthless enough, this time the task will be so troublesome." Yuri Zhenhong said, "Not every C-level mission is like this. Of course, now you are still forbearing, and more naturally, you will take D-level missions. As for C-level missions, not every time. Well, this time I go back to treat you guys to a good meal, and I'm leaving. I want to rest when I go back. I don't have much appetite." "Me too." Seeing the two of them like this, Yuri Zhenhong smiled and said, "Forget it then. Still have to adapt. I'm still young." He believed that the three of them would become excellent ninjas. The four returned to Konoha, did not go to celebrate with a big meal, and went home to rest each, without any appetite for several days. "Let me tell you, Chingsuk, I have had nightmares for several days, and my mother feels so distressed." When it came time to take the task again, the four gathered together. Asuma said, "Oh, I recovered the day before yesterday. A child with a mother is like a treasure. He has no mother but root grass, and he has to do experiments with Uncle Snake." In addition to practicing in the past few days, he went to Uncle Snake's place to check in and do experiments and beat hands, that is, handing over scissors, scalpels, etc. Uncle Snake said on a whim that he didn't understand. "Anyway," he said, "he just listens and can listen. How much he knows depends on his own comprehension." Uncle Snake's experiment has not yet been transferred to the human body, but he still has a bit of a heavy mouth. Watching and watching, he got used to it, and walked out of the shadows. Uncle Snake, master the core technology. Chapter 12. Cao Ge is angry. "Hey? There are sea-level missions again? Isn't it what kills the bandits again?" Yuri Zhenhong took on a sea-level mission, which made the three people very suspicious that it was another mission to see blood. "No, this time is an escort task. We are hired by a wealthy businessman in the country of fire. I hope we can escort him to the country of Yuno and escort him back. During this period, we are responsible for our food, clothing, and accommodation. We just need to guarantee his safety is enough. In addition to us, there is a small team that also takes over this task and will act with us. This is not a dangerous task, just to relax these little guys. Yuno-kuni, I heard that the hot springs over there are special. Yeah, although Konoha also has hot springs, I also want to try other countries' special hot springs. Speaking of which, isn't your home Kiyosuke in the hot spring street?" "Ah, yes, although it's in the hot spring street, I rarely go to soak. After all, I have a hot spring in my house." Kiyosuke said that he actually wants to make himself a bathhouse, but he is still young and doesn't have this ability. And the hot springs are not too big, so if you soak too much, you don't need to put bath water every night. It's very nice. "Is there a hot spring at home? No wonder your skin is so good." Hong said enviously. "Kingja's skin is so good that she is envious of this girl." Nothing, born. It's definitely not a hot spring." At this time, Yuri Zhenhong coughed, interrupted a few people to chat, and said, you go home and pack your bags, bring a change of clothes and the necessary endurance equipment. As for the others, you don't need to bring them. Pack lightly. After half an hour, gather at the door, and the team with us will be there waiting for us. Yes. The three of them ran home immediately, ready to change their clothes. Kingja installed some changes of clothes and a novel to pass the time on the road. He put on his backpack and left home. By the way, he asked a snake to bring a note to Dashimaru, saying that he had a mission and would not be able to come these days. To be honest, although Uncle Snake is cold, he is not that difficult to touch, just talk less, it refers to him now. I won't know any more. Konoha Gate. Kiyosuk arrived early, and Yuri Zhenhong was already waiting there. On the side of the sedan chair, there was a fat and kind-looking middle-aged man, and beside the middle-aged man was a middle-aged man. The handsome guy with blonde hair and blue eyes was talking to him. Wearing a green waistcoat on the forbearance, with the blue tights underneath, with a sunny smile on his face, he is a warm man. Well, this face is not under me. Kiyomizu glanced, so sure. Teacher real red. He greeted him and came to Yuri Zhenhong's side. Mr. Ui, are these your subordinates? It's really early. Nuon Nan said, the taste of kirajiing in a mouthful, which is a bit dirty, although Kiyosuk knows who this person is, he can't help but go. Think about that scene. Balayong kiing, it's a bit dirty to say. You guys, don't confuse voice actors with characters. JPG. Cough. Fortunately, Bofeng Maizu wants to become the Konoha ninja of Naruto, not an office worker who longs for a peaceful life. It's okay, this is the instructor of Class 7, Heifeng Mizuman, a reliable person. Mizuman, this is my subordinate Kiyosuk Asakawa. Hello. Teacher Watergate. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Hello, Kiyosuk-kun. Mizuman smiled and greeted him, with a gentle smile, impeccable, worthy of the future 4 generations, Konoha's yellow flash. King Jejun and Dato are classmates, right? You can have a good chat later. I hope he won't be late. After all, Tai Tu is a god man who can be late for Zakat on Saturday 7 times. Hearing this, Mizuman smiled bitterly. Bringing the soil is a very hard-working child. Although he belongs to the Uchiha clan, his personality is completely different from that of the Uchiha clan. He is cheerful and optimistic and helpful, but the only thing that is not good is that it is easy. Late. It's hard to tell, but I just went home to pick up things, so I shouldn't be late. It's hard to tell. Watergate is also very helpless. At this moment, a figure fell. It was a silver-haired boy with a short knife on his back, black tights, iron arm guards on his arms, and a face mask covering his face, as if he couldn't see anyone, only a pair of dead fish eyes were exposed. Konoha's genius, Kakashi Heiji. Mr. Watergate. The young Kakashi's voice was flat, with indifference that turned away thousands of miles away. It is also normal that his father, Sakumo Hageki, was cast aside by the people in the village because of a failed mission. He committed suicide in despair. He witnessed his father's sorrowful ending and caused great trauma to Kakashi's young mind. He was in the ninja school. Stayed for a year, then applied for graduation, and became Zongren in the 2nd year. Kakashi, you came really early, this is your former classmate, Chingsuk. Yo, Kakashi. The facial paralysis now, the sand sculpture in the future, therefore, Kai Huang is awesome. He is the only one who can bring Kakashi like that. Facing Kingsuk's greeting, Kakashi nodded politely and stood quietly beside Watergate, which was very embarrassing. Watergate smiled bitterly, the team is not easy to lead. Soon after, Asma and Hong, as well as the only girl in the Watergate team, Lin Yayuan, also came to the door one after another. With Lin's appearance, Watergate finally felt no longer embarrassed. After all, Kakashi's temperament was cold, and coupled with the short stay in school, it is normal to be unfamiliar with Kiyosuke. Lin is different. They graduated together and have a good relationship. I heard Lin said that she has a good relationship with Tai-tu and Chingsuke. Well, Tai-tu is sometimes bullied. That guy is really late again. Kakashi said dissatisfiedly. Now that the time has been set, it must be observed. People like Daiduo make him very upset. Haha, the soil is still the same. Yet, didn't you call him Lin? Chingsuke asked with a smile. Well, I called when I left home. He said he will come right away and let me go first. Lin said embarrassedly. Well, so, I guess this guy has encountered an elderly person who needs help on the road. On the other side, because the agreed time has passed, Mizuman has already started to explain to the employer, Mr. Kazama, and he kept apologizing. Mr. Kazama is a businessman who always abides by the agreement. He is very unhappy with this kind of thing, but because he thinks of the need on the road later. They came to guard and didn't say anything. Watergate was also very helpless, and hoped that he would not be too late for bringing the soil, otherwise this sea-level mission would probably be ruined. He doesn't care about this reward, but it's hard to justify losing the task because of being late. Chapter 13. The protagonists are all played at the end. The protagonist is the last to appear. Dai-tu is convinced of this sentence, but he definitely does not want to be late to appear on the stage, so that he is not the protagonist at all. On the way, because he met an old grandfather who fell down, he was taken to Konoha Hospital. After calling him a doctor and nurse, he hurried to the entrance of Konoha. Sure enough, the annoying guy Kakashi looked at himself impatiently. Who do you show with a stinky face all day? He wanted to scold him because he was late. Ms. Watergate also looked at herself very troubled, and Kiyosuke and Asuma were also there. Sorry, Teacher Watergate, I'm late. It's okay, don't do this again next time. We are going to do the task, not something else. It's definitely possible to be late for this kind of thing again. Mizuman sighed and apologized to Mr. Kazama. After all, the subordinates who did not discipline well were themselves' fault. Yes, Teacher Watergate. With the arrival of the soil, the two teams arrived. Mr. Kazama sat in the sedan chair, and a dedicated person carried it, and everyone officially embarked on the itinerary to Unokuni. By the way, bring the soil, is this your first time out of Konoha? On the way, Kiyosuke asked the enthusiastic bring the soil. Of course, this is the first time I have left Konoha at this age. Tato said excitedly, I want to see a different view from Konoha. Hey, this cheerful boy and the villain who wants to destroy the world in the future are not alone at all. That's right, apart from doing tasks, we can't leave Konoha without reason. It's really exciting to perform this kind of task for the first time, Lin said. Is this your first time out? No. Kiyosuke recalled the bad memory and said, forget it, I won't talk about it. The last mission is still fresh in my memory and I don't want to talk about it. Dai-tu blinked, always feeling that the topic became heavy, so he changed the topic. Do we need to pay attention to this mission? Teacher Watergate. Watergate said, generally speaking, escort missions are not very dangerous. It is enough to protect the safety of the employer. Of course, you should pay attention to some thieves on the road. Speaking of the trio of bandits, Kiyosuke's faces were not so pretty. Kakashi noticed the faces of the three of them and asked, what's wrong with you? The last mission out of the village was related to bandits. I don't want to talk about this. Me too. Sorry, Kakashi, we don't want to talk. After all, the first time a person was killed, this kind of memory will never fade away. Yuri Zhenhong glanced at his subordinates and shook his head. They were all children. Watergate also came from this time, I can probably guess, so he led the topic to other places. Unokuni is located to the northeast of the Fire Country. It is famous for its beautiful natural scenery. It's just that Unokuni also has a ninja village? Will they bother us when we go this way? Asked Tato. Not long after the Second Ninja World War had passed, the relations between the countries were still a bit tense. Watergate explained, "Don't worry, Tangshiguo and Hwajiguo have always maintained a good cooperative relationship, and after the Second Ninja World War, Tangian Village is no longer what it used to be." In the Second Ninja World War, Tangian Village suffered heavy losses and has long lost its glory. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Moreover, there are 2 teachers, Watergate and Zhenhong, who are here, so there is no need to worry. Kakashi said, "Rather than worry about this, it is better to worry that you will be late when we leave." A hole. That's just an accident. There is no old man and old lady I know in Yuzakuni. With a rustic jump, the dignified topic at the beginning gradually changed in the direction of what should be bought in Yuzakuni. Soon after, they entered a town. Mr. Kazama took his goods here, and the way of driving was changed from the 11th bus to a horse-drawn carriage. Looking at the convoy behind, pulling large and small goods, it is no wonder that 2 ninja teams are required to escort, but why the other party did not let Zongren escort it is unknown. In order to protect the convoy, the 2 leading teachers divided the work and cooperated. The Watergate team was responsible for the first half of the convoy, exploring the way and protecting the employer. The True Red team is responsible for the second half, guarding against sneak attacks and protecting the goods. The same is true for the night vigil. The 2 teams are watching separately, one in the first half of the night and the other in the second half of the night. These arrangements are changed on a daily basis. Sitting on a carriage with cargo tied to it, and looking at some deep rut marks in the soil, Kiyomizu was a little interested in the cargo being transported. Thinking about it, I was stopped by Yuri Zhenhong. It is not allowed to snoop on the employer's secrets, understand? Don't do it again next time. Yes. What the employer sells has nothing to do with them, as long as the task is completed. I will patrol the back. Chingsuk ran to the back obediently. Although this was just a simple escort task, it did not mean that there was no danger. The beasts on the road, the bandits who might suddenly jump out, are all potential enemies. Suddenly, the little white snake in the sleeve stuck out his head, pointed in one direction, and spit out the snake letter. Seeing this, there should be enemies stop. A group of bandits suddenly jumped out, looking fierce and horrible, with sturdy backs, horses running on their shoulders, and people standing on their fists. At first glance, they are the kind that can be beaten. Robbery. Hand over all your things, and spare you not to die. The headed man's voice was rough, and the machete in his hand shone coldly in the sun. Bandits. Without a word, Chingsuk rushed out, kicked the man's face, kicked off all his teeth, and splashed blood. Big brother! What are you doing? Big brother! Big brother, why did you lose? Bandit brother, I got up, I was stunned, what can I say? Several bandits shouted, picked up their eldest brother and ran away, as if they were coming out to be funny. Go ahead. A small episode, do not need to care. The convoy moved slowly, a group of people did not hurry on the road, and moved slowly. A group of people jumped out shortly after thinking that there was nothing to do. This group of people and the bandits just now are not the same kind of people. They are all wearing swords. Although they are sloppy, their aura is far more fierce than those bandits, full of blood. This is a group of wandering warriors. The so-called Ronin. They focused on the convoy and Mr. Kazama's money. Followed all the way, and decided to take a shot in the wilderness, wanting to bury all the people in front of them here, so that they can sell off the convoy's goods and make another profit. Pen. After all, they are wandering warriors no one raises. Chapter 14. Samurai Strikes. With the emergence of Ninja Village, the samurai began to gradually withdraw from the stage of history. They were replaced by ninjas who were also able to serve as an army. In addition to some great powers and nobles who also raised some samurai, only the Iron Country was the leader of the samurai country now. Ninjas replaced the samurai's army position, which also caused a large number of samurai to lose their financial resources. Many samurai have a bad impression of ninjas, which is also the source of this. Originally in the Warring States period, ninjas could only be hired, and could not be used as an army. The country and nobles still recruited a large number of samurai to serve as an army, siege the city and expand the territory for them. Later, with the establishment of ninja village, the status of samurai began. Gradually replaced by ninjas, the status of the samurai has been lowered over the years. The Ronin who stood in front of them was also a down-and-out warrior. The headed samurai, with long hair tied into a ponytail, with a scar on his left face, wearing a dark robe, carrying a large sword and ribs. He said coldly, "Leave the goods, you can go." Mizuman stepped forward and said, "We are Konoha's ninjas. We are dedicated to escorting this shipment. Please don't make us embarrassed." The samurai chief sneered and said, "It has nothing to do with me, Konoha's ninja, and I am not just a group of ninjas who have never killed Konoha." Surrounded by his team of people, everyone was holding a knife in their hands, looking terrifying, and the crew of the team was scared to hide, and at this time, all that was needed was a ninja shot. Yuri Zhenhong said, "They do it first, we do it again. Are you going to kill them?" Kingja asked. "Try not to. If you can't stop it, it doesn't matter if you kill. Got it? When you come out, you must have the consciousnness of being killed." There are 25 people in this group, and none of them seem to be annoying. Holding kunao, ready to fight at all times. Watergate took a step back and said, "Then there is nothing to talk about. What do you say? Do it." The samurai chief yelled and drew the long sword around his waist. Following his order, the group of warriors also drew the sword and slashed towards the crowd. Ding! Kunao and Tachi collided with sparks, and Kiyosuk was repelled by this force. His current strength was still too small to be able to collide with the adult samurai. Humph! Once the ninja is close, it is not the opponent of us samurai at all. You guys who only know how to use ghost tricks are a bunch of rubbish. Shul King Snake Hand. With a wave of Kiyosuk's hand, several snakes rushed towards the samurai. The samurai swung down, cut off the snake's head, and slashed at Kiyosuk's head. Bang! Splitting a steak with a knife, Kiyosuk stepped forward to the back of the samurai, kunao pierced through his heart. You. Feeling the pain, the body of the samurai fell to the ground. Kiyosuk took a deep breath and turned to look at the other samurai. Yuri Zhenhong defeated several of them, and he stood there, and the ninjas who met him fell down one by one, holding their heads and roaring, their expressions horrified, as if they had seen something terrible. Illusion is terrible. Illusion-type ninja is terrifying. The body dodges the long knife that was hacked from behind. And a rounding kick hit the stomach of the sneak attacker. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz, flames condensed in the hands, aiming at that side and spraying out. Jet flames. The guy whose whole body was ignited was so painful that he rolled back and forth on the ground, screaming again and again. He looked at Asuma and found that he didn't need to worry about it. As the son of 3 generations of Hokage, he had a family relationship and had a lot of ninjutsu in his hands. In addition to his lack of actual combat experience, he was still okay. Enhong, like her father, was a phantom ninja, standing there, and the samurai who met her were all knocked down by the illusion. In the Watergate squad, Kakashi killed most of the samurai alone, bringing Tu and Lin to solve the younger half. As for Watergate, he has put his special kunao on the throat of the samurai leader. It's just a blink of an eye, how can it be? The samurai leader who pulled out half of the sword was in a cold sweat. He didn't see the opponent's movements clearly at all, and was so ashamed to be solved by the opponent. You lose. Your people also lose. Are you Konoha's Shangnin team? No comment. Watergate stunned the samurai leader, and the plunder was over. There were no casualties in this area of the convoy. Mr. Kazama asked Mizuman and the others to tie up the group of survivors and bury the dead on the spot. By the way, more than a dozen people died, and 10 of them belonged to Kakashi. Don't look at the same age as Kiyosuke and the others, they are more ruthless than anyone else, and the opponents he encountered are all throats. The swordsmanship of the Hagaki family is first-rate. In the past, Sakumo Heiji with a short knife, from Konoha killing to Seiin village, without blinking his eyes, the king of Konoha was invincible. The mother-in-law, son and daughter-in-law were hacked to death, and died on the spot. The Seiin village who killed was terrified, and it was so terrifying to the point where the child stopped crying. It's a pity that such a big man didn't die on the battlefield, but died in the village, which is embarrassing. Konoha lost a shadow-level combat power, and the other 4 ninja villages almost laughed off their teeth. I heard that the 3 generations of Feng Ying, who had a hard time next door, specially added 3 dishes and 1 soup to his dinner. Frontier town of Unokuni. With the end of the Second Ninja World War, commerce rose again. The boss of Unokuni died of illness after the war, and the new daimyo succeeded him. Instead of focusing on Tangyin village, he focused on developing the unique scenery of Unokuni. Attracting tourists and wealthy businessmen to and fro, turning the country into a major tourist country, and starting to make money. With the continuous reduction of funding, Tangyin village has also begun to decline, not returning to the edge of the past. Most of the border towns of Unokuni are trading towns, where a large number of merchants do business here, as well as the wealthy aristocrats who come here to travel, make this town noisy and prosperous. The scenery here is also good, and there are special hot springs in Unokuni. This task is not only to escort Mr. Kazama to here, but also to escort him back after he finishes his business. Therefore, during the period of his business, Kingja and the little guys can act at will. As for the safety of Mr. Kazama was handed over to Mizuman and Yuri Zhenhong. Although it is not in compliance with the rules, Mizuman and Yuji Zhenhong agree that it is best to let these children relax, get tired of boating and enjoy the natural scenery of Unokuni. So, they put 6 people off for a few days, as long as they don't cause trouble, stay away from the 3 forbidden ninjas, and remember to go back to the hotel where they left to rest at night. This is considered a vacation for the children, and it's up to them to arrange it. Combination of work and rest is the best choice. Chapter 15. Beautiful like me. In the hot spring, Kiyosuke, Asuma, Tato, and Kakashi put the towel on their heads, soaking in the hot spring, bringing the soil to relax lazily. It's so comfortable. Compared with Konoha's, the hot springs in Unokuni are more comfortable. Streams of hot air emerged from the hot springs, forming a hazy, dreamy mist. The 4 of them soaked in the hot springs. Kiyosuke looked at Kakashi, who was wrapped in a towel, and asked, "Kakashi, do you take a hot spring? What do you cover your face for?" He was very curious about Kakashi's face. He knew he was a handsome guy, but it was not clear how handsome the live-action version was. Smeared with dirt, couldn't you have buck teeth or thick lips? Shameless, haha. Bored. Dead Fish stared at the dirt, but he still took off the hot towel wrapped around his face, for nothing else, just feel hot. Behind the hot towel is a handsome face. He will look like a handsome guy in the future. There is a beauty mole on the side of his mouth, and his face is cold. If he smiles, he is probably more handsome. A lie, a lie. Bringing the soil screamed, "You guy must have used the transformation technique, you can't be so handsome." "Well, it's really handsome, I'm almost catching up with me," Kiyosuke said, touching his chin. "I'm such a handsome boy, and Konoha can only be compared to him by Kakashi. Hey! I still don't have a handsome man." Tato understood the reality, but still refused to admit defeat. Fortunately, this guy wore a mask all day long, otherwise, in front of Lin, I would really lose out. Asma nodded in agreement, catch up with me too. Do not. You Sarutobi clan are all looking very sophisticated faces. Don't have a B number in your heart. When you grow a beard, the Sarutobi clan's genes will become prominent. Kiyosuk and Dato looked at him, and Asma felt her eyes, her face flushed. What are your eyes? What do you mean? It's boring. I just think you are shameless, said with a smile. A hole. You are also a shameless. Asma rushed towards the soil, and the two started fighting in the hot spring. Chingsuk and Kakashi moved to the side in silence, watching the two of them mess around. Suddenly, Kakashi asked, well, Asakawa, the fire escape you used before was released from your hands, is it a special ninjutsu? He was very interested in Kiyosuk's way of releasing fire escape with his hands. You said this, it is the blood inheritance of the family. It hasn't been awakened for many generations. When I suddenly awakened, it can turn my body into a flame, similar to the hydration secret technique of the ghost lamp family in Wien village. He raised a hand, and his hand was burning with raging flames. Fortunately, the devil fruit is localized, and there is no curse of the sea, otherwise, you can soak yourself to death by just taking a bath at home. If this spreads out and soaks himself to death in a bath at home, then his reputation will be lost. Is there still this kind of blood inheritance limit? It's really peculiar. Kakashi nodded, knowing that he asked a little bit beyond the interface, and that's it. On the other hand, Asma and Dato started splashing water on each other, and they drenched one of the two people on the side. Kingja threw the towel on their heads and joined the battlefield. You two guys are looking for death. Naive. Kakashi shook his head, feeling that it was not suitable for him, and decided to go ashore. Before he climbed ashore, he was dragged down by the soil, and the four of them made a mess. After making a fuss for a while, the four stopped, brought Dirt and Asma sneakily to the edge of the partition. The next door was the female soup, where Hong and Lin took a bath. Kakashi. Kingja. What's so beautiful about the little girl? There is no beautiful big sister next door. Therefore, the kid is the kid, at least it has to wait until 10 or no, 5 years later, it will be worth watching. Aren't you going? Kakashi looked at Kingja and asked. Who do you think of me? Am I going to be like those two scumbags? Kiyosuk was filled with indignation, pointing at Tato and Asma. I have never seen such a brazen person. This time I saw two people. At this moment, he is a giant. Oh, you are much more noble than them. Kakashi felt it was rare to have such a normal classmate. Kiyosuk said solemnly, of course, Hong and Lin are cute, but they are not good in figure. Now it makes no sense to peep. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Kakashi. Can I take back what I just said? You are the most abnormal one. After fighting for a while, they also got up and prepared to stroll the streets here. Put on clothes and go shopping with ease. Two licking dogs, Daitu and Asma, followed the two girls. Kakashi slipped away by himself, while Kiyosuk entered a gambling house with a transformation technique. This is a good saying, people don't have windfalls, they don't get rich, and Mawieko is not fat. All the money he spends on missions is used to buy ninjas. Thieves who detonate talisman waste money, plus D-level missions they can't make money. To a few dollars, now, we have to find a way to make a fortune. As soon as I entered the gambling house, I saw a group of people gathered together, and the whole gambling house was on the same table. A group of people bet against one person. It's not that one person slaughtered the quartet, but that group of people made a lot of money. The legendary big sheep. Big in every sense. Ma. Subconsciously touched his nose, not so unbearable, but it seemed to feel a little itchy. Is this body also young? This is a big bet. The blonde double ponytail slapped the table and put the money on it, and there was a wave of turbulent waves. Is it really just like that? We bet on the small. Everyone bet, the legendary big fat sheep is neither slaughtered nor slaughtered, and there is no such shop after passing this village. Small. Big sheep refused to admit defeat and continued to bet, come again. Beside her, a little girl said bitterly, Tsunasama, we really can't lose any more. It doesn't matter. Silence, this will definitely make me come back. You have to believe me. Tsunade has one of the 3 major illusions in life, and I can come back. This is betting me small. Seeing this, Chingsuk took out his last savings from the task, 50,000 taels. Take me one. I'll bet. It's so bold. Haha. We are also betting big. Nothing else. This little brother is so bold. That's right. Bet big. Open. Big. Double the principal and continue to bet all. Finally, the big fat sheep is no longer fat, and Kingja's wallet is fat. Looking at his bulging wallet, is this the feeling of a rich person? The big sheep had no money, and everyone returned to the initial situation, fighting on their own. Chingsuk accepted it as soon as he saw it. And slipped away. He had just passed an alley when a ruthless iron hand pulled him in. Help! Someone abducted a handsome madam in broad daylight. Chapter 16. Tsunade. Bang! It hurts. With a fist on the head, a red envelope appeared, and the transformation technique was also relieved in the blow. Kiyosuk touched his head and squatted on the ground. It hurts, it hurts. It feels like my head is about to be cracked. Sure enough, it's a ninja. Tsunade looked at the Konoha ninja guarding his forehead. It's Konoha, so he came out to gamble at such a young age, and he didn't get a good education at first sight. Who is your teacher? It's Mr. Ashimaru. Facing Tsunade, Kiyosuk didn't dare to mess around, so he could only pull tiger skins to make a coat again. Anyway, Ashimaru was not here again. Ashimaru? That guy actually accepted a disciple. Tsunade was surprised that Ashimaru's cold character would accept disciples, which really opened her eyes. You said you are a disciple of Ashimaru, what evidence do you have? Shul King Snake Hand. Several snakes appeared, entangled the silence around Tsunade, and the little girl screamed in horror, ah. Tsunade-sama, help! Asakawa-san, let me go. Mute and Kiyosuk are classmates, but they were taken away by Tsunade shortly after graduation. Mainly because her uncle is Kato. The fingers are not very flexible. The winner of life is the early death. As the only descendant of the Kato family and the only living relative of Kato Dan, Tsunade brings silence to her side. Sure enough, it's Ashimaru's technique, it's still so disgusting. Let's put it away. Tsunade believed in Kiyosuk's identity. After all, this technique is only known by Ashimaru in the entire ninja world. Oh, now there is one more. Is it really okay to pass this technique to this little Gengtai? But you kid went gambling at such a young age, do you know what the 3 ninja prohibitions are? You should also be a ninja, aren't you? Gamble on money. Boom. There is another red envelope on the top of the head, and a pagoda is stacked up. Boy! It seems that Yuan didn't teach you to respect your elders. You are not old either. Of course, I'm just in my youth. Does Shiwan, get him? I have urgent business to find him. Well, no money, ask him to borrow some money. Then what? Mr. Ashimaru is still in Konoha, he is not my instructor, I just went out for a stroll, there are tasks, goodbye, Tsunade-sama. Oh, do you know me? That's not it, the luck of losing every gambling, and this terrible weapon, it's hard not to know it. Slipped away. Yes, I have heard of your name, and I saw your portrait at Konoha Hospital. Holding his face tightly with one hand, he lifted him up. Boy! I dare to make my money even if I know it. It looks like you don't want to be confused. Help! Help! Ah! My face is going to be broken. It is broken. It rang. Is my facial bone rang? Silent help. Even if you beg me. Silent glanced at Tsunade weakly and said, I can't save you, Asakawa-san, please do it yourself. No. Mute. Don't look at me. We are classmates. Have you betrayed? My body is almost pineapple. Oh. Mo. Omo. Ah. I was wrong. Tsunade-sama, I shouldn't have gone there. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz, dare you next time. Don't dare. Seriously apologize and do it next time. No way, Big Sheep is so fragrant. It is really possible to get rich overnight. Finally, Tsunade let go of Kiyosuke. With the death of her younger brother and lover, she suffered from phobia, and she didn't want to return to Konoha. So she was happy and happy. Touching his face, I felt my bones were about to break. Okay, I'm making a lot of money. How can I spend this money? He had prepared a series of spending plans in his heart, and some of the 18 prohibited items were thrown away by him. After all, he was still a child. I bought some snacks unique to Yunokuni, strolled around the street for a while, and chose to return to the hotel. Putting things in his room, it was still early, and he was about to go out to practice, and it happened to hit the water gate. Ah, Kiyosuke-kun, you just came back, did they bring the soil back with you? Watergate asked. No, Tato and Asma are shopping with Hong and Lin. I and Kakashi are acting separately. Kingja asked, what happened? I just received the news that there have been missing children in several nearby towns. I have a bad premonition and I am a little worried. Ms. Watergate, we are all ninjas, shouldn't we be abducted? Chingsuk didn't think anyone could abduct Hong and the others. That's true, but after playing for so long, you should be back, right? Teacher Watergate, girls are very slow to go shopping. They are looking and picking. If you don't buy them, you will be exhausted to go shopping with them. Watergate nodded in sympathy. It was like that every time he went shopping with Juzune, that feeling might as well let him go to the battlefield. Then wait, dinner should be back too. In the evening, Mr. Kazama is going to invite people to dinner, we have to follow. Oh. At this moment, a sandpea wearing a Konoha forehead ran in, sticking his tongue out and said, it's not good, your 4 companions were taken away, and Kakashi has gone after him. Actually got caught, are you guys really ninjas? Pre-inspection. Watergate squeezed his eyebrows and said, Parker, take me over. I am going to. But you. Mizuman hesitated, and Kiyosuke said with a smile, they are also my companions, aren't they? It's really convinced that they can lose themselves when they go shopping. Okay, but be careful. I understand. Kakashi's ninja dog Parker nodded, jumped on the shoulders of the Watergate, and pointed the direction to the 2 of them. On the way, Watergate asked Parker, Parker, do you know who caught them with the dirt? I grabbed the 4 ninjas at once. This strength is at least higher than that of the ninja, or there are several ninjas. After all, among the 4 of them, only Lin is a civilian ninja, and the other 3 are ninjas of family history. In general, Zhongren can't knock them down in a short time. I don't know, Kakashi fought with one of them and found that the opponent had just used physical skills to force him back, and then he asked me to come to you. Parker said. Watergate's heart sank, and he could force Kakashi back by relying on physical skills. Could it be Tang Yinken's Shinobu? With Kakashi's strength, it is difficult for the average Zongren to push him back. Could it be the Shangren in Tang Ian village who can push him back? But why should they grab them? Or did you discover the identity of the son of Asuma's 3 generations of Naruto? Want to use this to blackmail Konoha? Guessing like this, the two quickly approached Kakashi's location. Chapter 17. Cherish life and stay away from cults. Relying on Parker's keen sense of smell, Mizuman and Kiyosuke quickly found Kakashi. Mr. Watergate. Seeing the arrival of the two, Kakashi nodded, cat's waist, hiding in a tree, observing the people below through the gap between the leaves. The 4 people, such as Dai-2, were tied to a wooden stake, unconscious. Not only them, but also a group of children, a group of people covered in black robes surrounding the 4 of them, and they were muttering words. Under their feet, there is a huge circle drawn with blood, and a triangle is nested in the center of the circle. Mizuman watched the movement below, frowned, and said, "Is this the recent rise of the country of Yuno, the so-called Thulhu? The Thulhu cult is a cult. The doctrine is unknown. Anyway, it is not a good thing. It has recently spread in small areas in the country of Tangzi. I heard that the child's disappearance was because of them." Thulhu. Kiyosuke recalled. After that, Asuma died in the hands of the flying band who believed in this religion. That guy's abilities were extremely weird. He had an immortal body. If he got the opponent's blood, he could be in the circle. Let the other person feel the same with yourself. Your heart will be broken, and the other person's heart will also be broken, but you have an immortal body and will not die. This wave is the limit 1-for-1 change. How did the 4 of them get caught? I don't know. When I was shopping, I saw Asuma being dragged into the alley. The leader of the opponent was very good at physical skills. I couldn't beat him and basically didn't have the opportunity to use physical skills. Kakashi recalled. Leave that leader to me. Kakashi, you and Kiyosuke will go to rescue them. Mizuman touched out his special kunao and said. Suddenly, they heard the Thulhu leader below frantically shouting, "Everyone, we can gather here today. It is all the will of the Thulhu Lord. These fresh lives, the most innocent children, will become the best of the Thulhu Lord. Sacrifice." He opened his hands and said, "From now on, let us enjoy. Enjoy the feast of sacrifice to Lord Thulhu. Before that, we must implement the doctrine. Essay. Let the Lord Thulhu see our loyalty. After all, I don't know where he took out a short black spear and pierced it into the heart of a person next to him. The pierced person didn't see any pain, even if the heart was broken and the blood kept flowing, he was still smiling and frantically smiling and shouting, 'Everything is for the evil god.' It was like a signal. The Thulhu cultists rushed towards their surrounding companions, smashing them with their fists, biting them with their teeth, or using the samurai, one after another, trying to end the other's life. The Thulhu leader also fell into it, using his exquisite physical skills to end the lives of one after another. The 3 of them were stunned, and there are still people fighting each other? Kiyomizu rubbed his chin and said, "It looks like they will be able to decide the outcome after a while. I guess it will be the last person to execute Asuma and the others." "Wait a minute, Teacher Watergate." Watergate nodded. "The suicide of this group of cultists should be related to their doctrine. It is estimated that it is a doctrine like kill your own companion or kill the people around you. This group of fanatical believers deeply believes in the doctrine. Even if it is a companion, they will kill, in order to please the evil god. It is not clear whether there is a Thulhu Watergate, but this Thulhu cult is crazy." Kingja thought for a while. He remembered that only Feijuan in Thulhu had the immortal body, that is to say, this group of people wanted to use the method of sacrifice to let them gain power from the Thulhu. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. However, cults harm people. Caring for life and stay away from cults. The scene below is extremely bloody. Even Kakashi and Kiyosuke watched it with the company of Watergate. However, the cult leader below does have some abilities. He has very good physical skills and has killed a lot of people without a drop of blood on his body. No wonder he can force Kakashi back. It seems that I have received the favor of Lord Thulhu again. I just want to get the immortal body. I need more. More sacrifices. Okay, let the Lord Thulhu see his favorite. It's a drama. Sticking out his tongue, licking the blood on the tip of the spear, showing a cruel smile, Master Thulhu will love this. Upon seeing this, Watergate immediately threw out the kunao in his hand. The Thulhu leader hit Kyowa with a short spear, and Kyowa flew into the air. Watergate's figure appeared instantly, caught Kyowa, and shot again. The Thulhu leader quickly dodged, but he didn't expect Watergate to appear next to him, and Kyowa flew towards his throat. Go with. His reaction was also extremely fast. The short spear blocked kunao. He saw the face of Watergate and the forehead guard on his head. He smiled and said, "So, Konoha's teacher came to look for these little guys. It's still slow. Up." He regretted that he did not have the slightest fear in the face of the Watergate. He separated from the Watergate, stabbed forward and blocked the Watergate. The short spears kept attacking. By virtue of physical skills, the two were inextricably beaten. Kakashi and Kiyosuke appeared, cut the rope that helped the four with kunao, immediately moved them to a safe place, and returned to take the remaining children away. Damn it! That's the sacrifice of Lord Thulhu. The Thulhu leader was furious. At this time, a chakra ball appeared in the palm of Watergate's palm, and it hit the Thulhu leader's abdomen all at once. Spiral pill. In Naruto world, there is nothing that one ball can't solve. If there is, then two. If it doesn't work, then rub a big one. As the founder of Mariko, Watergate used this trick to easily get rid of the Thulhu leader. Physique is really powerful. From the perspective of physique, it can already be comparable to Konoha's Sharingan. Watergate commented. The corners of Kingja's mouth twitched, and you are trying to try this guy's fineness, but I want to come, at the speed of Watergate. It's not difficult to deal with this guy, I just want to try his power. That's it. How are they? Watergate asked. I didn't find any injuries. It is estimated that I was stunned by these guys while shopping. Chingsuk said. A flame appeared in the palm of his hand, and the bodies of these people were set ablaze under the surprised gaze of Watergate. This is the blood succession boundary that the family hasn't opened for a long time. In my generation, it opened inadvertently. He explained it casually, and burned these people to ashes with continuous flames. The burnt smell of the air was uncomfortable, and the Watergate buried the group of guys on the spot with earth to escape, separated shadow clones, and helped take away the children who were abducted by the Thulhu. Kakashi and Kiyosuke carried them back together with Asuma and Tato. Chapter 18, Attack. The four who awoke were annoyed because they had all lost everything they bought. Only Kiyosuke made a fortune in a muffled voice, but he did not report to Yuri Zhenhong that Tsunade was here. One is because it is useless to report it. Although Mizuman is a disciple of Jiraiya, he can't persuade Tsunade to return to the village. Maybe he will be beaten. The other is to tell where Tsunade is. In case Mizuman and Yui are really red, they will be exposed if they go to the casino by themselves, so he doesn't want it. As the events of the Thulhu cult passed, no major incidents happened, and they passed steadily. A week later, they embarked on a journey back to the country of fire. After Mr. Kazama sold the goods to the buyer and signed a trade contract, he bought some of Yunokuni's souvenirs back. There are not many of these local products, so the speed of going back is much faster. The breeze is not dry and the sun is just right. The afternoon sun makes people drowsy. After lunch, Kingja is sitting in the carriage. Now there is not much stuff. 8 people are separated by a short distance, so there is no need to worry too much. Ziobai Snake got out of the cuff, and Kingja asked, "What's the matter?" "Ziobai, there are enemies." The little white man nodded sexually. Upon seeing this, he turned his head and said to Yuri Zhenhong, "Teacher Zhenhong." Yuri Zhenhong said, I followed us all the way yesterday. I went to see it last night, and there were a few ninjas from Wuyan village. Fog Hidden Village? They are not in the water country, what are they doing after us? We don't know this for the time being, but we have to be careful, there may be a fight later. Yuri Zhenhong said solemnly. Qingsuk is his subordinate, he knows the special blood inheritance boundary, don't worry about his safety. If Asma and Hong join forces, there is no need to worry too much. In other words, it was a robbery last time, and what was it because of this time? Is this really a sea-level mission? Is the probability of encountering wild monsters too high? How long has he been out of the village? However, the people in Wuyan village must be careful. After all, it is one of the 5 great shinobu villages. Even if they like to play infighting but can't do Konoha, they are also the 5 great shinobu villages. With that said, a faint white fog began to appear in the forest. It didn't take long for the fog to thicken and visibility was very low. The technique of mist hiding. Stay in formation. Protect Mr. Kazama. The 2 teams guarded Mr. Kazama and the carriages of several entourages, while Yui Mahong and Mizuman each held their weapons. Coming! Yuri Zhenhong gave a low cry, and smashed a ninja wearing a misty village guard's forehead. The next second, the ninja who was slashed in half suddenly turned into a pool of water. Water body. 1. A figure appeared silently behind Qingsuk, his hand pierced straight into his body, but there was no sensation of blood splashing on his body as imagined, but a feeling of hotness and burning. The pain suddenly made him withdraw his hand, and several snakes rushed out of Kiyosuk's collar and bit him in one bite. Kiyosuk, who was burning with flames in his heart, smiled coldly, "Hello, Nishiyuki." He grabbed the man's face and sprayed flames. The flame rushed out of the thick fog, burned the man's face to an imperfect, and killed him. Qingsuk? No. Wow! Asma saw the big flame hole in Kingsuk's heart, and was shocked not knowing what to say. Thinking of it, he once mentioned the blood inheritance limit, and asked curiously, "This is what you mean by the limit of blood succession?" Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Yes, don't yell, don't worry about me, take care of yourself. The flame made up the hole, and Chakra lost half of it, which was fine. Oh! Asma nodded blankly, this ability, a bit cool. This kid, is it Konoha's new blood succession boundary? There is a need to snatch. The misty ninja who was observing secretly saw the scene just now, and felt malicious in his heart. Xiaobai, find someone. Little White Snake stuck his head out to determine several directions, and Qingsuk immediately separated the shadow clone. The shadow clone rushed into the thick fog, and he shouted, "All get down." Grab the red, and Asma got down on the spot. Next moment. Boom boom boom. The shadow clone was detonated by him, and a series of explosions appeared, setting off strong winds and heat waves, and at the same time dispelling the dense fog. The hidden mist ninja was exposed, and there were several broken bodies on the ground. This kind of destructive power is at least grade B. Yuri Zhenhong commented. At this time, a golden figure rushed out, only to hear a scream, and the water gate flashed to his side, sending a fog. The hidden ninja threw it on the ground and said, "It's all done. Your speed is really fast enough. It is worthy of the ninjutsu created by the second generation of adults." Yuri Zhenhong said sincerely, "Fei Lei Shen's speed is too fast for people to react at all, and he will die if he encounters it." "It's nothing, Mr. Zhenhong, it's time for you to perform." Pray to Nam said humbly. Yui Zhenhong is an illusion ninja, and he is better at torture illusion, so it just happened to be handed to him. Nodded. Immediately Jian invaded the brain of the misty ninja with illusion, and tortured information. But as soon as he used the illusion technique, the misty ninja suddenly lost his breath, and Yuri Zhenhong frowned and said, "The mist set a seal in this guy's head. It was just triggered by me. The brain burned down. You left. Are there any other livelihoods?" Wuyan village is very conservative, and it is not surprising to have this method. In terms of confidentiality, this group of people is also first class in the ninja world. One more. Seal it, and then take this group back. It is good. Watergate sealed the last live mouth as quickly as possible, while Yuri Zhenhong asked Kiyosuk and the others to clean up the battlefield. Those corpses were loaded into the seal scrolls, and these corpses allowed Konoha's intelligence department to analyze all the information that could be obtained. After giving it all to Mizuno, Mizuno said, "I'll go back to Konoha first, and Kakashi and the others will ask you." "Nothing, this is my task." Yuri Zhenhong nodded. The three of Mizuno and Kakashi confessed, and then they teleported away with the Misty Ninja. It would be a waste of chakra to drive back to Konoha with Flying Thunder God. After all, the distance is a little far away. It is estimated that returning to Konoha, explaining a series of tasks and rest, will not be able to come back until tomorrow. On the side of Yuri Zhenhong, he also decided to speed up. No one knew what would happen on the road, so he had to hurry up. Mr. Kazama also knows the danger. But he is very afraid of death, otherwise he would not hire two teams, and the speed of everyone's return has more than doubled. In the afternoon of the next day, Mizuman rushed back, did not say much, just asked them to speed up, and the number of Konoha ninjas patrolling the border of the country of fire increased. Chapter 19, Learning of Spiritualism. It looks like your mission is really ups and downs, Kiyosuk-san. In the laboratory, Oshimaru laughed when he heard Chingsuk talk about the mission. Generally speaking, sea-level missions have not encountered so many things. Who knows, speaking of Master Dashimaru, why the Misty people came to attack us? Kiyosuk asked curiously. Dashimaru did not evade him either, saying, "The people in the mist want information about the village, and you happen to be there, and they are preparing for the war." "But, isn't the war just over? The Second Ninja World War ended in Konoha 38 to 39 years. It is reasonable to say that they should be recuperating and rejuvenating each other, and the fog is so fast to prepare for the war." Hearing this, Oshimaru smiled and said, "So in preparation for the war, Konoha was the victor in the Second Ninja World War. In addition, he was closer to the country of fire and the country of water, so I want to gather information. Kingsuk-san, the war on the surface is indeed over, but the fighting between the villages has been transferred to the dark. For a long time, there have been countless open and secret fights in the 5 ninja villages. Konoha was the victor in the first 2 ninja world wars. Of course, it caused dissatisfaction among many people and also showed strength. After Konoha White Fang committed suicide and Princess Slug left the village, Konoha has shown signs of decline, and now is the weakest moment. Especially when it is said that there is only one big snake pill left in the village. Look, Kiyosuk-kun, within 5 years, the Third Ninja World War is about to begin. During this period, save your strength." Oshimaru put down the test tube in his hand and said, "I have a technique to enhance it. Do you want to try your combat power? Is it a curse seal?" No, he still doesn't want to be imprinted by Uncle Snake. Without changing his face, he asked, "What is it?" "Lord Oshimaru." "Psychicism." Hearing this, Kiyosuk was overjoyed and said, "I'm studying. Ordinary psychic beasts such as Kakashi's ninja dog and Kai's ninja turtle can only play a role of detection and support in battle, while powerful psychic beasts can kill all quarters on the battlefield, such as Jalea's toad. The snake of Oshimaru. The ninja beasts they channeled out are extremely powerful and can cause terrible damage on the battlefield. In particular, the snakes of Oshimaru came from Longdi Cave, one of the 3 psychic holy sites, and the fighting power of the Oshimaru was even more terrifying. "Follow me." Following behind Dashyuan, they came out of the courtyard. Dashyuan bit his finger, formed a seal on his hand, and patted the ground. The black tadpole text spread out from his hand like a spider web. Psychic art. Bang! A huge smoke suddenly occupied the courtyard, and a giant snake appeared in the courtyard. The whole body was khaki-colored, the body of the water tank was thick and thin, and the body was coiled up, staring indifferently at the two people in front of him. Da Shiwang grabbed King Suk's arm and exclaimed, "Don't be afraid." In the next second, the giant snake opened its mouth wide and swallowed them in one bite, without even giving people a chance to react. Bang! The giant snake disappeared in the courtyard. Longdedong, read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. This is a psychic sacred place that is as famous as Miamu Mountain and Wetbone Forest. The intricate caves and warm environment here are very suitable for the survival of snakes. A large number of snakes thrive here, and the rich natural energy here makes some powerful. The snakes possess wisdom and great power. Among them, the white snake immortal is a terrifying existence that can be on the same level as the slug immortal of the big toad immortal Wetbone Forest in Miamu Mountain. There are two ways to reach Longdi Cave. One is to sign a psychic contract so that you can reach here through reverse psychic art, and the other is to find it here. Yuan found this place, completed the test, and signed a contract with Longdedong. The big snake appeared in the misty woods and vomited both of them in one bite. Then twisted his body into the darkness. It's dirty. The whole body was sticky mucus. I didn't know that Yuan could stand this way. The flame burned on his body and evaporated the mucus, but there was still a strange smell. You have to learn to get used to it. Looking at the misty surroundings, he asked, Master Ashimaru, where is this place? If you want to get the psychic beast, you must sign a contract with the psychic beast, and this is where you get the psychic beast, Longdi Cave, where there are many snakes that are bigger and fierce than the snake just now. If you want to summon, they must have a contract, otherwise they can sign a contract after completing the test. King Jin knew clearly, and asked, then how do I pass the test? It's up to you. Dashimaru smiled, I'm here waiting for you. If you continue walking, you can enter the Longdi Cave, but it's up to you to pass the test. Then what if it fails? It was eaten by the snake inside. Da Shiwan said this without a trace of emotion. After hearing this, Kiyosuk swallowed, isn't it? Life is in danger. I am here for a life of 9 deaths, but the greater the risk, the greater the reward. It depends on whether you are willing. If you don't want to, I can take you back. You can think of a solution for the psychic beast. Wait. I'm going. Kiyomizu said heartily, I'll go, after I come back. Oshimaru, you have to teach me the method of psychic formation, and don't run away. I'll wait for you for a day. Da Shiwan sat down on the spot. Okay, I'm going. The psychic beast is a must, and the immortal law must be mastered. The danger in the Longdi Cave is far from safe from Miamu Mountain. I wanted to go there to see if I could be a disciple. Dang dang. As a result, this guy has never seen it in the village. It is a little dangerous to follow Dashimaru, but is it possible to get spiritism? If he does not go, he may be excluded, and it is not impossible to become an experiment. Therefore, I can only bite the bullet. Looking at the little back figure stepping into the mist, a beautiful woman in a witch costume appeared beside Oshimaru. This is your disciple? Oshimaru. Not yet. If he came out alive, that would be the case. If he didn't come out alive, he could only say that he didn't have that life. Dashimaru said softly. This is his test of Kingja. If the test of Longdedong is not passed, it will be fatal. Without that fate, Kingja will not be able to survive, and will only become food for the snake. If he comes back alive, then he will accept him as a disciple. Hehe. Don't underestimate the test of Longdedong. I'm already looking forward to eating this kid's chakra. The witch's beautiful face suddenly paled, her mouth split, and her mouth appeared with fangs and snake letters, black. The eyeshadow spread to the nose. Then wait and see. Chapter 20. The more beautiful the girl is, the more deceitful it is. I'm a boy, is this broken place really Longdedong? You can't even see the opening of the hole. Can Bo-ren really get there? Kiyosuk murmured. Huang Mao too didn't watch a few episodes when he was traveling, only heard about it. Why didn't you watch it? Because it's too burning. He was afraid of seeing the brain congestion that caused his excitement. Stopped, a string of footprints appeared in front of him, and when he looked closely, it was his own, which means he was spinning in place. Gee! Feeling uncomfortable, a flame was lit in his hand, or else a torch would burn this misty forest. No, forget it. He stopped this thought. He was afraid that as soon as the fire was lit, a big snake would come out and swallow himself. That is. A bright light appeared faintly in the mist, and it was clear that there was fraud. He doesn't believe that snakes can use fire. This cold-blooded animal doesn't need these at all. Even if the white snake fairy wants to decorate with lights and bring out his own style, he won't use a row. But he still walked over. Without him, he didn't know where to go. The fog gradually disappeared, and in front of him was a magnificent gate tower, with flying eaves and arches, carved beams, and painted buildings, and the atmosphere was vigorous. On the vermilion heavy plaque, the 3 golden characters Longdedong were eye-catching and unusual. The thick pillars are decorated with the imprint of blue snake scales, and the golden snake body surrounds them, full of the style of the dragon cave. The heavy door was closed, and Chingsuk wanted to pat the door and shout, "FBI, open the door." After thinking about it, I still held back. Just when he was thinking about how to call the door slowly opened, and a green-haired woman with a golden bead crown on her head appeared and smiled and said, "Welcome, the distinguished guest from afar, we have been waiting for you for a long time, welcome to Longdi Cave." "Ah, hello, I'm Kingja, I want to sign a contract with Longdedong," Kingja said politely. "Longdedong is full of snakes, it is impossible for anyone to exist." Suddenly a young lady appeared. "Don't think about it. This is a beautiful snake, but she will definitely not be like Bai Sahen. She must be greedy." In other words, Kingja looked at the beauty in front of her, showing Xiao Bai on her wrist, pointed at the beauty and said to Xiao Bai, "Quick! Change! Noob! Listen, is this talking human? This human being is kind of weird. I am Tianxin Shenji, welcome the arrival of distinguished guests, if you sign a contract, you can come in first." Tianxin Shenji is as gentle as Yamato Nadeshiko, please enter into the building. I go, read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz, Chingsuk walked in at the invitation of Tianxin Shenji. It was decorated with luxurious gold. At first, you could see the reliefs and plans related to snakes. The lanterns were written with the square dragon, which brightened the whole hall like daylight. A scent penetrated into the nose, and in a blink of an eye, a large number of delicacies were placed on one side of the table, including chicken, duck, and fish meat, all in color, flavor, and steaming, making it easy for people to appetite. These delicacies are specially used to entertain distinguished guests. Come and eat some. Tianxin Shenji brought a plate of roast chicken and placed it in front of Chingsuk, expecting him to eat it. Then what, after I have eaten enough? This must not be eaten, right? The insect delicacy in Miamu Mountain is the big hole, and the Longdi Cave should not be bad. He doesn't believe that this beautiful snake can cook such a good skill, maybe it's illusion or poisoning in it. Tianxin Shenji's expression remained unchanged, and she continued to smile. Don't Chingsuk, don't say that. It's okay to eat a little bit. This is my heart. There is definitely a problem. In fact, I'm on a diet recently to lose weight. I'm looking for a slim figure, just like you, Sister Tianxin Shenji. Hehe, skinny doesn't look good. Tianxin Shenji covered her mouth and chuckled, I like fat. Your figure is very well proportioned, but it's a little smaller, but it's very tender. Oops, this look, she greets me. It was confirmed at a glance, and Kiyosuk smiled and said, No, it's better to be thinner. Konoha's girls like to be thinner. Sister, I like a little fatter, come and eat. Tianxin Shenji brought a plate of roasted suckling pig. The roasted suckling pig was shiny and fragrant, which greatly increased the appetite. Kiyomizu declined and said, "No, no, no, my mother told me not to eat strangers, and." He smiled and said to Tianxin Shenji, "This is fake, isn't it?" Tisk. Tianxin Shenji smacked her mouth uncomfortably, her face suddenly paled, red eyeshadow appeared, extending to her nose, her eyes also turned into golden vertical pupils, her little cherry mouth suddenly split, revealing her fangs, and she spit out blue snake letters. His expression also became fierce, really a disobedient human being, can't you just eat it obediently? As soon as the voice fell, the originally bright hall suddenly darkened, and slowly disappeared. Also disappeared was the food in front of him. The dense fog appeared again. Kiyosuke found that he was sitting on a cold, hard rock. That kind of very soft touch. Everything is nothing but the illusion of Tianxin Shenji. The surrounding ground is full of bones. These are the unlucky ones who were bewitched by Tianxin Shenji and ate the food, but she ate them instead. If Kiyosuke just ate them, that would be the end. I thought I could eat your little devil's fresh chakra, it was really disappointing. After being rejected 3 times by him, Tianxin Shenji knew that she had been seen through by this little devil. Since she was seen through, there is no point in hiding it. Devil, I saw at a glance that you are not human. Kiyosuke coughed and said with a smile, after all, I have never heard that snakes can make human delicacies, and they cook decently, and just like Tianxin Shenji, sister, you just said something right, the more beautiful a woman is, the more cheating. Humph. These are my creations based on the memories of those human beings that I have devoured. Humph. One bite of one sister, the name is sweet, and the thing is not eaten. Only crazy people who seek power will come here, so don't think it's smooth sailing ahead of me. Tianxin Shenji flew up angrily, her figure disappeared into the thick fog, and her breath also disappeared together. So close. I patted my chest. Fortunately, I was clever enough. If I just took a bite, maybe these bones would be my fate. But where should I go next? Hehe, if you don't know, then come with me. At this moment, with his hands on his shoulders and the head of the ball, the girl in white floats behind him. He smiled and said, I am Shikishima Haim. As long as Tianxin Shinki's test is not greedy, it is easy to pass, and my test here is also very easy. Do you want to try it? Chapter 21. Small chic and real-looking things. Ichikashima Haim is a flat figure, and her temperament is very different from Tianxin Shenji. Tianxin Shenji does not show that appearance, she is a gentle woman like Yamato Nadeshiko, while Ichiki Island Haim is very lively. Kiyosuke turned around, and his eyes swept across her very quickly, showing a dull expression. Hey! Kid! I always feel that you are thinking about something very rude. Shikishima-ji could not help but feel the malice in his eyes. How come, like you are also a treasure to some people? Kiyosuke gave a thumbs up. Ichikashima Haim felt worse, but she coughed and laughed, come with me. She floated in front, and Kiyosuke followed closely behind. The two of them came to an underground cave with a gleam of light. As soon as they entered the cave, a stone door suddenly closed, blocking the way. Shikishima-ji chuckled and said, my test is very simple, just get out from here. It's really simple, as long as you can get out, but how do you get out? The door was locked, and there was no key. He patted the heavy stone gate, and then hit it with a punch. Shimon did not move. The fist burned with flames, and it slammed down again, still the same. No, the 2 chakras just now shouldn't have been consumed so much. Feeling the loss of the chakras in his body, Kingja found out where it wasn't used. Oh? Did you find it? Shikijima's face also turned into a snake, and she smiled. I'm very honest. Let me tell you this. I can forcibly consume your chakra for a long time. You will fall, and then I can enjoy your body and chakra. What a terrible line. I knocked on the stone door and got a dull echo. No need to think about it, it was very heavy. Hey, this is... Feeling the breeze coming from under the door, that is to say, there is a gap here, she turned around and said to Shikishima-hime, you mean that escaping this cave is considered as passing the test, right? Of course, after the stone gate is outside, you can smash it hard, as long as you do it before your chakra runs out. Shikijima-ji nodded and said. The stone gate is so strong that it is impossible for this little devil to open it. Few ninjas can open the stone gate while accelerating the consumption of chakra. In the end, these people became her dish. Okay, don't shame. He stretched out his hand and put his hand on the seam of the door. Ichikajima was puzzled when he saw this and asked, do you want to pull the door open with brute force? It's true, but your body is still too small to be possible. I never thought about it. I'm not a foolish man. His body turned into flames, and then he got into the crack of the door. The flame has no specific shape. It can be any shape. Kingja found another way, turning his body into a flame, and then he could directly pass through the crack in the door. Ichikashima-hime watched the human-shaped flame in front of her become weak, and finally all disappeared in the cave. Wiping his eyes, I felt like I was dreaming. It's a lie. Ichikashima-hime felt depressed. With a wave of her hand, Kiyosuke, who had just appeared outside the door, found that the surrounding environment was filled with mist again, but the surroundings had become caves. Ichikashima-hime flew over and asked, what is the condition of your little devil's body? The situation is the same as the hydration secret technique of the Ghost Lantern clan. But this is flame transformation. Chingsuk will not omit a word even when he is killed. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz, next time I will make a non-ventilated one. Holding Kiyosuke's face, Ichikijima's cheeks bulged. Uncould kid, I could have eaten yours. Don't use such a cute expression to say such terrible things. I miscalculated this time. You passed my test, although it was cheating. Shikishima-hime counted him over, and his body gradually faded. Seeing someone about to leave, Chingsuk quickly asked, wait, where should I go now? You don't need to go. Ichikashima-hime smiled. In the mist behind Chingsuk, the beauty in witch costume floated over silently, exposing the snake's face, and biting on Kingsuk's shoulder. However, a handful of flames rushed up, making her hurried back. What's the matter with your body? The beauty asked Kingja, looking at the flames on her shoulders. Shikijima-ji, who was about to disappear, condensed her body at once, and said with a smile, Ahaha, Tansuhime, you also have times when you are flat. This kid is very special, and his body can turn into a flame. Tanjinji had just been scalded, but the hot spot healed quickly, and said, Cut, why didn't you say it earlier? I haven't gone back, you bit on it impatiently, I didn't get the grade. Shikishimeji spread out her hands and said helplessly. She wanted to say it, but it's a pity that Tanjinji moved too fast, too late. Tanjinji turned into a beauty again, and smiled and said, this level is a test of your heart. When she spoke, her face returned to a snake face. I can't test it, you have to be eaten by me. Come on, be obediently by me. Take a bite. Really small and chic. I reject. Kingja changed the face of the old man in the northwest. I don't want to be bitten by you. What if you are poisoned and can't resist? I'm Tanjinji under the White Snake celestial constellation, how could I poison you? He stepped back, folded his hands on his chest. You must be plotting against me. I want to consider my personal safety. Hehe, it's really interesting, Tanjinji, what would you do? Shikishimeji hasn't eaten Chingsuk anymore, and she is happy to see Tanjinji unable to do it. Is this the plastic sister flower? Loved love. Don't underestimate me. Tanjin-ji flew in. Kiyosuk wanted to retreat, but the stone under her feet suddenly formed a prison, imprisoning his lower body, unable to move. Just thinking about the elemental body, Tanjin-ji has arrived, grabbing his hands, and biting on his neck. The flames still flew, but the flames that flew out turned lavender. Tanjin-ji said, after all, these flames are also made of chakras. You only need to convert toxins into chakras to take effect on you. Your current flames are not threatening to us at all. The toxin chakra invaded Kingsuk's body, and he felt that his whole body was emptied of strength. Tanjin-ji suddenly turned into a big snake pill, and the other party licked her tongue and smiled and said, weird body structure, and this kind of blood inheritance boundary, you are very worthy of anatomy. I go, is illusion so real? He was afraid that Uncle Snake might send him to the operating table at any time. Chapter 22, White Snake Fairy. Shiwan is a man who believes in technology. His own existence is too special. If one day Shiwan does not hold back and takes possession of his body, it will be over. Hanging around by his side, Kiyosuk has always kept an eye on it. If the momentum is wrong, he will run away immediately. The Yuan in front of me is undoubtedly a fake and inferior product. He coughed and said, Sister Tanjin-ji, if you pretend to be Yuan, it's best to be colder and more abnormal. You are not abnormal enough, and this is really true. Torture the soul. Tanjin-ji. MMP, I was suspicious of my professionalism by a kid. Opened his mouth, spit out a sharp sword, held it in his hand, and said, Asakawa Kiyosuk, let me take a look at your body composition. It's fake at first glance. Master Ashimaru uses a scalpel to dissect things, so how could he use a big sword? Kiyosuk curled his lips. In fact, as long as you know that something like magic is fake, it's hard to be confused. The body can't wake up. Tanjin-ji is setting a test. In this case, there is no need to fear the crisis to life. This kid. Blue veins appeared on Tanjin-ji's forehead, and the transformed Ashimaru raised the sword, slashed suddenly, stopped in front of Kiyomizu, and asked, You don't hide. There is nothing to hide, it's all fake. Seeing his steady smile, Tanjin-ji smiled slightly, and the tip of the sword penetrated his face. The Kingja people were all stupid. You're serious? Of course, I am very courageous. It is better to use illusion techniques without knowing it. You little devil knew it early, and you didn't pass it at all. Illusion can be used to the best effect when the opponent does not know it. Not everyone will use the offensive illusion of the monthly reading level. When you realize that this is an illusion, the threat of illusion will be reduced, and the remaining question is how to remove it. It is difficult to change a person's inherent thinking. This is the subconscious mind. That's why Uchiha Shisui's other gods will be regarded as the strongest illusions, which directly act on a person's subconsciousness, and the gods can twist them unconsciously. People's subconscious mind can turn a good person into a bad person. To be more powerful, Daetong Muhui can also be locked in the basement and teach her to write orthography. In Kiyosuk, everything he sees is considered illusion, then the threat will be greatly reduced. The three beautiful snake immortals possess very powerful illusions. If you want to, you can let anyone die in it, but the white snake immortal sets an order. Only humans who have not passed their test can be eaten by them. This also means, they can't take the initiative to kill the incoming person. The threat is suddenly reduced to a minimum. As long as they remain vigilant, then the test is extremely simple. As Tanjin-ji announced that Chingsuk had passed the test, the surrounding scene changed again, and a temple appeared in front of her eyes. This is the real Longdi cave, where the white snake immortal lives. Tanjin-ji returned to her previous maiden appearance, and regretfully said, If you just succumbed or begged for mercy, I would eat you, but I didn't expect you to be afraid at all. You kid staying with the madman Ashimaru, it really is. A little madman. No, I'm a normal person. Chingsuk felt that he should justify his name. The people who come to Longdedong are lunatics who want to gain strength. Come with me. You have passed the test, and Lord Whitesnake is waiting for you there. You already have this qualification. Tanjinji led the way, and Kiyosuk followed close behind. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. The gate tower built by Shinki Tianxin is exactly the same, except that it is much darker and the patterns on the gate are all the same. Tantsuki opened the door and said, "Go in, Immortal White Snake is waiting for you inside." "Oh, thank you, sister." "Hey! Little devil, you are older than your ancestors." Tanjinji was very unhappy that she hadn't eaten Chingsuk, and she squeezed his face back and forth. Kingja worked hard, let her continue to do it. There is a white snake immortal, she can't die by herself, let her have a hand addiction. Let this girl be presumptuous for a while. Go in. Okay. Stepping into the gloomy temple, only some lanterns emit a faint light, and a long step stretches into the darkness, and Chingsuk steps up the steps and keeps going up. In the darkness, 2 huge lanterns light up. No, they are not lanterns, but a pair of huge snake pupils, without a trace of emotion, looking down at him. With the light of the lantern, on the huge stone seat, a huge white phosphorus snake occupies it. The white body is connected to the place where it is enshrined. It is extremely long, with orange-yellow pupils and a green cat's eye on the chest. She wears a purple ribbon to protect his forehead, is studded with a red night pearl, and has 2 golden rings on his white tail. There was a pipe in his mouth and a faint white smoke. Is it so social? Worthy of being the white snake immortal, I remember that the big toad immortal in Miamu Mountain next door also soaked in the bathtub all day long. I recalled that Toadwen was too smoking and drinking all day. If he had hair, he would probably burn his head. Well, one of the 3 psychic holy places. The style of painting is a little weird. Hello, Immortal White Snake, this is Kiyosuk Asakawa, I want to find a snake to sign a psychic contract. The White Snake Immortal said, I know everything that happens in Longdi Cave, I can detect it. Are you a disciple of Yuan? Not yet. Although he taught his own spiritism, he didn't have this message either. That's okay, since you have passed the test, then you can practice our Dragon Earth Cave immortal art. The White Snake Immortal said. Xianshu? Well, can I ask, how can I learn? Kingsuk's eyes lit up. It was Xianshu, alas, it was different from Miomushin's Xianshu, but its attack power was definitely strong. I will bite you and inject the natural energy of Longdedong into your body. If you are not dead, then you have learned. If you die, I will eat you. The White Snake Fairy said lightly. Chingsuk shed a cold sweat, is it so simple and rude? Then what, can I delay the time of cultivation? Oh? People who come to me are often lunatics who can't wait to learn and seek power. You little guy actually wants to delay cultivation? Human beings are creatures that obey desires. I have seen too many falling for desire. Humans of the abyss, don't you hunger for power? No, I long for Nako. Of course I won't say this, no, my body hasn't developed well yet. I don't feel it can bear it, and I'm not here to practice immortality, but want a psychic contract. It's easy. The White Snake Immortal said. Throwing the contract scroll of Longdedong in front of him, anyone who is qualified to practice can sign a contract with our Longdedong. Chapter 23, Black Snake. Kiyosuk put the contract scroll that was thicker than him on the ground and slowly opened it. After 2 unknown names appeared on it, the third one was Ashimaru. His name is written in blood, and his handprint is below. After signing a blood contract with Longdedong, he can summon the serpent in Longdedong through psychic technique. The White Snake Fairy slowly said, write your name in blood, mix the blood with chakra, press on it, and you can sign a psychic contract with Longdedong. Oh! Chingsuk bit his finger immediately, wrote his name in blood, poured chakra into the blood, painted red fingers, and pressed the handprint on it. Afterwards, a chakra was reported on the scroll, which rolled his left arm. Immediately, Kiyomizu felt a burst of pain. When the pain subsided, black lines appeared on his left arm. At this moment, Chingsuk signed a contract with Longdedong, and the white snake said, "Well, boy, this is the blood contract between our Longdedong and you. Also, are you sure you want to delay the time of cultivation?" "Yes. If you die, it will be invalidated." "Your old man wants me to order something good, okay?" "Hey. Okay, let's find a stronger snake to sign the contract." "Oh? Hasn't the contract been signed?" Kingja asked. The white snake fairy replied, "It is indeed a contract, but it has the ability to summon the ordinary snake in the dragon cavern. If you want to summon the snake with the fairy magic chakra, you still need to tame it yourself." "Is this concept different?" "It's not the same. Go to Tangenji and the others, they will take you there." "Let's go down." The tail rolled up the scroll and issued an expulsion order. "Then goodbye, immortal white snake." Chingsuk left. An immortal white snake looked at his back and whispered, "Fate is like a mess, it's difficult to sort out, but if you don't survive, it's useless. I want to learn from the immortal in Longdedong. The technique is not that simple." Outside the door, Shikishimoheim was waiting for Chingsuk, and said, "Let's go, let me take you to find a big snake that can use Zyanja chakra. By the way, where is Tangenji's sister? She said she didn't want to see you, let me take you there." Shijujimaji flew up and said, "The immortality of Longdedong is very powerful. Isn't she really not learning it? There is no way for Dashimaru that guy to learn?" "Master Dashimaru can't learn?" Kingja asked. Ichikajima nodded without concealing it, and said, "Ashimaru's body cannot withstand the strength. Although he is not dead, he was judged by the Lord White Snake Immortal that he could not study. That's really miserable. Yida Shiwan's talent is not that he can't learn, but that his body cannot withstand the natural energy. Although I don't know what happened to Da Shiwan's body, I can only silently mourn for him now. By the way, Sister Shikishimoheim, how should I sign a contract with those big snakes?" "It's very simple. I'll take you to choose the big snake. You can sign a contract with it, but it's up to you whether you can control him or not. Ichikashimoheim and the others can help him sign a contract, and then they need skills to control the psychic beast. Most of the Orokai society in Longdedong will obey the orders of the immortals, but there are also tyrannical characters, and the powerful will not obey obediently. Just like Ashimaru's Wanshi, every time you play, you need to pay a fee." Bringing Kingja to a cave, the caves of Longdedong are intricate. If there is no local snake to lead the way, it is easy to get lost, stray into the territory of the snake, and if there is no skill, it will be reduced to the dinner of the snake. Although Kingja's physique is not enough to stuff his teeth, read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz, without Ichikashimoheim, he would never come here easily. "Let me take a look, let's go here." Shikishimoheim whispered softly when he brought Chingsuk to a deep underground lake. Glancing at the dark lake, Chingsuk asked, "What then?" Ichikashimoheim patted her palms, and then a black snake slowly raised her head from the lake. "Wow!" The lake water fell along the black and shiny snake scales. A pair of golden and cold vertical eyes looked at the two people in front of them, and said, "Sir Shikishimoheim, don't you know what's going on with me?" The voice was cold, still a female snake. Ichikashimaji pointed to Kiyosuk and said, "This is a human being who can sign a blood contract with our Longdedong. We need a partner, Black Snake, and he will sign a contract with you." "A human being, can you sign a contract with me?" The black snake lowered his head, and Kiyomi found that there were two horns growing on the back of the black snake's head. It was obviously not a simple thing. "Don't underestimate this kid, Black Snake, he is not a simple person. I have a hunch that he can complete the test of the White Snake Immortal, and this is also the order of the White Snake Immortal, you can't violate it. Shishu Island. Although Ji is smiling, his tone cannot be rejected. The black snake's eyes flickered, and he was silent for a while, and said, I know, if it is the white snake immortal and Ichikashima-hime ordering this. Ichikashima-hime said, Kiyomizu, this is the black snake. The strength of the snake in Longdedong is also very high. Even if it is compared to the Wanshi of the Ashimaru, it is not too much. If you have the ability to control her, then, your future achievements will certainly not be low. I see. I'm Kiyosuke Asakawa, please advise, Kurosaki. Well, I am the black snake, remember, if it's not a strong opponent, don't summon me. The black snake said coldly. I know. If you want a psychic beast at the level of black snake to appear, your opponent must be a very tricky guy. Normally, those can't speak big snakes in Longdi Cave are enough. After that, you can call me. Black Snake said. With the consent of the black snake, Ichikashima-hime asked one person and one snake to sign a contract. Big snakes like Black Snake and 10,000 snakes cannot be summoned if they don't have a contract. Longdi Cave is not like Miyamu Mountain. Whoever calls will come, or whoever has time will come. If it hadn't been for Shishujimeji and the White Snake Fairy's orders, Black Snake wouldn't sign a contract with him. However, it was very lucky to get the contract from Longdedong. Normal snakes are enough for him. Black snakes belong to the type at the bottom of the pressure box. The black snake slowly sank into the lake, and Shishujima said, Okay, you can go back. Next time you will be in the fairy mode. I really don't know if you can make it through. Who knows? Shrugging her shoulders, Ichikashima-hime called a snake to send him out of the Longdi Cave. Sitting at the door, Dashimaru nodded with satisfaction when he saw Chingsuk, and asked, Have you practiced the fairy mode? No, I don't think I am suitable for practicing this right now. Chingsuk said. Indeed, you are still too weak now, it's not the time to practice this. Dashimaru said, It's time to go. Okay, Lord Ashimaru. Dashiwan patted him on the head and said, It's time to call the teacher in the future. Okay, Lord Ashimaru, no problem, Lord Ashimaru. Orochimaru. Chapter 24, Ashimaru Ninjutsu Features. After returning to Konoha, Kiyosuke spent the night at Dashimaru. On the second day, Ashimaru officially taught him to practice. After obtaining the contract with Longdedong, Chingsuk no longer needs to hide the snake in the sleeve as before. He can directly appear through the spirit technique, the psychic snake, and use the shulker snake hand. The snakes in Longdedong are also smarter and easier to attack than ordinary snakes, and the upgraded version of shulker snake hand, shulker more snake hand, you don't need to learn it. Hilarious Shadow Snake Hand is nothing more than the psychic creation of more, larger, more ferocious, and intelligent snakes based on the hidden Shadow Snake Hand. After having a contract with Longdedong, Chingsuk can use this trick. Ashimaru just explained the precautions to him. This time, I will teach you a sneak attack ninjutsu, which is also based on spiritism. Ashimaru said to Kiyomizu. Kingsuk's eyes lit up and asked, Teacher Oshimaru, what kind of ninjutsu is it? As soon as he heard Yinren's ninjutsu, he came to mind. After all, the powerful ninjutsu is based on its own strength, and the sneak attack ninjutsu is about a surprise attack. Chingsuk felt that there was nothing wrong with making an old yin coin. Dashiwan nodded and said, This is called the tongue snake sucking swallows, which is to spit out a snake from the mouth, and use this snake to grab the enemy very close in front of you, and use the poison of a poisonous snake to defeat it. Kiyosuke. This trick is the combat characteristic of Dashimaru. I spit snakes, snakes spit me, snakes spit snakes, I spit me, I spit swords, snakes spit swords, although I am sick, I use them and follow Dashyuan to practice. Kiyosuke feels that something is going away from him. What should I do? Dashiwan was very satisfied that Chingsuk could accept it. After all, he himself knew that the taste was very heavy, and most people couldn't accept it. He patiently said, "You first summon a small poisonous snake." "Yes." "Pull open the left sleeve, bit your finger, make a stroke on it, leaving a mark, and then seal the seal according to Professor Oshimaru's method of seal, psychic art." Bang! A small green snake with a triangular head appeared in front of him. Spit a snake letter towards Chingsuk. The speed of Jian still needs to be practiced. Knowing that Chingsuk is used to using the blood relay limit, when it is time to use ninjutsu, he still needs to go to Jian. On the battlefield, the speed of Jian is faster than the opponent's 0.1 second. Are all victories? Oh! Shiwan picked up the poisonous snake. In his hand, the poisonous snake was not threatening at all, and said, "Open your mouth." You need to spit this snake down first." Shiwan said. Although I had been mentally prepared, my scalp was still numb, and I bit my scalp and opened his mouth. Yuan caught the poisonous snake and stuffed it in. "Woohoo! Don't bite it down, otherwise I won't be able to save you if anything happens." With a reminder, Shiwan continued the movement in his hand. He resisted the feeling of retching, and finally swallowed the whole snake. Oh! I retched on the ground and suddenly felt the poisonous snake in my stomach disappear. Is my stomach so powerful? Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. The snake has returned to the Dragon Cave. The next time you use it, it will be summoned. It will rush out of your stomach and bite the enemy. Master Oshimaru, you don't have this kind of ninjutsu here, right? I don't want to learn this kind of ninjutsu anymore. Hearing this, Shiwan Chuan, as a child, had a temper, and smiled. "Hehe, you will know in the future." "No, I don't want to know at all." "Okay, I will teach you the seal of the tongue snake sucking swallows. Remember, the seal of the starting hand is the SI seal. The teaching level of Dashimaru is not superficial. It is very easy to understand and explain the truth in simple terms. It is a pity that it is a pervert. Otherwise, it is possible to become a famous teacher. But the impression he left to the world was that of a freak, a madman, and a pervert. Kiyosuk's comprehension ability is also top-notch, able to quickly absorb the knowledge of Professor Oshimaru, and draw inferences from one another. The tongue snake sucking and swallowing technique can be set up in advance. The snake can be summoned in advance in battle to avoid a tense situation in the battle. If there is no time to seal the seal in advance, and then kill the opponent unexpectedly. Then give it a try. Kingja nodded, sealed the seal according to Dashimaru's teaching method, and then opened his mouth. The poisonous snake he had swallowed reappeared and rushed out of his mouth. It was fine at close range. "Well, Mr. Oshimaru, can you summon different snakes? For example, this poisonous snake, or that kind of toxin will not kill people, but are there any snakes that numb the opponent's body?" Swallowing the snake again, Kingja asked. "Of course it is possible. Summoning is your own thought and controllable. Therefore, you can summon a snake and swallow it in. You don't need me to teach you. Come on your own." Kingja. "Forget it. Looking at the time, it was approaching noon. Kingja said, "Teacher Dashimaru, let's go out for dinner." "Go by yourself, I can take the Bing Liang pill, and the experiment has not been completed." Like Dashyuan, the general task is A level or S level, but this type of task is not always available. They have it all the time, so he spends a long time in his free time, and during his free time, he stays at home. In addition to teaching Kiyosuk ninjutsu, he does experiments. The door doesn't go out, and the door doesn't move forward. If you eat, use soldier's grain pills to deal with it. Although the taste is not good, it is full. Teacher Oshimaru, you have not left the laboratory for almost 3 months, so you should go for a walk, and Konoha will open a new ramen shop today. Let's go and eat together. Has it been 3 months? As someone who has mastered the core technology, Yuan has no concept of time, but it doesn't make sense to go out behind closed doors. It might be inspiring to go for a walk. Before going out, I picked up a Kingja come back. Let's go for a walk this time too. Then go. It is good. The master and apprentice left the laboratory together. Today Konoha is very lively, because Konoha has opened a ramen shop, which is small in size, but the taste is superb. The ramen shop is called Yul, and the owner of the shop is squinting with his hands, and the craftsmanship is very good. As a ramen shop that runs through the entire Hokage drama, it is also a famous food in the second dimension. How could Kiyosuke not try it? He swaggered towards the location of Yul Ramen. He was not in a hurry. Today, the opening price is half price. What is terribly crowded is that there are too many people to be anxious. Passing an alley, I heard a slightly rugged man flaunting and saying, "Look, pray to Nam, you have studied the secret technique for 3 years. I have learned it, how about it? Very powerful. It's worthy of being a teacher, Jiraiya, but I still have things to do, so I'll take a step ahead." Watergate hurriedly left, but Gillette also dragged the helix pill in his palm, froze in place. Chapter 25, Encounter. Jiraiya. Ashimaru walked out and saw Jiraiya, who is also one of Konoha Sunin. "Ashimaru? You guy is really willing to go out of the house. Look, how? My ninjutsu." Jiraiya was surprised when he saw the visitor, and then raised the helix maru in the palm of his hand and flaunted, "This is the water gate. I learned ninjutsu after 3 years of painstaking research, but I learned it very quickly. Is the A-level ninjutsu of Watergate? It's really good, but you have learned it for a long time with your talent." Oshimaru knows Jiraiya's talent well, so he said with a smile. "Just kidding, I'm very good. A-level ninjutsu is not that easy to learn, and this kid is your disciple." Gillette also looked at Chingsuke. Kiyosuke greeted, "Hello, Lord Jiraiya, I'm Kiyosuke Asakawa, a disciple of teacher Osameru. This is a famous teacher who has trained a bunch of shadow-level powerhouses. Although lustful, his teaching level can be said to be the first in the world, and among his disciples, the Son of Destiny appears, that is, the Prince. It even cultivated 2 Hokage, exaggeratingly speaking, this is the Emperor. Well, it's more polite than your teacher." He put Helix Maru in front of Kiyosuke and said, "How about it? Isn't it cool? Is that so?" Kiyosuke spread out his hand, and a fireball about the size of Helix Maru was suspended in the palm of his hand. It didn't look like it, so he added special effects to the fireball to make the flames revolve around the fireball, not to mention it was so interesting. "Jiraiya. Boy, you are just a vain form, but my attack power is very strong." He does not believe in evil. So, Kiyosuke opened his hand and shot a fireball on the ground, blasting a pit larger than a football on the ground. "Jiraiya." He looked at Dashimaru and said, "Your apprentice taught me specifically to demolish the platform, right?" "No, he just can't get used to someone's habit of showing off. It's better to be in front of children." Dashyuan felt unusually comfortable when he saw that Ji Lai was deflated. Yeah, it's just Muji ninjutsu, so no one will be the same." "Boy, do you know how difficult Muji ninjutsu is?" Ji Lai also had a black face, remembering that the kid in front of him would also be Muji, his face suddenly as ugly as if he had eaten a fly. "I don't think so." "Hey, Ashimaru, isn't this kid a ninja of the blood succession boundary?" "Yes, my ancestor is, but I haven't awakened for a long time, and he has awakened in his generation. This probability is terrible. If there is no one awakened for a long time in the blood succession boundary of a blood succession family, then this guy will quickly decline, and it is basically impossible to wake up afterwards. It is comparable to that of Kiyosuke. When I went out, I met 6 immortals, so low that it was almost impossible. Of course it is impossible. Chingsuk is not the limit of blood inheritance. This kid's luck is really good. It's not easy for you. I am finally willing to accept a disciple. He was really happy to see that his best friend could accept a disciple. He originally thought it was impossible to accept a disciple with this guy's temper. Although the talent may not be as good as Watergate, it is at least better than you. Ashimaru said. You guy, okay, it's rare to meet up and have a couple of drinks. He grabbed Ashimaru by the shoulders and dragged him to the izakaya. Originally, Kiyosuk wanted to live with him in the past, but he was rejected by Jile for the reason. He can't take children to adults' places. I bother. I'm just an underage body. Dirty lord. Also, the izakaya you went to, was it serious? I'm still going to eat ramen. Yul ramen is a famous delicacy. You must try it. After queuing for more than an hour, it was almost afternoon and I finally got my seat. Read more at hotmtalnovel.xyz, boss, a char siu ramen. An extra portion of char siu. No problem. The young hand beater squinted his eyes to deal with the work. Chingsuk looked at his busy hand beater, his eyes became deeper and deeper, and he couldn't see through. Is this the strength of Datong Mule? According to unreliable sources, the hand-tying master squinted his eyes all year round just to hide his reincarnation, writing round eyes and living in Konoha. In fact, he is a peerless expert of the Otsuki clan, and making ramen is just a hobby. Looking around, this small ramen shop is actually Konoha's strongest place. Even after a series of events such as the Nine Tails Rebellion, the Konoha Collapse Plan, and Pain's invasion of Konoha, you can still see it the next day. The position works as usual, and the defense factor is comparable to that of Chudayu. Here, your char siu ramen, please use it slowly. Just as Chingsuk released his thoughts, the handmaid master had already made the ramen. A large piece of barbecued pork is laid on the soft noodles, garnished with chopped green onion and shredded seaweed on the side, plus half an egg. It looks very good, smells fragrant, and makes people appetite. Breaking off the chopsticks, he whispered, I'm moving. The moderately hard noodles bite in the mouth, and the delicious noodle soup will explode the umami flavor on the taste buds. It is very delicious. The char siu tastes very good too, which shows the skill of the cook. This bowl of noodles, if evaluated in 2 words, it is very delicious. Guru. He even drank the soup, wiped his mouth, and put down the food. Guest, half price today, you have paid too much. The hand beater said. No, I'll come back tonight. He waved his hand, and I will definitely come back tonight. Let's eat miso ramen tonight. This task is to help Kyunza blacksmith's family collect sweet potatoes. Yes. *3. This time the task is to find the cat Zaiho who was lost in Mrs. Matsushida's house. Yes. *3. The mission is. Yes. *3. I can't take it anymore, Mr. Zhenhong, don't have C-level missions? Why are so many D-level missions sent to us recently, is my old man crazy? Asma couldn't help but say. Hong said, Asma, don't say that about Naruto-sama, we are just forbearance, and we can't say that we can receive a C-level mission every time. Yes, Xiaoren's daily routine is to pick up trash. Chingsuk said. One thing he said, he didn't really want to pick up trash. Well, let Asma go back to grind his father later. Every time I go home, my mother is talking about me. Sweat more today and cry less in the future. Teacher Zhenhong is here, we are going to pick up the trash. Yuri Zhenhong came up and said, pack your bags and prepare to leave the village. This time we are going to leave the village. When they heard leaving the village, the 3 of them brightened their eyes and went home to take their bags. Although they didn't want to go out of the village often, they would occasionally go out. Kingja and the others prepared a bag and they just went home and took it. You don't need to go back. Pack. Soon after, the 4-person team assembled at the gate, and after showing the certificate, left the village to perform the task. Chapter 26. Recovery information. Towering ancient trees and lush woods, the 4 of them quickly shuttled between the woods. Yuhataka introduced the mission. Our destination this time is still Unokuni, but this time it is not at the border between Unokuni and Fireland, but between Unokuni and Unokuni. The country of Uno is located to the northeast of the country of Fire. Passing through the country of the moon is the country of the moon, and then the country of thunder. They went to the country of the moon this time to retrieve information. There are spies infiltrating each other in the 5 major ninja villages to collect information from each other. The ninjas in each village will establish secret strongholds in various places to pass on the information collected by the spies, and the village will send ninjas to take it away at regular intervals. And this time, the sea-level task was handed over to them. The time given by the village is fairly generous. According to Yuri Zhenhong, they can play for a few days, which is also considered a default benefit. Of course, they are not always playing on the road. Yuri Zhenhong teaches them where to set traps and where to hide themselves. After all, the ninjas who have just zoomed in on the front are a few of the few. Most ninjas are still used to poisoning and setting traps. This knowledge allows them to be more cautious when performing tasks outside. It is also common for Zongren to poison and kill Shangren. You have to learn to detoxify yourself. You must not only poison but not detoxify. Master Yuan is good at poisoning and detoxifying. Only a small group of people knew about Ashimaru's acceptance of Kiyosuk as a disciple, and he was among them. Besides his own blood succession limits, the ninjutsu that Kiyosuk usually uses is Ashimaru's characteristic ninjutsu. It's hard to know. Generally, anyone who has seen the hidden shadow snake hand can know that Kiyomizu is a disciple of Dashiwan. I know this, but Mr. Yuan hasn't taught me yet. Poisoning is easy. Just let a snake bite. According to Yuan, detoxification is also very simple. Just let a snake bite. He hasn't learned how to fight poison with poison. To learn how to fight poison with poison, he needs a lot of knowledge. Most people don't want to come. However, under the teaching of Dashiwan, Kingja will detoxify weaker poisons, like the toxin of Sanjiao fish, and even the big snake. Maru finds it tricky, let alone him. Along the way, Yuri Zhenhong instilled knowledge in the 3 little guys, but he didn't instill too much. It was too late, and they needed time to digest. This time there were no goods to be escorted. The 4-person team traversed the country of Fire, and after entering the country of Uno, they hid their identity as Konoha ninja. There are also ninjas from Tangian village in the country of Tango. This time they are taking the information. They are entering the village quietly. Don't shoot. You can't reveal your identity, and you can't put this kind of thing on the bright side. On the way, they also encountered a few Tangren who performed the task, but it seemed that the strength was not good, and it was not as good as the 3 of them. Yuri Zhenhong said, Tangian village is about to die. I heard that the name of Tangian is ready to weaken Tangian village. There will be things to hire ninjas from other villages in the future. Isn't it more expensive to hire ninjas from other villages? And if the war comes, and each village is in its own right, it is impossible to allocate energy to protect Unokuni. Kiyosuk said incomprehensibly, read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz, when the war comes, you are all going to sweep your door. Who will take care of you? Have you forgotten? There are also wandering ninjas and rebellious ninjas. Yu Imahong said, their prices are much cheaper than those of us regular ninjas. In order to survive, they will also take on some ugly missions. That's the case, if you are Renin, you are really short of money. But if it were me, I would definitely not become Renin, said Kiyomizu. Betraying the village is absolutely not allowed. Zahi Zhenhong said solemnly, knowing that the 3 of you would never betray the village, but he still said, if one of you becomes a betrayal, I will chase you to the end of the world. Saying this, I know deep down that the three of them will never betray. Among the three, Asuma was the son of Naruto, and it was impossible to defect. Her daughter knew that she had been instilled in the will of fire by him since she was a child, and it was the same, while Kiyosuke was a disciple of Ashimaru, and betrayal was also impossible. I am afraid that Lord Ashimaru will clear the door before he makes a move. Kiyosuke smiled and said, what is good about being a betrayal, living a life of displacement, being offered a reward for killing by the village, eating 3 meals of hungry, and having a life without a meal is not good at all. Not everyone is Ashimaru. After defecting, they can build a ninja village by themselves and let that village make money for themselves and provide research funding. Most of the rebels either go it alone or team up with rebels or wandering ninjas from other villages. Do some dirty and dangerous work, and there is no guarantee of life. A small number of people join some mercenary organizations, thinking of returning to the village by the way, a shame. It is naturally good to have this kind of thought, everything is for the village, for which we can give our lives. Xiri Zhenhong said solemnly. Speaking of rebellion, Kiyosuke remembered that in a few years, the Upper Water Gate will become the 4th generation of Hokage, and Ashimaru will defect soon. He will definitely not follow him out, in case he gives his body some to occupy it, that would be troublesome. I have to start doing some hard work. Otherwise, waiting for Ashimaru to defect, his status in the village will also plummet. If he goes out to buy some food, he will be monitored by Anbu or Gen. Ashimaru's defection is inevitable, and his own people are light-hearted, even his disciple. The suggestion is probably of no use. It is better to wait for the water gate to take the position, and gradually get away from Ashimaru. After a few days of work, Kiyosuke and the others passed through the country of Yuno and came to the border of the country of the moon. The scenery of the moon country is also good, because it is close to the thunder country. The terrain is mostly alpine valleys, surrounded by clouds and mist, and it is beautiful. The joint is located in a dilapidated small town on the border of the moon country. Pushing aside a pub, Yuri Zhenhong, who became an ordinary old man, sat in the seat, coughed 3 times, and said, "Oh, this body is getting more and more. It's no good, boy. Have a glass of warm wine and 3 more side dishes." Soon after, he was full of food and drink and called the waiter. When paying the money, he touched his pocket and had no money. The waiter was furious. "If you don't have money, you can drink Get out of here." After talking about pushing and shoving Yuri Zhenhong out of the izakaya, and pushed him to the ground, Yuri Zhenhong scolded him and got up, got into the alley, and said to the 3 people hidden in the shadow, "The information is available, we should retreat." Up. Yes. Chapter 27, Union Chasing Soldiers. The exchange of information is very simple, and it is often done inadvertently. This pub is opened by Konoha, and it is specially used to transmit information. The scene of each connection is different. This time I have a king's meal and the waiter is there. During the push, the information is handed over to Yuri Zhenhong's hands, and it will be changed every time. The intelligence finally has the time and code for the next transmission of intelligence, which will be changed every time. The 4 left the town immediately. At night, when the izakaya was busy, a group of brawny men in Union Village ninja costumes walked in. The headed man was sturdy, with a tiger-backed waist, like a giant bear standing up, with a loud voice, and roared, "Don't run! On!" The Union Village ninjas behind him swarmed and controlled everyone in the izakaya. "Check me one by one until you find the connector, get back the information," said the leader. Yes. The rest of the people began to investigate, one after another, and finally checked out the izakaya owner and waiter, and used illusion techniques to force out information. The intelligence has been taken away by Konoha's people. This made them very upset. They didn't know how much information about Union Village was recorded on it, but they had to get it back, so that Konoha could not get the information, which would not benefit Union Village. Ask 2 people to take away the izakaya owner and waiter, while he leads someone to chase the information. Konoha's tavern was pulled out, and several spies were also found out. This is not all Konoha left in Union Village. There are also spies, but the loss of these spies is also a loss, and Union Village will also get some information about Konoha Village from these people. Master Riki, Konoha's people just left in the afternoon, and it is estimated that we will be able to catch up soon. On the way, a Union Village ninja said to the leader of Shangren. Riki said, I know, you can't let them run away, Konoha bastards. Maki, do you perceive their location? In the trio team, Maki, the only sensory ninja, said, it's a bit far from here. They haven't moved for a long time. It is estimated that they have rested and can catch up after a while. Okay. You can't let this group of Konoha ninjas be spared. Riki led people into the night. Union was chasing the group of Xiri Zhenhong who had left long ago, and now they are resting on the spot. At the night of Yuri Zhenhong, the 3 little guys rested around the bonfire. They are now in the territory of Unokuni. Only after entering the fire country can they say that they are home safely. This is not a time of war. They can be slower on the road, but they must not be particularly slow. Intelligence is very important to the village, and there must be no mistakes. This C-level mission can actually be rated as B-level, mainly because the safety factor is a little higher. It will be rated as C-level, but there are still many hidden dangers. Suddenly, his face changed, he called the 3 children who were resting, and said, Go. The trap I set was triggered, and there are chasing soldiers. Asma rubbed her eyes and said, Could it be a beast? Impossible. Go away. Yuri Zhenhong urged, and the 3 of them lifted their spirits, immediately extinguished the bonfire, and then rushed towards the country of fire. On the way, Kingja asked. Teacher Zhenhong, the chaser of Union Village. Perhaps, it is very possible that a spy has been caught, and the connection place is probably unusable. We must now rush back to the village as quickly as possible to ensure the security of the intelligence. I can ask Snake to send the information to Teacher Yuan. Chingsuk said. He and Oshimaru have the same contract, so it is possible to let the Snake pass on information. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz, Kin. Ui Zhenhong thought for a while and handed the information scroll to Kiyosuke. Psychic art. Psychic produced a snake, let the snake swallow the intelligence scroll, and with a bang, the snake disappeared. Seeing this scene, Yuri was really red at ease. At this time, the whirring sound came, he hurriedly grabbed the red and Asma on the side, clamped Kiyosuke with his arm and shouted. In the next second, they were hit by a large number of kunao and shurikens where they were just now. Putting down the 3 little guys, he said in a deep voice, Union's chasing soldiers. The ninja of Konoha. The 3 ninjas of Union Village fell on the tree, and the moonlight shone on their sturdy bodies, which felt like 3 brothers under the moon. Anti-press it high. Let me go, what is this strange sense of sight? Chingsuk looked at the 3 of them, silently complaining. Riki looked at the 3 of them, 1 upper ninja, 3 lower ninjas, it seems that the task will be completed soon. They leave it to me. You run. Xiri Zhenhong said solemnly, leave it to me next. But Hong wanted to stay, but she knew that they were dragging their feet by staying. Asma gritted her teeth and said, I won't go. Teacher Zhenhong, we are in a small team. Give me to obey the order. Kiyosuke, take them out of here. Of the 3, Kiyosuke is usually the most calm, and he is relieved when he asks him to take them away. Yes. Kiyosuke grabbed the 2 of them and ran away immediately. Hey! Kiyosuke, don't pull me. I want to stay. Shut up, idiot. They can't kill me. Can't they still kill you? Ha ha ha, what an arrogant kid. Riki and Maki's other teammate, Galabi, said with a smile, is this kid going crazy? right? We are the upper shinobu of Union Village. I want to see, I can't kill you. After speaking, he rushed over, and the shinobi in his hand was blocked by the red sword. Galobi smiled and said, "It's pretty good. It can actually block my uncle Galobi's knife, Konoha's ninja, report come on." Yuri Zhenhong was silent, and Galobi suddenly felt a scorching heat, and immediately turned his head. The flame rubbed his hair over and set it alight. Immediately stepped back and patted his hair quickly. The air smelled of ignited protein, which was very unpleasant. Little devil! Seeing the flames burning in the hands of Kiyosuke on the tree, Galobi roared. Riki fell and said, "Gall overkilled the 3 imps, I will deal with this Konoha ninja." Good. There was a cruel smile on Galobi's face. Yuri Zhenhong was about to stop it, and Riki raised his knife and slashed over. A lot of strength. Feeling the power from the knife, Yuri Zhenhong's heart sank. I am afraid that this person's strength in Union Village is also superior, and there is another person on the tree watching by the side. He glanced at Galobi's faraway back, and said softly, "Kiyosuke, the 2 of them will ask you. Don't think about other things at this time. Otherwise it's easy to die. Those little ghosts will soon be killed by Galobi." Riki sneered. "Don't underestimate our Konoha ninja." Yuri really read said in a deep voice. Chapter 28, Fried. "Chingsuke, do you think he will be okay with Dad?" Hong asked worriedly. "I don't know if Teacher Zhenhong will be okay, but we have something." Turning around and shaking his sleeves, a large number of poisonous snakes rushed out, biting at Galobi, who rushed over. Insect carving skills. Galobi swung a knife to cut off the snake's head. Chingsuke was not in trouble. Asma quickly reacted, threw out the shuriken, and quickly sealed the seal, the shuriken shadow avatar technique. Kingja's arm turned into a fiery flame, and in an instant, a thick pillar of fire burst out. Water escaped the art of water horn. Galobi opened his mouth and spit out, a jet of water gushed out, and the flying shuriken collided with the pillar of fire. Suddenly, a large amount of water vapor burst out, covering the line of sight. "I'm afraid I can't escape this time," Chingsuke said. "We can't deal with a Shangren. There is no problem with their strength against the average Zhongren, but it is absolutely very dangerous to encounter a Shangren. Some self-awareness, kid, let me take your knife first." Galobi grinned grimly, the knife in his hand gleaming with cold. "Is it?" Kiyomizu pulled out 2 kunao, burning flames in his hands, and burning kunao in his hands, not feeling hot at all. The bright red kuma fell into Galobi's eyes and surprised him. "Are you Konoha's blood air ninja?" "You guess." "It looks like I can't kill you," Galobi said with a grin. "A blood ninja is very precious, and it is more valuable to catch alive than to kill. The other 2 will be killed, leaving the one captured alive." "Red, Asma, the same way," Kiyosuke said. "Understand." Red nodded and quickly climbed to the tree. Asma walked around behind Galobi. "Hey! Overbearing kids! You don't even know the difference between the upper and lower ninjas, let me tell you today." Galobi laughed, not rushing towards Kiyosuke, but the tree on the red. "The hidden shadow has more snake hands." More, very sturdy snakes rushed out, too late to tie him up, so they could only stand in front of him. Fire escaped the art of fire. Asma breathed flames. Galobi secretly cried out for trouble, turned around and smashed the flames with a knife. Kiyosuke jumped up and kicked him in the arm. "Red. All right. Okay." The last mark on the red hand fell, Illusory Magic 3 Sakura. A large number of petals suddenly appeared in front of Galobi's eyes, blocking his vision. Illusion. He immediately solved the illusion technique by himself. In such a moment, Kiyomizu separated the shadow clone and said, "Retreat." Asma and Hong fled immediately. Kingja stood there and said, "You will stay here next." "Hey! Kid, Don't think you can be arrogant if you are a ninja. Galobi smiled contemptuously, turning the blade, preparing to attack Kiyosuke with the back of the blade. You can try. Galobi snorted coldly. Kiyosuke's arrogance made him very upset. It was just forbearance. What's so arrogant? He rushed forward, cutting the back of the knife towards Kiyosuke's neck. Passed through his neck in an instant. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. This scene is no different from being a ghost. It made him feel scared, and was suddenly shocked. Damn it, obviously the illusion has been solved. Stupid. You have always been in the red illusion, never escaped. The muscular man in front of him seemed to be in the illusion space because of his ability. Which is interesting. Impossible. Solution. Get the seal on the hand and immediately perform the seal to remove the illusion. Then swing the knife at Kiyosuke. Cut in half. Flame made up his body again, and said, the meaningless struggles are all said to be illusions. You can't escape. The red illusion Uchiha clan can't escape, let alone you. Impossible. This is definitely not an illusion. It's fake. It's all fake. Most people in Union Village are reckless. When they were unclear about the situation, they waved a knife and chopped Kingsuke's body into pieces, but in an instant, the flame reorganized his body. Stop struggling. Kiyosuke smiled, the shadow clones quickly approached, and the little white snake fell on his wrist and quickly left. No. You. Galobi realized that something was wrong, and one shadow clone after another tightly hugged him, and Kiyosuke rushed forward and said, go to hell. Shibai. Otter bomb. Boom. The earth-shattering explosion sounded, and Yuri Zhenhong and Riki, who were fighting fiercely, were both attracted. Is that Kingsuke's technique? Uemahong knew that Kiyosuke had a ninjutsu technique that could already be classified as a forbidden technique. It was so powerful that it would not be profitable even if it was eaten head-on. Does it seem to have been forced to this level? What's the matter? Maki, how is Galobi? Galover's breath disappeared. He was calculated by those three little ghosts. I'll go and see. Maki didn't perceive Galobi's chakra, which means that he can already. Be careful yourself. After speaking, leave immediately. This rubbish. It seems that the disciple you brought is not rubbish. The death of a subordinate can't shake Riki, he just wants to quickly win Zhenhong. Jumping to the side, making a seal on his hand, lay done earthbound cobweb. A lightning spider web appeared on the ground, and Yuri Zhenhong immediately jumped up, and Riki also jumped up. Exquisite ninjutsu erupted, brandishing the long sword wrapped in lay done chakra, knocking Yuri Zhenhong down. Woo! His body was hit by thunder and lightning, and his whole body was paralyzed. But he chopped Yuri Zhenhong's body into wood. Substitute technique. It's time to. The sensing ninja is gone, so don't worry about it. In the dark, Yuri Zhenhong smiled with a win-winner, and quickly sealed his hand, magic tree bound kill. Riki immediately noticed that a big tree had grown behind him, and the branches that had grown out entangled his limbs. This is illusion. Above, Yuri Zhenhong got out of the tree and said, yes, you are doomed to fail since you started fighting alone. To deal with the Phantom Ninja, fighting alone is the most undesirable, which is tantamount to self-destruction. Riki struggled, but to no avail, his throat went cold, and Yuri's neck was rubbed by the red. At the end of the illusion, Yuri really red-flicked the blood on the knife, and put Riki's body away. This was an important material. After doing all this, he chased in the direction where Maki disappeared. At this time, Chakra was exhausted because of the reorganization of the body by the Kingsuke who used the auto bomb, and he could no longer boost his strength. Sitting on the hot mud, I saw Maki. It's really a leak in the house, and it rains all night. Chapter 29. The villain died of talking too much. Where is Galobi? Maki asked. Kiyosuke smiled and said, Did you smell the air? Every breath you take is sucking your companion into your body. He used most of the chakras on his body, and now he has no energy. A hole. Maki furiously stepped forward and kicked Kiyosuk out. The body hit the tree and coughed. Chakra was not enough to be elementalized. Now is the most dangerous time. Bang bang bang. Maki kicked him one foot after another, completely ignoring Kingja, who was still a child, and said, "That fellow Galabi is a fool, and he has been calculated by a kid like you. He is guilty of death." With that, he picked up the vomiting blood-spitting Kingja and said, "Hey! Let me take you to the end." At this time, Kiyosuk opened his mouth, and a snake rushed out and bit on Maki's wrist. Maki suffered from pain and released him. He grabbed the poisonous snake and pinched it to death, but it was too late. The arm immediately swelled and the blood turned black, and the trachea seemed to be blocked by something poisonous. Covering his throat with one hand, the other hand hurried to get the antidote. Kiyosuk. Asma and Hong, who waited until the movement disappeared, rushed back to the scene, and found Maki, immediately shot shuriken and kunao, and pierced Maki. Kiyosuk struggled, "That guy is a fool." "So are you. Don't you know that the villain died of talking too much? Ziobai. Kill him." The little white snake crawled out from nowhere, quickly climbed onto Maki's legs, got into his clothes, and bit him on his body. "Inject the venom again." This time, Maki released the antidote in her hand. Hong supported Kiyosuk. Asma rushed forward, piercing Maki's heart with kunao. "Kiyosuk, are you okay? Do you think I'm like it doesn't matter? I have several broken ribs, this guy really can handle it." The whole body was in pain, and he asked, "Red, have you learned medical ninjutsu?" "Ah, I didn't learn." Hong said ashamed, "If I learn, you can heal you. It's not too late to go back to study." He covered his abdomen and said, "Teacher Zhenhong doesn't know what's going on. Asma, let's go back to Konoha first." "Don't wait for Mr. Zhenhong. We can't wait any longer. If Mr. Zhenhong survives, he will naturally catch up with us. Even if we can't, we can increase our survival rate by running now." Kiyosuk calmly said, "Although it is not good to say, this is the truth." Hong lowered her head. Her father's life or death was unknown. She wanted to see it, but her abilities would only drag her back, so she had to go quickly. At this moment, a figure fell, and the three of them breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the person coming. Zihe Zhenhong said, "Are you all okay? I have something." Kiyosuk raised his hand. Chakra was overconsumed and his rib was broken. Yuri really red nodded, and saw Maki, who was purplish on the ground, and said, "You poisoned. See the poisonous snake with blood-sealed throat, Ziobai's poison, and Asma's mending knife. Well, it's good. It's good to be able to kill this kind of shangren. How did the other one die?" "It died. The one with the ashes raised." Chingsuk said, "There may be his presence in every minute of the air we breathe now." When the other three heard it, their faces turned green, and Red felt disgusting. "Enough, Chingsuk, don't talk about such disgusting things. You did a good job, Kiyosuk. I will report this to Naruto-sama for you." Uemahong said, "We now need to rush back to the village as fast as possible. Kiyosuk, you bear some pain and I will do some simple treatments." Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz, it is good. Then, the screams sounded, and Xiri was really a big man. He didn't make any effort to reset his bones. It was not light at all. In the end, he was asked to take a bitter and astringent secret medicine to speed up his recovery. Yuri Mahong picked up Kiyosuk and said, "Speed up." After speaking, he leaped forward on the tree with Kiyosuk on his back. I'm dizzy, I feel sick, why can't I be a redback? An uncle is not good at all." 2 days later. Naruto office. The exhausted Hokage Zhenhong reported the process of this mission to Sarutobi Hizen. After hearing that Kiyosuk killed one of the upper ninjas and poisoned another ninja, his face was very wonderful. This kind of strength, it's almost the same as Kakashi. No, in terms of destructive power, Kiyosuk's destructive power is much stronger than Kakashi. Although the two upper ninjas have the elements of underestimating the enemy, but as a lower ninja, he killed the upper ninja, indicating that his strength is far away. Far surpassed the ninja in the same period in a group of ninjas. It's a good face worth nurturing, and it's right to hand it over to Dashiwan. Yes, the danger level of this mission was a mistake in my estimation, which made you almost unable to come back. Asakawa Kiyosuk's medical expenses village was completely reimbursed, and he could choose a ninjutsu in the art of sealing. In addition, this time the reward was doubled. The information and ninjas you brought back are also extremely useful. Barta smoking a cigarette, Sarutobi Hizaki decided to compensate Kiyosuk and his team, not to let them bleed and shed tears. Thank you Hokage-sama. By the way, how is the kid now? Because of the 2 days of rushing, the injury has only undergone a simple treatment, and now it has been transferred to the Konoha hospital to recover. Yuhataka said. That's good. After his injury heals, let him come to my place. By the way, this is for you. Sarutobi Hizumi took out a piece of paper to him and said, you can decide whether to participate or not. I will let them choose for themselves. Putting the paper away, said, then I will retire first. Okay. Konoha Hospital. Kiyosuk, who was lying on the hospital bed to recuperate, felt uncomfortable. Because the bed was full of people, the two in his team would not say anything. Kakashi, Tato, and Lin, plus came out of school. Kai, who hadn't seen him much since then, surrounded the bedside with 6 people to visit him who was injured. Well, actually, just leave Hong and Lin. You guys can go out. I think my injury is hard to heal when I see you. With a black line on his face, what do you guys say? We kindly ran over to visit you, but you guys are not grateful at all and want to drive us away. He just simply dislikes you. Kakashi said. You guy came to find the difference, right? Dai too was furious. Humph. A hole. I and Hong are taking care of you all the way. Why only Hong and Lin are left? Asma's speech sounded a little weird. Kai suddenly became enthusiastic. Injury is also an indispensable part of youth. Kiyosuk. This is youth. Lots of people, so noisy. Be quiet. Don't make a lot of noise in the hospital. The head nurse ran over and knocked on the heads of Taitu, Kai, and Asma. It's finally quiet. Chapter 30, Central Ninja Exam. After visiting Kingja, everyone also separated. Everyone is a ninja, and staying in the hospital is not a problem. Asma and Hong are also going back to rest. They transferred Chingsuk to Konoha Hospital for the first time. They haven't rested until now. It's time to go back to wash and sleep. Lying on the hospital bed, Kiyosuk also wanted to sleep. After the medical ninja used medical ninjutsu to treat his injury, he was able to take a good rest with medicine. The exhaustion from the past few days came up and he soon fell asleep. When I woke up again, it was already the next morning. I was hungry and woke up with the fruits brought by them with soil on the head of the bed. When I was hungry, I groaned. I picked up an apple without washing it and put it on the bed sheet. After rubbing it, I bite it down. The flesh is crisp, sweet, and delicious. It seems to be recovering well. The unique hoarse voice sounded, and when he turned his head, Dashimaru leaned against the door and laughed. Teacher Ashimaru, you are here. Throwing out an apple and saying, they gave it. As a result, Apple and Dashyuan didn't eat it, and said, I heard that you defeated a Union Shangren and injured one seriously. Yes. Tell me. Kiyosuk briefly talked about the battle that night. After listening to it, Oshimaru laughed and said, "That is to say, your luck is good, and you have encountered 2 self-righteous Shangren. Otherwise, you would have died long ago. It's also good luck, otherwise it's really dead." Thinking back to the battle that night, it was really dangerous. Because Galobi didn't know the ability of elementalization, coupled with the red illusion, he mistakenly thought that he was an illusion, which allowed his attack to succeed, and Maki that guy was purely trying to get revenge, but he turned against him. If a ninja were to come, the 3 of them would have to confess in that woods. Still practice more. Does Shiwan reminded? Yes. Also, in a month, the Chunin exam will begin. Ninja exam? As we all know, if Xiaoren wants to become Zhongren, in addition to the special promotion of the village high level, he must take the Zhongren exam. Basically, it is not a war or other special period, and occasionally joint exams with other villages, once a year. In addition to testing the ninja's own strength and signs of growth, it is also an inspection of the strength of each ninja village, and it is also to collect intelligence on the younger generation of each village. That's it, Zhenhong teacher hasn't told me yet. Chingsuk was lying on the hospital bed as soon as he came back. Yuri Zhenhong hasn't come to see him yet. Maybe something is going on. But I don't know when my body will recover. If the injury does not heal at the time, it will affect the fight. You don't need to worry about this. Your resilience is stronger than many people. With the medical ninjutsu and medicine in the hospital, you will be alive and kicking in about half a month. Yuan tested Kingsuk's physical fitness and was very strong. Is no longer the physique that this age group should have. According to his speculation, it is most likely caused by his blood inheritance boundary. Qingji's good physique is also due to his ability. The power of the devil fruit is changing his physique. Chakra is slowly increasing. And his physical physique is moving towards the abnormal physique of pirate world. This is a good thing, at least the recovery from injury is faster. That's great, I don't want to hurt them. The Zongnin exam must be taken by a team of 3 people. One is indispensable, and none of them can participate. If his injury is not good, he can't participate, and he can only wait the next year. With your strength, except for the first exam, you don't have to worry about the rest. I'll go back to do the test. Waved his hand, and left happily. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Are you taking the Zongnin exam? Kiyosuk thought for a while. Although Wanyan Xiren's identity is good, he still needs Zongnin. Let's recuperate first. Excuse me, oh, Kiyosuk, are you awake? Asma and Hong ran in and saw Kiyosuk, who woke up and said, "Would you like to listen to a good news? Zongnin exam." "Yes, Zongren." How did you know? Teacher Zhenhong asked us to inform you. Why did you know in advance? Teacher Ashimaru just came here, he told me. He threw 2 apples to them. Hong took a piece of paper to him and said, "This is a volunteer book for the Zongnin exam. Dad has already recommended us to it, and all we need to do next is to pass the exam." Really? I heard that there seems to be a written test. What should we do with Asma? If it is a ninjutsu or physical training test, they are not at all empty. The key is that they are in the theory class. A scumbag, this is a bit sad. As a result, the 2 of them looked at Red with blank eyes. Red. He sighed and said, "I really convinced you, don't you listen to them in class. Not listening to theoretical knowledge at all." Asma. I gave it back to the teacher. Kingja. The teacher will cry when he hears it. Okay, I will find a way to help you. Long live. Great, leave the exams to us afterwards. Kiyosuk is confident that he will win the battle afterwards. According to his own memory, 1 written test, the 2nd team battle, and the 3rd one is an individual battle. As long as he survives the first written test, he doesn't need to be counseled at all for the rest. Speaking of which, Kakashi is going to take another Zongnin exam. It's really sad. Kakashi graduated at the age of 5 and was upgraded to Zongnin at the age of 6. As a result, he still needs to take another Zongnin exam. Pitted. However, the current Zongnin exam must come together with 3 people. Unlike the later ones, if he doesn't participate, bringing 2 and Lin will not be able to participate. Unless he changes teammates, otherwise, he will never be able to participate in the Zongnin exam in his entire life. That's right, but with Kakashi's ability, it's okay to upgrade to Shangnin after a while. This is a fact. I have to admit that Kakashi is a genius. It is definitely not so easy to become a shinobu, it must be up to the standard in all aspects. Kakashi has that strength to become a shinobu. This may be a genius. Ah, genius is amazing, but I won't lose. I will definitely become Zongren, then Shangren, and then Naruto. I will definitely be better than my dad. ACI Ma said confidently. No, you will quarrel with your Lao Tzu, at that time the rebellious period has come. Yes, you should become Zongren first. Kakashi is the 6th generation of Hokage, as for you, let's live it first. In other words, the Thulhu church that they destroyed last time in Unokuni will no longer cultivate a flying segment. Chapter 31. Multiple Shadows. Kingja's physical recovery was much faster than Yuan expected. It didn't take half a month, and he went through the discharge procedures in about 10 days. No one came to accompany him on the day he was discharged from the hospital. He was poor, weak, and helpless, but he could eat. He ran to Il Ramen and ate a bowl full of tonkatsu ramen. Patting his chubby belly, he headed to the Hokage building contentedly and knocked on the door of the Hokage office. Go in. Excuse me, Naruto-sama. Kiyomizu walked into the office. 3 generations of Naruto Sarutobi were working on documents. He looked up and said with a smile, Kyomitsu, wait a minute, I'll finish processing the documents here. You can sit as you please. Do you really have a place to sit here? The sofa is full of papers, and there really is no place to sit. I can only stand there. Within a few minutes, a document was solved by Sarutobi Ri. Seeing that Kiyomizu was still standing there and seeing the document on the sofa, he smiled helplessly. It's a bit busy, there are a lot of things, are you here to get a reward? He promised Yuri Zhenhong to let Kiyosuk freely choose a ninjutsu in the sealed book, which was regarded as a reward for him. Yes. I was a little excited. The Book of Seal, alas, it recorded ninjutsu that caused great harm or even death to the user, the reincarnation of the filthy earth, the multiplication detonation talisman, the technique of multiple shadow clones, etc. These techniques are very powerful. Of course, there are other techniques. Kiyosuk was very excited when he learned about it from Ui Mahong. Sarutobi Hizen took out a scroll from under the table, the larger one, and said, find it for yourself. Except for some crippling bans, you can choose one freely. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Reached out and took it, slowly opening it, and what appeared in front of him was the catalog. A book will definitely have a catalog. The most indispensable thing in the world is genius, and in the business of ninja, memory is very important. Some people can remember all the content on a piece of paper at a glance, without a catalog. When you choose, you may remember the usage of all the techniques slowly by flipping through it. Looking at the catalog, Kiyosuk carefully selected ninjutsu, and finally settled on a technique, and said, Naruto-sama, I want the multiple shadow avatars created by the 2nd generation of adults. Shadow clone is not a forbidden technique, but the technique of multiple shadow clones is. Since the technique of multiple shadow avatars can separate hundreds of avatars at one time, the consumption of chakras is too intense, and if you are not careful, you may be drained of chakras and die. Considering that people who do not have a large amount of chakras may endanger their lives by using this technique, the 2nd generation of Hokage listed it as a forbidden technique and sealed it in the scroll. To put it bluntly, if it is used by non-Chatan pole users, it can be weak from the whole body, and lifeless if it is serious. If you don't invest a lot of chakras and use otter bombs, your own chakras can be considered as okay. There is nothing wrong with not separating hundreds of avatars at once. Have you considered it? If you use it improperly, you will lose your life. Sarutobi Hizaki reminded, read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz, it's okay, I have a sense of measure. Well. Then you can learn it. Bang Chingsuk put the scroll in the position of the multiple shadow avatar technique, only this technique can be seen, and the rest are put away. Write down the printing method and the various precautions above, recall for a period of time, and write down all the theoretical knowledge. The art of multiple shadow clones is not a difficult ninjutsu. It is an upgrade on the basis of shadow clones. It requires some requirements for the distribution of chakras, but nothing else. The 3 generations of Naruto are worthy of being called Dr. Ninja. The person reminded me. Being rated A is not because of the difficulty, but the danger and practicality of the technique. If you don't understand, you can directly ask me. With the principle of having the advantage and not occupying the waste, Kiyosuk put forward a few points that puzzled him. Sarutobi cites a few common examples in life, which solved his problems in a simple way and made him understand better. Thorough. Thank you, Hokage-sama, I have mastered this technique, and then I just need to contact it. Ask me if you don't understand. Sarutobi nodded, put away the seal book, and Chingsuk left. Can it grow into new green leaves, Kiyosuk? I look forward to your performance. Konoha Training Ground. Yuri Zhenhong looked at the 3 people in front of him and said, I have applied to Master Naruto for the right to use the Death Forest and decided to give you 3 days of field survival training. Hiss. Kiyosuk took a breath. The death rate in the Death Forest is extremely high. It is full of venomous snakes and beasts, as well as some traps. Entering here is completely asking for trouble, but it is very suitable as an examination room. Naruto's Nikanin exam is here, where Nazuza met Mr. Ashimaru and was planted with his mark. They should not take the Zongnin exam this time. Otherwise, Yuri Zhenhong will not bring them over. It is not allowed to disclose the exam questions in advance. He will not do this, that is, he really wants to survive in the wild. Trained. You have to live here for 3 days, and there will be trackers. Your task is to survive and not be caught. Teacher Zhenhong, have you lived for 3 days? Chingsuk raised his hand and asked. Yes, at this time 3 days later, you will be able to come out when you see the flare I fired. Yuri Masaka said. I heard that it's dangerous. What if you die inside? Asma whispered, but was still heard by Yui Zhenhong, if you die here, then don't be a ninja. You will encounter it in the future. The danger will be 10 times or 20 times more dangerous than here. Don't expect the enemy to be merciful. Not every time is so lucky. Well, except for the ninja bag, don't bring anything else. You can go in. It is good. The 3 said, stepping into the deep forest of death and starting a 3-day survival training. Looking at the back of the 3 of them, Yuri Zhenhong silently put on the mask, and after a while, he was ready to follow. The purpose of this training is to cultivate their ability to survive independently, and to be able to live without them, and to test whether they have listened to the knowledge he taught before. Be regarded as in-class testing. The Death Forest is the same thing for these 3 children. It is not a problem to have serpents and beasts. He has never worried about this child, only his daughter and Asma are worried. Needless to say, Hong knows that her own daughter knows that there is no problem with theoretical knowledge, and the actual combat experience is still a bit short. There is no assertiveness when encountering a crisis. Asma is a thorny head, a bit rebellious, easy to act impulsively, full of youthful blood and recklessness. Seeing that the time was almost up, he walked into the Death Forest. Chapter 32, Dead Forest. Let's talk about the three Qingjis. As soon as they entered the death forest, they waited to see the red sunset behind them, and said, "Since the teacher Zhenhong said that there are trackers, then we may not have time to rest well. In this case, then get him away, use the shadow clone, and then divide the soldiers into 3 ways." Hong said, "You are trying to confuse the tracker, but will the other party also be a clone? It's okay to disappear suddenly at that time." Kiyosuk smiled mysteriously and said, "Use the shadow clone first." The two did the same, each separated 2 clones. The same goes for Kingja. The clones formed a team, and they dispersed, and Kingja took them deep into the forest. Shuttle between the trees and said, "The tracker will follow us based on our footprints and other traces except for the footprints. We must find a way to erase everything from our body." "How to do it?" Asma asked. "It's very simple, just find something heavy and apply it on your body." Kiyosuk smiled wickedly. "This is not a difficult task, it's just anti-tracking, so we have to be careful when we go and try not to leave footprints." "It's light, it's very difficult to not leave footprints." Asma said, "Red's weight is lighter, maybe it's okay." "Are we both in trouble?" "It's also simple." Kiyosuk smiled mysteriously, "You don't need feet. You don't have a fever? You don't need your feet. What do you use without walking? Is it the tongue?" Kiyomizu pulled out a small coil of steel wire and said, "Just use this, swing over the tree, try to choose a place that is not easy to find, and pay attention to the large beasts along the road. After finding it, Red controls it with illusion, and it becomes free." Feat strength. After hearing what he said, Hong sighed, "Kiyosuk, didn't you not attend the class? You know so much, and there are some things that the teacher hasn't taught. Has the teacher taught it?" "There's none." The two looked at each other, a little embarrassed, but Chingsuk kept looking at Hong, making Hong a little embarrassed, and turned his head away. Asma said tastefully, "It's impolite for you to stare at Hong like that." "Hey! What do you know? I don't want to be embarrassed. It must be someone else who is embarrassed. Look well and learn well." He patted Asma on the shoulder and said, "Go away, we can't stay in the field for survival training. Take a step." Winding the steel wire around Kyowu, Kingja found a suitable big tree and threw it up. Kyowu nailed it to the moss-covered branch. Then, he jumped off the branch and swung his body to the opposite tree by inertia. "Go up," and then tied the piece of steel wire he had grasped to Kunao, and threw it out again. Hong caught it, then swung over, Asma followed, and then he also made the same steel wire and threw it out, and Kiyosuk would take it back, and then they alternated on their way. About an hour later, Hong pointed to a big bear that was 4 to 5 meters high under the tree and rubbed against the tree trunk and said, "That bear can let us sit on it." "Okay, Red, I beg you." Hong dragged the steel wire and slid down, came to the giant bear, easily controlled the giant bear with illusion, let the giant bear get down. Asma and Kiyosuk fell on the bear's back. "Go." Hong smiled and let the big bear leave. The footprints he had left on the ground were replaced by those of the bear. They easily entered the depths of the death forest and rested on the edge of a river. Asma and Kiyosuk caught a few fish for dinner. In order not to reveal where they are, they clear the sashimi they eat, but fortunately they are pure natural, pollution-free and resistant to manufacturing. At night, the 3 of them allocated a vigil time and had a good rest. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. In the dark night, Yuri Zhenhong was catching up along the trail. At first, the footprints made by the shadow clone did not confuse him, making anyone who could not be the shadow clone, but after following, he found that he was lost. He is a Konoha shinobu, and he has lost 3 shinobu brats, and he will be laughed to death by his peers if it is spread out. This can't work. After his careful observation, he found that some trees had marks of suffering or not, and he understood that these little guys rushed in an inconspicuous way, smelling the smell in the air. It was the smell of the virgin forest. nodded. Even the smell was also cleaned up, leaving no conspicuous traces, which is not bad. He didn't have to worry about leaving any traces, chasing the traces of Kyowu, but in the end, he found that he was really lost and couldn't find anything. He didn't know where they went. Are they really seeing Ren? Yuri Zhenhong couldn't help but think. This kind of anti-reconnaissance ability is already powerful, and some Shangren are not as good as they do. This is a fact. Being tracked by a Shangren without leaving any conspicuous traces is already a very rare thing. The performance is good, but the Death Forest is not as simple as an ordinary forest. In the dark, Asma watched the surroundings, and Kiyosuk lay on the tree, Hong leaning against the tree. The ears are melodious insects. The forest at night is far more frightening than during the day. Through the darkness, a large number of predators began to come out foraging. Asma heard the wailing of wild beasts and teeth-biting prey more than once. And the sound of gnawing bones. Entering the night, this forest seemed to come alive. Fortunately, Hong and Chingsuk are here. Hey? Where's Kingja? Kiyosuk, who was still on the tree just now, suddenly disappeared, and Asma was so scared that he woke up and said, "Kiyosuk is gone. Did you not notice?" Hong asked, rubbing his eyes. "No, I'll just turn around." "Damn. Uncle. You want to eat me, are you impatient?" Kingja's curse came, followed by the howling of wild beasts and the sound of sharp weapons passing through the flesh and blood. Soon after, Kiyosuk dragged a snake out of the grass and said, "I was almost swallowed." The python secretly swept him away, and was about to drag him into the grass to eat, but it was a hard stubble, but he was killed instead. "Fortunately, it's okay." Hong patted his flat chest, obviously relieved. Asma smiled and said, "You slept too dead, right? I don't know if you were dragged away by a snake." Kiyosuk glared at him. "You are ashamed to say that you are a night watch. You don't know how I was dragged away, and you still watch a fart night." Woo! The howling of wolves came, and in the dark forest, a pair of dark green eyes lit up, cold and greedy. "There are wolves, jump to the tree." The three of them jumped up the tree. The wolves were big, about 1.5 meters high at the shoulders, but they couldn't climb the tree, so they could only watch them eagerly. Roar! The crisis came suddenly. And on the opposite tree, a black panther suddenly rushed over, but was killed by Asma with a shuriken. The first night was really exciting. Chapter 33, It's all lie to you. For breakfast, I ate fruits from the dead forest. Although it is dangerous here, the fruit tastes good. A group of 3 people still wandered in the woods like a personal ape-tician. Suddenly, Asma stepped on a tree, and a whirring sound came from the top of her head, and immediately jumped away. A group of Konoha leeches about the same height as them fell off. Asma patted her chest and rejoiced, "Fortunately, okay, I was almost attacked. If I get a bite of blood, I must be skinny. If you take such a big leech, you will lose the person. It's okay, it's better than wolves." Last night, in order to avoid the wolves, it took a lot of effort. They can track the scent of their prey, and their noses are very good. This is not the first time. The Death Forest is really troublesome. There are a lot of dangerous animals. Chingsuk looked around and found no trackers, but there were indeed a lot of predators in the dark, except for the moment they fell asleep just after the night. After a nap, I was avoiding predators at night. It's no use escaping to the tree, where there are pythons and other predators that are active on the tree. They all faced this group of guys all night. Also, who said that tigers can't climb trees? Last night, the tiger covered in tendons crawled up the tree and tried to eat them. The result, well, tiger skin carpet. No, we have to find a place to rest and do night activities. Otherwise, if there are trackers, we won't have the strength to escape. Kiyosuk thought for a while and said, "By the way, Chingsuk, don't you know how to psychic? Let the serpent guard us." Hong suggested. Chingsuk shook his head and said, "No, Spiritism has a time limit. The serpent who comes out of Spiritism will go back once the time is up, and can't stay here." "Okay. Don't talk about it, let's find a tree hole to rest." Asma pointed to the big tree below and said, "There is a tree hole below, you can go there." "Can?" Chingsuk and Hong nodded, and the three of them jumped off the tree and came to the entrance of the tree hole. There was a musty smell inside. When they went in, it was very humid and there were some animal bones, which smelled strange. Kiyosuk opened his hand and scorched the ground with fire, igniting the leaves on the ground, and evaporating the water, allowing it to dry up and the temperature inside, but this is still acceptable in this cool morning. Wind escape breakthrough. A gust of wind blew out of her mouth, let the smoke inside dissipate, and the ashes on the ground were blown out. Asma walked out of the cave, and soon after, dragged a pile of dry wood and fallen leaves to block the cave in disguise. With a flame burning in his hand, lighting up the tree hole, Kiyomizu said, "It's about noon until noon, we're going out to find lunch. What about the tracker? In other words, are there really trackers?" Asma lay on the ground with her head in her arms and said, "Could it be that Teacher Zhenhong lied to us? Based on my father's character, he said that he has it." Hong thought for a while and said, "However, we have hidden our own traces along the way, and we have also made a lot of false traces that can mislead people. It should be difficult to find." Well, let's not talk about it, the soldiers will come to cover the water and cover, let's sleep first." Okay, I'm sleepy, I'll go to bed first." As for Yuri Zhenhong, he did not find the three little guys, so he had to use the human sea tactics to search for them. His current state is that he will not see people or dead bodies, but can't find them. This anti-reconnaissance ability made him ashamed to death. For the next 2 days, the three Kiyosuk wandered around in the forest, just not giving Yuri Zhenhong a chance to find them. Yuri Zhenhong Tang was a shinobu, but he didn't find them. 2 days later, the three of them walked out of the forest of death again, exhausted and dirty. Even the red body, who loves cleanliness, was dirty, not to mention Asma and Kiyosuk. Except for dust, there was blood in their hair. Still holding fallen leaves, Yuri Zhenhong was silent for a moment. Although he didn't catch up with them, it seemed, the days were not so good. "You, what's the matter with you?" Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz, 3 days. Kiyosuk said suddenly, "Teacher Zhenhong, do you know how we spent these 3 days? How did you live?" Yuri Zhenhong asked. "Dirty. Red. Can't eat enough. Chingsuk. Can't sleep well. Asma." Yuri's face is really red and serious, this is life in the wild. You must remember this experience. You must know that in the future when you perform tasks and encounter bad environments, you may encounter more dangerous situations than you understand. Understand. The three answered feebly. Kingja asked, "Teacher Zhenhong, what about the tracker you are talking about?" Upon hearing this, Yuji Zhenhong coughed and said, "There are no stalkers, just scaring you. If they knew that they were lost, they would not be able to lift their heads in front of these children in the future." "Still don't say it." Hong Yu said bitterly, "Dad, I didn't expect you to be so honest and lie. I really misunderstood you." Red. As an illusionist ninja, you shouldn't use your thoughts to guess me. Remember what I told you? Don't be fooled by the appearance of things. You are also the abbot of crazy Qingyang. Chingsuk said, unexpectedly, Teacher Zhenhong with thick eyebrows and big eyes would actually deceive people. Ahem. Yes, my old man also said that Teacher Zhenhong is a good ninja who is serious and honest with others. Asma nodded. Yuri Zhenhong coughed even harder. "No, I can't say, for the sake of my future image." He sternly said, "This is an exercise. Look at what you look like. Well, it's pretty good. Take what I said to your heart. When the Kingja trio wanted to hit someone, they knew that there was no tracker, so they would not waste their energy and run around. They just lived in that tree hole for 3 days and lived comfortably. Pit. Okay, the exercise is over, go back and have a good rest. In addition, the ninja test will begin in a while. You must prepare well during this period and you must not underestimate the enemy. Yes. Okay, let's all go back and have a good rest. I want to go back to take a bath. Hong said. Kyasuk, I want to go to your house to soak in the hot springs. Asma said. Sure. Hong looked over enviously. She also wanted to go to the hot springs, but it was a pity that she would go to the hot springs at Kingja's house. No, let's go to Konoha's hot spring street. It's big enough, and Red can go to the female bath to soak. Then I will go home to get my clothes. Yuri Zhenhong said, in this case, I will ask you to go to the hot springs. The three blinked, then stared at him. Plus a big meal. Great. Chapter 34, Hunin test begins. Come to life, come to life. Kiyosuk and Asma leaned in the hot springs, screaming, and the exhaustion of the 3 days seemed to have been washed away. Yuri Zhenhong lay on one side, enjoying the hot spring, and said, how about? Is it comfortable? Yes, it would be better if there was an iced drink. Asma said with a smile. If you want to be beautiful, this hot spring does not have this service. Also, my lord Jiraiya, why are you here? Kiyosuk squinted at the white hair drinking on the edge of the hot spring. Gillette also said, what's the matter? I can't take a hot spring here anymore. You little devil manages it very broadly, and Yuan is not as broad as you. No, you are definitely here to spy. How come? I'm just curious, there are times when a busy big man like you has some time to relax. Don't compare me with Dashimaru's house. I'm very busy as a fairy. Besides, a little ghost from a 3-generation-old man's house, do you want to peep in your eyes? Gillette is also worthy of being a bit yellow in the 3 forbearances. As a person who has come, he knows what this kid wants in his heart when he looks at Asma's eyes, with 3-point desire, 3-point fear, and 4-point expectation in his eyes. They are young and frivolous, but when he grows up, fear no longer exists. Being disturbed by Zi Lai, Asma blushed and defended, how is it possible? How can it be impossible? Immortal, I am a person who came here. Besides, your old man is also an old man. Your eldest brother was the first time I took him with him. Thinking back to the green years back then, Ji Lai also sighed. That running in the sunset is his lost youth. Now think about it, he is just an uncle with a passing age. No, I am going to find my youth tonight. Impossible, how could the old man and the eldest brother be the same as this unscrupulous guy? Asma felt wrong, the old man listened to his mother very much at home, and the eldest brother was also a serious person, and warned him not to be with someone called Zi Lai yet. Bai Mao went to play together. Thinking about it now, there seems to be something wrong. Don't be confused by the appearance of things, so you kid is still young, ha ha ha, you will understand when you grow up. Ji Lai also laughed and said nothing. He still has some information about his master's dark history. When the old man quits, he will find a way to shake the dark history out and let this old guy die socially. Well, let's be with Dashimaru then. Yuri Zhenhong coughed, Master Jiraiya, they are only children, so don't let them come into contact with this knowledge. Ha ha ha, just kidding, don't mind. By the way, it's called Kiyosuk, right? How about the teaching level of Dashimaru? Teacher Ashimaru always answers questions and often teaches me ninjutsu. I just like to do experiments, all kinds of heavy mouth animal experiments, and sometimes I like to play missing, I can't see people for several days. It looks like that guy is okay. Drinking a little wine, his face flushed, and Gillette also had a chat with them. I met them by accident today, but it's just a chat. There are still 3 generations. The kid at home, it's funny. It's almost time to soak. Chingsuk and the others walked out, and Yuri Zhenhong asked them to eat a big meal, and he covered the cost. After eating a meal, go back to each house and find each mother. Longdedong, read more at hotemtalnovel.xyz. Ichikashima Haim looked at the incoming Kiyosuk and asked curiously, "Little Kiyosuk, are you here to learn immortality?" "No, that's not in a hurry. I want to ask if you have any small snakes that can speak human words. It's best to have the same vision as normal people." "Yes, what are you going to do?" Ichikashima Haim was even more puzzled. "Come too." Chingsuk said, "I need their help for the exam, and I will thank you again after it's done." "You are cheating." Shikijimaji smiled, "It's not bad to help you, but you have to bring me something interesting." "No problem. As long as you can pass, there is no problem at all." If he passed the exam, he immediately sent the collector's edition of the comic. "Yes, come with me." Konoha 43 Summer. The Zongnin exam officially started. For this Zongnin exam, Konoha and several well-connected Shinin villages, such as Sandyuki Ninja Village, Kus Ninja Village, Takanan Village, Takumai Ninja Village, and Yurnin Village, started the Zongnin exam. Among the 5 great ninja villages, Konoha and Seiin villages have a good relationship. Yunyan and Union are a bit dangerous, and Weian village is closed, so they simply ignore these things. It's not just the Zongnin exam that can be promoted to Zongren. There are other methods. The most common one is the Zongren exam. Generally speaking, it is once a year. If it fails this year, there will be next year, but it will take another year. D-level task only. Chingsuk yawned at a discount and walked to the examination room. He was woken up by the excited Asma early this morning. It was obviously just an exam, which made it difficult to pass. "Why are you not in a hurry?" Asma asked. "Of course I have the confidence to pass. This is for you." He took out 2 snakes from his arms and gave them one to Hong and Asma, and said, "The red snake is used to peek at other people's test papers. Asma this, but we have completely solved our 2 difficult problems." "Oh, great, my old man would kill me if he knew that I couldn't pass the first exam." "You deserve to be my best friend." Asma held the little snake, like a treasure. Red face and black line, this is the consequence of not listening in class, but did not refuse the good intentions of the referral. After all, what if she doesn't? Konoha examination room. The Zyaren from various villages gathered together, and the number of people in each village was different, but the total number of people totaled 300 to 400. With so many people, I am afraid that many people will be eliminated in the first round of exams. There are so many people. Our examination room is at least 60 or 70. Hong said as he looked at the ninjas from the outer village with bad eyes. This group of Zyaren sat together, and they were not pleasing to each other. If it weren't for the fact that they would be immediately disqualified from the exam because they were passive in the Zongnin exam, this group of bloody Zyaren would have started fighting. There are frictions in various villages, but there are big and small, regardless of Konoha and Seiin are allies. In fact, if the knife is stabbed, one is more ruthless than the other. The group that found Konoha sat together at the same time, was surprised to see the dirt, and said, "Take the dirt, you guys are not late." "The late king is not late, how surprising is this?" "Hey! Don't underestimate me. I'm very punctual," smugly. Kakashi was tearing down the stage. "If Lin hadn't called you in advance, I guess you won't be there in the afternoon." Dai-Tu's face became stiff. "Well, this is the truth." Chapter 35. The first exam. "By the way, Kakashi, you are already Zongnin, and you have to take another Zongnin exam. Isn't it a bit of a pitfall?" Kiyosuk smiled. Yes, yeah, I have already participated once, but I still have to participate again. Asuma nodded. This is youth. Worthy of being my eternal opponent, Kakashi. I'm on fire. Kai suddenly burned on his own side. Kakashi said nonchalantly, Ms. Watergate's mission is nothing. Ah, but, have you collected information about this group of people? Kiyomizu asked with a smile. I only know that Cheyenne village has sent a blood succession boundary this time. Kakashi said softly, I heard that it was Xiao Dun. Xiao Dun. In Kingsuk's impression, Shayakura in Cheyenne village has a beautiful girl who looks like a beautiful girl. She was originally a hero in Cheyenne village, but she was betrayed by the 4 generations of Feng Ying and was buried in the smog. Kingsuk looked towards Cheyenne village and saw a green-haired loli with her green hair tied into a ball head, tied to the forehead of Cheyenne village, with 2 strands of orange bangs hanging down on both sides. Yuma Pingchuan's figure, well, looks about the same size as himself, and I can't expect anything, but the future can be expected. She seemed to feel malice. Little Lori looked over and glanced at Kingsuk. After showing a slightly hostile look, she continued to talk to her teammates. It's her, that's how it is. I heard from teacher Da Shiwan that Zhou Dun is a very dangerous blood inheritance boundary. Kingsuk said. Scorching is a new property change produced by the combination of the wind attribute chakra and the fire attribute chakra. When used, it can evaporate the water in the human body and turn it into a dry corpse. This is a woman more terrifying than Juicer G. Indeed, you must be careful if you run into her. That's right. It was noisy in the examination room. At this moment, a group of people pushed in the door, holding a craft paper bag and a paper box in their hands. The headed man had a serious face, and the aura of Shangren suddenly calmed everyone. It's all quiet. Let's take a spot check to arrange seats and line up. The ninjas obediently lined up to draw lots. I am the 25th. Kingja said, holding the number plate in his hand. I am the 18th. Asuma said. Hong said, number 4, it looks so far away. Fortunately, I made 2-handed preparations. Asuma patted her chest and said with joy. Okay, it's time to take an exam. According to the number plate seat, the examiner glanced at it and said, I am the examiner of the first test. Mochizuki sees the stars. Next, I will talk about the rules of the test. I will only say it once. Seeing in quietly, he nodded and said, Rule 1, the test time is 60 minutes, and there are a total of 10 questions. Each person starts with 10 points. If you don't answer one question or answer incorrectly, 1 point will be deducted. 3 points will be deducted for 3 wrong answers. And so on, all the answers are correct, very all, and so on. All the wrong answers have 0 points, and the guys who don't score will get out with your teammates. Rule 2, if you are caught cheating, 2 points will be deducted once. After 5 times, the score will be cleared. The team will get out. Don't use your botched cheating skills to fool us. All of you here are Konoha's elites who are specially used to deal with this. For the next Zongnin exam, work hard and start this exam like a real ninja. Well, that's all. The test papers are distributed below. In addition, questions are not allowed during the test. After that, 1 by 1 test papers were distributed to the candidates. Looking at the test questions on the test paper, Kingsuk fell into silence. The first question to decrypt the secret code was just like making a celestial book. He didn't understand it and couldn't infer information from scattered information. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. The second question, Ninja A stands on a 10-meter high bush and throws a shuriken. The picture shows the maximum range of Ninja A's shuriken. According to the picture, the answer will appear in the ellipse of the shuriken. The characteristics and the maximum range of the plane combat and give the basis. Kiyosuk? How do I know the characteristics of the enemy ninja? The maximum range is not how hard you use, how far is the range? According to? I will give you a MMP. He feels that he is back to the situation when he was doing high numbers. No, it is even more ruthless now. At least I knew a little bit before, but now my eyes are really black and I don't know anything. I don't need to read the next 8 exam questions. Obviously, I can't do it. He patted the snake wrapped in his sleeve. The snake climbed up his shoulder along the sleeve, peeked out of his collar, and said in his ear, "Sir Kiyosuke, what's your order?" Kingja said in a voice that they could only hear between them, "Have you seen these exam questions? Find one that can be copied, see who finishes it, and look it up." Yes. The snake crawled along his neck to the top of his head and looked around unscrupulously. The surrounding examiners saw this, thought about it, and no points were deducted. The test questions in this exam are not about basic knowledge, but about the ninja's ability to collect information. This method of collection is not bad, it's okay. A snake ran out of Asma's head. Obviously, this kid had also given up. There is no red one, it should be within the scope of her knowledge, and this time the examination questions have obviously touched the knowledge blind zone of Chingsuke and Asma. About half an hour later, Kakashi handed in the paper in advance. At this time, the snake came to Kingsuke's ear and said, "Master Chingsuke, I'm finished. Bring it on." The snake got into his sleeve and bit on his arm. The toxin got into his body. Then, everything the snake saw appeared before his eyes. When he found the snake, he suddenly remembered that the snake in Longdedong was illiterate, so he had to ask Shishodaiji to find out if there were any snakes that could speak and read. Shishojima told him that it was impossible for a snake to be literate, but gave him recommend this snake. It can transmit its own memory to the bitten party through toxins. This setting is a bit familiar, but Kiyosuke doesn't care, he is eager to have this kind of snake. The memory that the snake saw just now reappeared in front of him, and he immediately wrote the answer to the question smoothly on it based on the memory. The time was almost up. The candidates who couldn't answer the test all showed their magical powers. Konoha's writing wheel and White Eyes copied the answer silently. Various cheating methods are emerging in the puppetry of Cheyenne Village, and the ninjas of Craftsman Ninja Village. Of course, there are also candidates with poor cheating methods, just like the examiner is blind, and they copy them openly. After 5 questions, they withdraw from the exam together with the team. A fool was caught and refused to admit it. The examiner taught him to be a man on the spot and kicked him and his teammates out of the examination room. The exam is over. Hand in the paper. The invigilator gave an order, and everyone stopped their actions. Looking at the remaining people, the chief examiner nodded and said, "Very good, hand in the paper." Chapter 36. Show you're ugly. Your results will be announced in a while. Anyone without a name on the bulletin board will fail. It is true that this time the test is for intelligence gathering ability, but there are also people who are timid, have not broken up, and have poor grades. If this kind of basic knowledge is unqualified, they will brush it down. Without the ability to collect intelligence, and without the corresponding knowledge, on the battlefield, doing missions is a death. It is better to let them continue to be the ninjas and practice for a few more years. Hearing this, Kiyosuke slapped his lips. Sure enough, in the Prince's Zongnin exam, Ibis, the interrogator, played with the hearts of the people in the last question, so that the candidates would not dare to abandon the chance of promotion for the gamble, thus brushing out a group of people. And the test method for this year is to look at the intelligence gathering ability and basic knowledge. You must know one or none of the two, so go home and play the egg. The examiners left, and Kingja and others gathered around. Asma and Hong returned the snake that Kingja had given him. Asma said, "Easy to use is easy to use, but it hurts. I haven't used it yet. Although the exam questions are a bit difficult, they are still within the acceptable range." Hong said. For us, it is in the knowledge blind zone. Chingsuk asked the snakes to return to the Longdi cave, stretched out, and said, "Oh, that's great, it's finally over what I don't want to touch. Exams or something will always be his enemy. Yeah, it's time for Uncle Tuo to show off his power." Tuo Tu leaned forward enthusiastically. The two looked at him suspiciously and said, "Do you think you can pass the exam?" "Of course, Lin's help." Lin said embarrassedly, "Taking soil is not good in this respect." "Yeah, we know, it's an idiot to bring dirt." "You are an idiot. BD Asma. You are going to fight. Come on." The two pinched together, and the other three showed helpless expressions. Soon after the results were announced, Lin's name ranked first, and Kakashi was the second. Kingja and others live in the center. It's okay. They just need to pass the exam. As for how many people are, they don't care at all. Where am I? Where am I? Brought the soil enthusiastically looking for his own name among a bunch of names. Found it, I'm next to Chingsuk. Kiyosuk looked over and said silently, "That's Uchiharundo, not Uchiha's soil, you fool, you are at the bottom." Ugh! Take the soil and look at it. It is really true. At the bottom, it is written in a line of small letters, "The following are the candidates who are qualified, Uchiha takes the soil. Just a little bit, the soil will be eliminated." Great, passed. Tai Tu jumped up excitedly. "I really don't understand. Minglin took the first place in the exam, but you almost never did it. How did you copy it?" "Ah, this. The alternate is qualified, it's worthy of bringing dirt," Kakashi said against the wall. "What are you talking about? Isn't it a tyrant who is not angry with the soil? Isn't it a genius? What's so arrogant? Okay, you two don't quarrel anymore." Lin became a peacemaker. "You don't have time to be happy now." A Konoha ninja walked over and said, "Those who pass the test will come to the classroom immediately, and the explanation meeting for the second exam will begin soon." The crowd sat together in a small group of 3 people and listened to the ninja on the stage saying, "The second exam will test practical skills. You must use what you have learned in ninjutsu to obtain qualified qualifications." Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. However, this is a team confrontation with a class as a unit. If there is a shortage of people, then the class will be disqualified, and the exam will be at the Konoha training ground 3 days later. Remember not to be late. Above, disband. After leaving the classroom, Kiyosuk said, "Do you eat barbecue or ramen at night?" "Well, barbecue." Asma pondered for a while. Hong looked at the 2 unstressed people and asked, "Aren't you too nervous?" "It's useless to be nervous. You don't need to be nervous if you are able to fight, and you don't need to be nervous if you can't fight. It's impossible to say that after 3 days of work, it's impossible to say that your strength can be elevated to a state of invincible forbearance." Thinking about it, Hong nodded and said, "It does make sense. Take me one tonight. Eat and drink enough, pat his stomach and go home, and have a good night's sleep." The next morning, Kiyomizu went to Dashiwan and found that he was not at home, so it seemed that he had gone out. "Originally, I was thinking about cheating ninjutsu from Ashimaru in the name of Nakanin exam, but now it seems to be impossible. Forget it, find a cleaner place and take a break." Thinking about this, he decisively went to the waterfall. "It's okay, that's right, this hot summer and such a hot weather, there are a lot of young ladies in the waterfall, what can he think of as a 10-year-old kid? Of course it is to practice. Only, why is there a white-haired uncle here? Oh, this angle, nice." Gillette also hid in the grass, his eyes shone brightly, and Hirazu ran across the ground. "Hello, Lord Jalea, what are you doing?" Hearing someone calling himself behind him, Jalea said without looking back, Go, don't be here, my lord, the immortals yaxing, oh, is there such a Q-bomb?
Kingja, ... Looking at Jiraiya, Ji thought, squeezing his throat, imitating Tsunade's voice and tone, Jiraiya, what are you doing? Hearing this voice, Ji Lai was so scared that his hair exploded, and turned his head stiffly, and saw Kiyosuke who was suffocating. Dish number. Boy, did you see your death omen star shining above your head? Really? Where do the stars come from in the broad daylight? Rolling up his sleeves, revealing the unicorn arm that has been training for many years, Jiraiya smiled and said without a smile, it seems that Dashawan's teaching level is still not good. I will take care of him for him. Ha, it's just a joke, Master Jiraiya, don't be so serious. Really? I'm just kidding. Your smile doesn't look like a joke at all. Well, I have a technique here that can compensate Master Jiraiya. Hey! You are a little ghost trick, I can't look down on it. Jiraiya also curled his lips. Kiyosuke was full of confidence, and said, this technique can make many shinobi incapacitate. It is an extremely dangerous technique, even for Jiraiya-sama. Ha ha ha. Little devil. Don't speak big words, I have never seen a fairy. The wind comes in the rain, I have been to the battlefield, and I have been in the bathhouse. You can even use the tricks of a little ghost. I lose the ability to fight. What are you kidding me? Ji Lai also sneered. Then, Lord Jiraiya, don't regret it. Show your ugliness. Sexual Seduction. Chapter 37. Gale Palm. Seduction. Bang. After a burst of white smoke, Jalal looked at the beauty in front of him, and suddenly covered his nose. The big-breasted blonde double ponytail poked his XP straight. I underestimated you. You change back first. As you said, it is a dangerous technique. If it weren't for the fairy I had experience, I might have been planted here with your kid. Jilla is also ashamed, and only feels that the back waves of the Yangtze River pushes the front waves, and each wave is more than one wave. This sun will become a great weapon in the future. He stuffed his nose with a piece of paper, patted the back of Kiyosuke's shoulder, and said, I forgive you, Kiyosuke, if it weren't for Dashawan to accept you as his disciple, you would definitely be my disciple. Such a talent, it's a pity to give Dashuan. Although Mr. Ashimaru is a little bit colder, a little bit perverted, and doesn't like people a little bit, other things are pretty good. Jilla also wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, You say that, Dashuan seems to be nothing good. Are you really a disciple of Dashimaru? By the way, how did you know Tsunade's voice? Ah, I met her at the casino when I went to Unokuni for a mission. So she went to Unokuni. Jiraiya nodded when Tsunade was whereabouts, and suddenly said, What are you doing in the casino? Does your kid know what the 3 ninja prohibitions are? Beauty. You still know. I'm not curious, so I went in and took a look, and found Tsunade-sama. Then you made a fortune. Chingsuk asked suspiciously, How did you know? I think the first pot of gold for Ashimaru and I came from Tsunade. Jaleda smiled and said with a reminiscence expression, Ha ha ha, I was really young and frivolous back then, really, it was clearly with Ashimaru. Yet, why is this woman only beating me? Maybe it's because you owe it. However, Tsunade's physique of the big sheep is passive, and once the big prize is opened, it is time for bad luck. By the way, what are you doing here? Shouldn't it? Jiraiya showed his original expression, stabbed Kiyosuke, teased, You deserve to be a ninjutsu kid who develops an excellent lure technique, come on. Here is a peeping young lady. Kiyosuke was full of justice, how is it possible? Am I that kind of person? Lord Jiraiya, I'm still a child, don't think of me as your kind of pervert. Besides, can the ninja thing be called peeping? Me. It's just collecting material for the S*X lure technique. Hiss. Ji Lai also took a breath. The future of this sun is limitless. The kid called Kiyosuke.
Jalea clasped Kiyosuk's shoulders with both hands and looked at him seriously. What are you doing? Kiyomizu was taken aback, the look in his eyes was a bit scary. If you develop a ninjutsu similar to the seduction technique in the future, please be sure to find a fairy to experiment, and I will definitely guide you. Are you just lustful? Forget it, this guy can hold on to the seduction technique, and the harem technique might die suddenly on the spot. Now Jalea is not an old driver who will read countless women in the future. He can only say that he has experience now, and is far less powerful than he was later. For the sake of his health, let it go. Yada. Junko, don't touch it. The young lady's voice came from a shy and timid voice. And Jalea's body trembled and immediately turned to look at the waterfall. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Kiyomizu looked at it contemptuously, climbing a tree, occupying a high place. You ask why you go up the tree? Because the trees are cool. But after a while he jumped down and started sitting on the ground to gather chakra. As for why it came down? He is a little hot. Condensing chakras is a boring process, but it can increase the total amount of chakras. This condensing lasted for an hour. I opened my eyes and found that this fellow Jalea was still watching. He scratched his butt, and then changed his posture to continue watching. He touched his stomach and was a little hungry. At this time, the bush moved and a rabbit ran out of the bush. Kiyosuk's eyes lit up. Meat. He skinned the rabbit, cleaned its internal organs, and put it on his left hand. Your ability is really convenient. Smelling the smell, Jalea turned his head and watched Kingja roasting the rabbit with his own hands, and couldn't help but say. You don't need to burn wood at all, you only need to have chakras to keep burning, and the firepower can be adjusted at will, which is not easy to use. He carried a small amount of seasonings such as salt and pepper with him. After all, he was a mobile grill. It would be a pity not to use it, and the aroma quickly became tangy. Good craftsmanship. Jiraiya teared himself a rabbit leg in a grand manner, and Chingsuk was dissatisfied. Hey, I have to eat my own and get it. Boy, fairy, it's your honor to eat a bite of your meat, and I won't eat you for nothing, so how about giving you a ninjutsu? Oh? What ninjutsu? Come and listen. Kiyosuk's eyes lit up. A rabbit leg for a ninjutsu, no matter how you think it is earned. Your kid has a special physique. Huodun can be displayed casually, so let's forget Huodun. Do you have any other chakras? Huodun teaching Chingsuk is a waste of time. If he wants to, he only needs to increase the output of chakra. Any Huodun can be displayed easily. There is no need for seals. So it is really useless for him to learn Huodun. Instead of that, it's better to learn something else. I have two attributes, wind and fire. Chingsuk replied. There is also a wind attribute, let me think about it. Let me teach you a sea level, wind done grease palm. Good, good. Something is better than nothing, although it is a sea level ninjutsu, it depends on who uses it. Think of Master Ban's use of S-class power with a B-class fire escape. This is the difference in strength. Listen well, the way of Jian is. Next, Jiraiya also teaches the method and precautions of Chingsuk Gale Palm's knot printing method. Unlike Shiwan's teaching method, Jiraiya's teaching is more humorous and witty. Isn't it possible to joke with you, talk about meaty jokes, in the paragraph? With the usage method, it is also very quick to understand, and the effort of a meal can be said clearly and plainly. And the next step is to practice the technique of multiple shadow clones. Distribute the chakras reasonably, instantly separate 20 shadow avatars, and say, everyone, take an afternoon to learn Gale Palm. Oh. Many Kingja raised their hands and devoted themselves to cultivation. The smart way, relying on the shadow clone to reduce the length of training. Zi Lai also smiled, and continued to start his own peeping. Wind escape Gale Palm. Wind escape Gale Palm. Wind escape Gale Palm. A low noise behind his back made his brain hurt, and he looked back at the referees who were serious in cultivating. Forget it, I'll go somewhere else, it's so noisy. Chapter 38. The second round begins. The second exam officially begins, and the teams draw lots to determine their opponents. Following the order from the invigilator, each ninja team sent people to draw lots to determine their opponents. Who is ours? Kiyosuke and Asuma looked at Red. Red Road, it's Aoba and the others in Shancheng. That's it. Mountain Castle Aoba, and the same thing, there is also Marino Ibiki. Kiyosuke clapped his hands and smiled, it looks like we can easily win. Don't take it lightly. Hong warned. Asuma didn't care too much, saying, don't worry, Hong, with Chingsuke and I, as long as you don't meet the guy Kakashi, you don't have to worry about losing. He waved his hand and signaled Hong Angzan. Okay. She is not worried, after all, where the strength of Chingsuke is, there is only one Kakashi in the same period who can threaten him. People in other villages don't know? Hey! Chingsuke saw Lin's expression a little flustered, while Kakashi on one side was very impatient, walked over and smiled, this guy with soil, is late again. This guy, I must kill him. Kakashi said in a bad tone. Although he had passed the examination, he didn't want to lose. Lin said helplessly, he should be here. When do you start? One more time. Kiyosuke said, with Ibis and the others. Your strength can beat them. Kakashi said. He could see that the last time he went on a mission with them, only Kiyosuke, a classmate who had been with them for a year, made him shine. Moreover, that clone blasting technique is quite powerful. If it weren't for an exam to kill people, that technique would be abolished. Otherwise, this guy will definitely be able to pass this Zongnin exam. Now, it's possible. S*X is just pulled down. The important teacher who brought the soil shouldn't be late, wait a minute. I'm leaving first. Asuma over there was already calling him, and the game officially started. Let's go see it too, Lin. Okay. The crowd gathered around the arena, and the three of Kiyosuke stood ready, and the three of Ibis, who were on the opposite side, looked solemn. After all, Kiyosuke was not easy to deal with when they were classmates. Since Kakashi left, no one in the actual combat class has been able to win from his hands. And there is this guy Asuma. So, start. The referee gave an order, and Asuma made a seal on her hand and opened her mouth to spray, fire escape how fireball art. How fireball flew straight towards the three of them. Kiyosuke folded his palms on one side, and the violent wind rushed out, wind escape, gale palm. The wind assisted the fire and strengthened the power of the how fireball. Dodge. The formation of the three Ibis was broken up, and then the three Kiyosuke rushed out and found their opponents. Ding ding ding. Kumo collided with each other, and Kiyosuke's sharp movements put pressure on Yamashiro Aoba. The kunao in front of him was played out in his hands, and it was almost impossible to predict where the next blow would come from, making it elusive. Here. Chingsuke said. Yamashiro Aoba subconsciously followed the voice and looked at it, but suddenly tripped under her feet. Then, Kiyomizu turned around, and a whirling kick came. Bad. Yamashiro Aoba shed cold sweat and quickly agreed, supporting the ground with one hand, and his body reacted. Kiyosuke's round kick was scraped from his face. The opportunity is here. Taking advantage of his recovery, Shancheng Aoba seized the opportunity and slammed it up. Unexpectedly, a snake suddenly appeared in Kingja's collar, entangled his body tightly, unable to move. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Ninja won't give the back to the enemy, so how could I give you the back? After Kiyosuke finished speaking, he rushed towards Ibis who was fighting with the red. There have been back and forth with the red fight, and Ibis suddenly noticed the defeat of Yamashiro Aoba and the attack of Kiyosuke. His heart was bad, and he threw a lot of shurikens, but none of them hit the target. Come on! Beiji sticks to the mountain. Furiously, Iba's eye was knocked out with one blow. Shul King Snake Hand. Several snakes flew out, and Ibis, who was still in the air, was tied up by the snake and could not move. On the other side, Asma will also knock down the same. The victory is divided. Winner: Asakawa Kiyosuke, Sarutobi Asma, Yuhi Hong. Eliminate them and conduct another team battle to advance to the third round. Win beautiful. Off the court, Kakashi said. Lin smiled and said, "Congratulations on your victory, Kakashi is a rare compliment, Chingsuke, you performed very well." Of course. Kiyosuke patted his chest. Asma said, "I'm working hard too, okay?" Yes, you worked very hard." Hong smiled, looked at the two Kakashi, and said, "Take the soil, haven't come yet." That guy. Kakashi was impatient. Lin also has a headache for the lateness attribute of bringing soil. The relationship between the elderly with soil and Konoha is because they are late every time because they are helping the elderly. Even Watergate doesn't know what to say, but he is very supportive of bringing soil to help the elderly. It is also a good thing that the Uchiha clan with eyes above the top has a strange kind like soil. Of course Kiyosuke knows that Tato is helping the old man now. If this guy hadn't been blackened because of Lin's death, he would not be impossible to become Hokage in the future according to his behavior and exploits, plus his own strength. It's a pity that he met Madara. Lord, this guy who was crippled by Black Jew. Then, the soil was also crippled and crippled. Heiju, the filial son. Naruto has many other names, such as the Legend of the Eyes or the story of a dutiful son Heiju save his mother. As the final boss Datong Muhui's will to distract, he flickered Indra and Indra reincarnation not lightly, in order to save his mother and filial piety to the world. However, it is better to be an idiot with soil. The protagonist often arrives at the last minute, and the guy who brought the soil, stepped on the spot, and was almost eliminated. Their opponent is the upgraded version of Xiantio Yu Kai, Matt Dai. Matt Dai, like Kai and later Lee, had no talent for ninjutsu and illusion, and devoted himself to physical skills. He was a ruthless person who had opened the door to death, but he treated himself very kindly. It's just an ordinary physical attack. Konoha Whirlwind. Matt Dai kicked the sugar that was stuck in his throat and kicked him away. Kakashi defeated two of his opponents. With his outstanding skill and extraordinary strength, he defeated Matt Dai's two teammates. Eliminated. Only Matt Dai was left. He was eliminated as Kakashi's opponent without starting 8. The Kakashi team wins. Shame. Kakashi shook his head. A hole. Do you want to fight? Bring the soil up and said loudly, I just made a mistake. Shame. A hole Kakashi. P.S. Modify it. Kakashi and the others eliminated the Kai team, but they still ran into it in the third round. It was a bit messy about taking the soil this session of the Zongnin exam, so modify it. Chapter 39, Advance to the third round. With the end of the first round of team battles, the 80 teams that originally participated have shrunk by half, and once again, the last 20 teams will be determined, and they will enter the third exam. The Kingja activity started and said, our opponent for the next test is Takumai Shinobu, is there any information? Hong said, I heard from my father that Takumai Ninja Village is a village that is good at making and using ninjas. The ninjas of various countries are generally supplied by them. Although it is a small village, it is very rich. Ninja tools like kunao and shuriken can be made in any village. But if you can create a powerful ninja that can use chakras and use chakras to enhance your attacks, you need special skills. Such techniques are not available in every village. And the Craftsman Ninja Village has this kind of technology. They make a fortune by making ninjas for each ninja village, and rely on ninjas to protect the villages. Although small, they are rich. Every ninja village has good relations with them, and there will be no situation like the Uzushio ninja village of the Uzumaki clan. After all, the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan is really daunting. In addition, these guys are violent, just like the gunpowder keg, they may explode someday, so in a certain war, Uzumaki ninja village was attacked by a group. However, Konoha, who was too far away, had no time to rescue. In the end, Uzumaki ninja village was destroyed, and the Uzumaki family was scattered all over the world. And the craftsman ninja village is a human, long-sleeved good dance, relying on technology to mix in the big ninja villages is like a fish in the water. After all, even if they can make terrible ninjas, their village has no people who can use these powerful ninjas. What bad thoughts can Takamai Shinobu? Am I right? Gara, MMP, a lot of bad thoughts when kidnapping me. It's only the Takamai ninja village, it's not worth mentioning. Shook his head, Chingsuk didn't pay attention to this group of people. In fact, there are not many people in Xiao Ninja village that need attention, and the ones who really need attention are their own people. Okay, let's go, the exam begins. This time let them be as good as Uncle Asma. Good, go. Stepping into the competition arena, the three of them formed a formation again. The opposite Takamai Shinobu was just like them, 2 men, 1 woman, 1 man with 1 eye, and 1 slug. As for the girl, her colorful hair was a bad girl. Hong said in a low voice, I heard that their opponent was easily eliminated by them with a ninja, so be careful. I know, this time I will attack. Okay. So, start. With an order from the referee, Kiyosuk rushed out, and the bad girl sneered, is it so simple? Is Konoha's Shinobu a fool? Don't underestimate our Takamai Shinobu. As a ninja of the Takamai ninja village, using ninjas is a compulsory course for them. The bad girl said, a large amount of steel wire was shot from the black glove in her hand, which instantly spread over the entire arena, forming a steel wire net, blocking the road ahead of Chingsuk. Kiyosuk clamped the shuriken in his hand and threw it out, the shuriken cut the steel wire in front of him. At this time, the eyes around the bad girl moved, she pushed her glasses, a shuriken of equal height appeared in her hand, and he threw it out. Cut. Kiyosuk jumped away, avoiding the shuriken. Very good. The bad girl made a fist and waved her arm back. The shuriken in the air suddenly changed her body and flew towards the back of Kiyosuk. Not good. Just when the referee wanted to do something, he saw Kiyosuk in the air turned into a stake. Stand-in surgery, read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. The slug held a sledgehammer and smashed it down at Kiyosuk, who appeared from the side. Boom. Kiyosuk turned around and avoided, and said, Control, long-range attacks, melee combat, so that's it, is the division of labor clear? So, Asma, Huo Dian. Okay. Fire escape, the art of fire. Jet flames. 2 pillars of fire flew, and the slug held a hammer in one hand and output a shield in the other to block the attack. Hot. The shield was red from the fire, and the slug threw away the shield in his hand and blew his hands. It's not over yet? Red. Understood. Illusory art Naraku seeing art. Hong seized the opportunity to launch the illusion, and the slug who hadn't paid attention was recruited. The bad girl and the eye boy would help him dispel the illusion. How could Chingsuk and Asma give them this opportunity? Without the protection of slugs, Kingja seemed to be in no one's realm, and instantly came to the bad girl, opened her mouth, a snake rushed out, and the snake opened her mouth wide at the girl. Ah! With high decibel screams, after the startled screams, the bad girl was scared to death. At the same time, the eye boy who was good at long-range combat was taken down by Asma, who was good at long-range combat. Slowly swallowing the snake into his abdomen. This scene made Hong feel uncomfortable. He said, Kiyosuk, don't use this technique in front of me in the future. It's disgusting. Ugh. Is it so despised? You guys' evil taste is really. Asma patted him on the shoulder, and as the referee announced their victory, they successfully advanced to the third round of the exam. After leaving the examination room, Yuri Zhenhong was already waiting for them at the door, and nodded and said, "You are doing very well. The next exam will be half a month later. After 60 people from 20 teams break up, each will play 2 round, which means that the last 15 people can become Zhongren. Zhongren exams have a high elimination rate, and Zhongren who can be promoted from this kind of exams can be promoted to Shangren in the future. Although harsh, it can screen out the outstanding talents in the village. After an exam, you can see who is worth training and who needs to be improved. After half a month? Is this half a month too long? Kiyosuk thinks that he can complete the exam now, without so much trouble." Yuri Zhenhong glanced at him and said, "You weren't injured, but someone else was injured. This time is for the wounded to recover. You should treat it as a holiday, and you don't have to perform tasks anyway." "Teacher Zhenhong, I want special training." Hong raised his hand and said. "Can." Asma pondered for a while, and said, "Teacher Zhenhong, please guide me too. Dad and eldest brother are too busy to have time. Chingsuk, are you coming?" The old man in his family is busy all day long and has little time to accompany him. When he was a child, his elder brother could take him with him. Now his elder brother is getting busy and has no time, so he can only ask Mr. Zhenhong for help. Chingsuk said, "I'll leave it alone. I want to develop my blood succession boundary, and there is not much guidance that teacher Zhenhong can give me. For the development of ninjutsu, it's better to go to Ashimaru. Yuri Zhenhong's strength is good, but he is more good at illusion." Yuri Zhenhong also understood this, and said, "I know, you go." Chapter 40. Special Training. "Oh, want me to train you? With your strength, you should be able to win without encountering Kakashi in Xiaren." Dashimaru's unique hoarse voice sounded, and he fiddled with the things on the operating table without looking back. Kiyosuk behind him said, "Red and Asma have both gone for special training. If I don't go there, it always feels weird. Oshimaru-sensei, do you have any particularly powerful ninjutsu? You can kill the other side's ninjutsu with just one click. Surgery. Are you killed in one blow? Yes, there is a ninjutsu that goes to the end. Do you want to learn it?" No, I don't want to die yet, I just want to learn great." "If that's the case, then go and practice the change of chakra's form. With your talent, it's okay to get in touch now." "Form changes?" "Yes, the shape of chakra has changed." Shiwan put down the experimental product in his hand and began to instruct his disciples. Chakra changes in nature and form are both ways to strengthen ninjutsu. The change of nature is the use of the escape method with 5 attributes of wind, fire, water, thunder, and earth. The combination of the 2 will lead to the limit of blood succession, the 3 are the blood succession elimination, and the 7 are the most advanced blood succession snare. The change in form allows chakra to have the form of ninjutsu, allowing the user to control the power and attack range of the technique, and the change in form can make the technique more unique. The spiral pill created by Watergate is the ultimate form of change, but you can easily control the flame, so what you need to learn is the form change of the wind attribute chakra. Shiwan said. What should I do with this?" Kiyosuk played with the flame in the palm of his hand and didn't understand it. He could turn himself into a flame, and he could control the flame to the point of abnormality, but if he let him control the wind attribute chakra, he would have nowhere to start. Of course, special training. Uncle Snake's eyes flashed strangely. "Snake, Uncle Snake." Kingja shivered. JPG. Konoha Training Ground. The wind attribute chakra has the characteristic of cutting. If you learn the shape change, it can be attached to the weapon to make the weapon sharper. Dashimaru took out a handful of kunao, attached the wind attribute chakra to it, and waved it on the ground. Before it got close to the ground, a deep ditch appeared. If there is no pupil technique like round eyes or white eyes, only perceptual ninjas can perceive it, which is a kind of yin person's way. Not all chakras can be seen. Thunder escape, fire escape, water escape, etc., all have special forms of expression, and the wind attribute chakra is different. The wind has no color and shape, it is just a mass of air, invisible and intangible. But you can perceive that most of the wind is invisible. Not everyone has the Uchiha clan's riding wheel eyes and the Hyuga clan's white eyes to see chakra. Sensing ninjas are also in the minority after all. But I don't know how to develop Fengyun chakra. I can come casually if I have the fire attribute. A ball of flame rose from the palm of his hand, and the flame turned into a fiery snake, surrounded by him, with a mouth and another snake. Looking at Kiyomizu's repeated Matryoshka behavior, Dashimaru said, "You can control the fire attribute chakras. Then the wind attribute should also be controlled, but you are not very skilled. You need to learn to use the wind attribute chakras in your body instead of subconsciously. You can use Huodun, well, before the Zhongren exam, you can only use Fengdun, and Huodun is not allowed. No, unless it is a critical juncture, you are not allowed to use Huodun in the Zhongren exam." Read more at hotemtalnovel.xyz. Oshimaru restricts Kiyomizu in this way so that he can learn to use the wind and prevent him from using only flames. As a ninja, it is difficult to eat fresh all over the sky, and not everyone can do it. And with Kingsuk's qualifications, it's a certainty to become a shinobu in the future. It's not a big deal now to suffer a bit, it's better than to die on the battlefield because of poor learning skills in the future. Yes. Listening to Dashimaru's request, Kingja nodded, put out the flame in his hand, and started to learn Fengyun instead. Perceive the wind attribute chakra in the body, and then guide it out, just like you usually use ninjutsu. You first learn to cut the leaves. Let Kiyosuke hold a leaf with his hands, so that he can freely switch between the two chakras. Yes. But this is still too slow, the technique of multiple shadow clones. Bang 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 bang. 40 shadow clones appeared next to each other, each with a leaf in their hands. Chingsuk said, "Everyone, in one afternoon, I have to cut the leaves on my hands." Oh. The shadow avatars responded and began to work hard. Using the shadow clone? This is a good way. Oshimaru nodded when he saw it. Actually, there are not many places where this disciple needs guidance, which makes him, the teacher, feel that there is no sense of existence. Am I going to accept another disciple? Thinking this way, watching the efforts of Kiyosuke, Dashimaru settled down and accepted another female disciple. Let's see if there are any good seedlings in this year's graduates. Kiyosuke and his shadow avatars worked hard, constantly injecting wind escape chakras into leaves. With the passage of time, a large number of shadow avatars disappeared due to lack of chakras. Experience followed, and his use of Fengyun chakra became more handy. Success! One shadow avatar raised his hand, the leaves in his hand split into two, laughing, and then he suddenly disappeared. The remaining shadow avatars and the main body all received the experience, and one after another cut the leaves in their hands. While looking at the research notes, Dashimaru looked at it and said, "This is just the beginning. You have to remember this feeling, and then continue. It is good." Kingja nodded and continued to practice. Oshimaru said on the side, "You have to remember this feeling, and you can do it until you want to do it. There is not so much time on the battlefield for you to gather chakras, can you understand?" To understanding. The battlefield is cruel, and the enemy can't give you time to make big moves, so you must turn these into flat A. Kyosuke-kun, your physique is very suitable for action on the battlefield. Ordinary attacks will not work for you at all, but don't take it lightly. The dead genius is not a genius. Oshimaru has seen too many geniuses on the battlefield. The halberd fell into the sand and the death of Huang Chuan was regrettable. He didn't want his disciple to end up with the rope tree. Chingsuk said, I know, I don't want to die yet. It's a good thing to have a desire to survive. Kyosuk-san, remember a truth, save your life on the battlefield before talking about other things. This is the experience he has accumulated for so long. If he can't survive, completing the task is all nonsense. I understand. Chapter 41, Jiraiya's teaching. Cultivation is still going on, but it is Kingja that he is practicing alone. After Oshimaru has given some guidance, he puts into the laboratory again, as if there is something particularly attractive in it. Oh, it is indeed very attractive to Osha. Pill. Wind escaped the art of wind cutting. An invisible wind blade flew out of his hand after Kingja finished the seal, and the wind blade instantly cut a small tree with a thick bole. The cut was neat and smooth, and the tree walked without any pain. Why do you attach Fengdun Chakra to your weapon? I have no idea at all. Rubbing his hair, Kiyomizu sat down on the green grass. He has tried to attach the chakra to Kumamoto. If you don't pay attention, the Windran chakra will dissipate. It is very troublesome to compress it and keep it in a shape. Yuan is in the laboratory, and it is estimated that it will not come out for several days. This guy's daily life is like this. He eats and drinks entirely on the grain pills. Although the taste is bitter, Yuan is a big deal. This bitterness is not a big deal. The study. Kingja is now in free-range mode, but this is also good. No, I have to find someone to help. At this time, a wretched man appeared in his mind. Crossed out, it was a tall figure. Konoha is a little bit yellow, and Jiraiya. Haunted in Konoha's major kabuki-chas, izakayas, hot springs, and places with many young ladies. Chingsuk successfully saw Jiraiya on the roof of his house. Why is it on the top of your own building? Because his house is a 3-story building. If you want to see it, you can easily see some scenes in the open-air hot spring, but people with bad eyes cannot see the beautiful scenery in the misty mist. But who is it? 3 generations of Naruto's personal disciple, Konoha Sunin. Is it a person who has gained a reputation? That pair of tricks has been tempered, comparable to the golden eyes of Brother Monkey. The mist is nothing at all. So, Lord Jiraiya, did you come to the top of my house to peep? Of course, cough. No. He coughed and said, this is the roof of your house. Of course. Kingja nodded. How can it be repaired? Your kid has such a good place. Kid, I'm here as a guest at your house, and pour me a cup of tea. Hey, what is your tone of voice? If you are really here as a guest, don't just stay on the roof, and I don't believe you when you say you are here as a guest. You look at my sincere eyes, I'm really here as a guest. Yes, yes, I believe. What is your perfunctory tone? You look at my eyes and speak. Don't look away. Ji Lai was also hit hard, and hurriedly changed the subject, saying, how about the results of the Zongnin exam? It's okay, it's in the 3rd round, and now it's special training. When I heard the special training, Gillette also said, then what are you running home? Give me a good training. Didn't that fellow Ashimaru teach you? Teached, I won't. Then ask him. He's not in now. Then you go for special training. Didn't Yuan teach you? Teached, I won't. Then go. Enough, I don't want to play Matryoshka anymore. Lord Jiraiya, please help me with special training. Gillette also curled his lips. No, I'm going to collect materials. I'm going to write a novel that I am good at. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Is the Book of God's Love in Heaven coming online? In the future. Konoha Minor Kakashi's novel that I can't put it down. I heard that my hand speed will speed up. Master Jiraiya, paid. Hey. A gleam of light flashed in Jile's eyes, and he said, if you become the big sister last time, it's not impossible, he. Kingja. It feels so unworthy, betraying things like Hugh. Seduction. Isn't it a catch? As a human being, is this really good? Not bad. You really are a genius. Gillette also clutched his nose, and said boldly, if you have any questions, just ask the fairy. I know everything about the fairy. Is such that? Kiyosuk asked the question that he didn't know how to gather the wind into an edge, and kept the length unchanged, and he thought about it, and said, it's nothing more than you can't control your wind escape chakra. That's it, to put it bluntly, you are still lacking in controlling chakra. Then what method should I use? Kingja asked. There is no shortcut in this regard. Diligence can make up for your weakness. Don't you know how to do it? Then use it to practice. Well, we still have to work hard. I understand, thank you Master Jalea, I will go to practice first. After speaking, he jumped out of the roof of his house and ran towards the training ground. Really, don't even invite me to drink a cup of tea, hey, forget it, hey, this young lady has a really good figure, oh, shook it. After Gillette also ordered, Chingsuk realized that his chakra control was insufficient, so he needed to work hard in this regard. Separate the clones and practice hard, life is so simple and boring. A week later. Successful. Kiyosuk yelled happily, and a layer of Windran chakra was attached to the Kuma in his hand, forming a wind blade about half a meter long on Kuma. When he came to a tree, he waved Kunao, 3 times and 5 divided 2, leaving his mark on a tree. It's okay, the consumption of chakra is not serious, the current physical condition can be maintained for about an hour and a half. Disperse the suffering wind blade and put it away. A few days later, it will be the final round of the Zongnin exam. He has to prepare well. If he is exhausted these days, he should take a good rest. First go to Il Ramen for a meal, and then go home to take a bath and sleep beautifully. Let's just spend the past few days. As for Hong and Asma, they are still working hard in cultivation. They don't want to be separated by Kiyomizu, they are teammates in a small team. Judging from the performance of the team battle, this guy's strength is far from being used, which makes Asma and Hong feel the pressure. After all, being thrown away by their companions, watching his back move forward is not a comfortable thing. Mahong looked at the 2 seriously cultivating subordinates and nodded. Knowing their unwillingness, he attacked and said, if you don't want to be distanced by Kiyosuk, then you will spare your life to practice. There will be another week. At the end of the Zongnin exam, show me your perseverance and consciousness. Yes. Understood. The 2 resisted the attack from Yuri Zhenhong, and improved their strength by fighting against Yuri Zhenhong. This is the way they choose to improve their strength. Chapter 42. What kind of guy do you like? The final Chunin test begins. Konoha's gate to the battlefield. Kiyosuk looked at his 2 teammates and asked, I'm going, what are you 2 doing these days? How did it happen? Hong and Asma had many bruises on their bodies, and both of them were bandaged. Asma scratched her nose and said, what do you know, scars are a man's medal. Chingsuk said silently, but it's not red. Hong must be a beautiful woman in the future. If there are scars on her body now, it will not look good in the future. There is no girl who doesn't love beauty. She suddenly became worried, and Asma patted her chest and said, even if she becomes ugly after being red, I won't hate her. Ah, you are dead. You will become an ugly monster. It was Red's furious blow that greeted Asma. So, do you know why you can't chase Hong? Kiyosuk glanced at the red back and said with a smile. Girls are shy. I must be too handsome. Red is shy and dare not confess. No, your Sarutobi clan has strong hair, and the word Heshue is basically not in touch. Looking at Asma's very sophisticated face, Kiyosuk did not say anything, but said, you will be single for a lifetime like this. It is a miracle that the Red Society will be chased by this guy in the future. Is it because Red is getting older and looking for a mature and reliable one? As a result, when I looked at the peers, Asma had a big beard face, very mature and reliable, so I chose him. That Asma is too miserable. No, it's impossible. I'm so handsome, it's impossible to be single. You look at my face, and you talk again. A hole. Don't think that you can do whatever you want if you are handsome. Sorry, you can really do whatever you want to be handsome. Kiyosuk laughed and stepped into Konoha's door to the battlefield. There were already a lot of people sitting in the audience on the battlefield. In addition to the contestants, some Shangren instructors also came here. Yuri Zhenhong was already waiting for them inside. The 3 generations of Naruto Sarutobi appeared, and he was also followed by Ashimaru and Jiraiya, with 2 apprentices, and he walked with wind. With their appearance, the noisy battlefield quieted down, and a group of shinobu looked at them. This is Konoha's highest combat power. If you kill them, Konoha will be vulnerable. Of course, this is just thinking about it. Sarutobi Hizen coughed and said, then the final round of examinations will begin, and the remaining 15 people will have the qualifications to be promoted to Zongnan. Let's not say much, let's get started. A figure fell and said, Hokage-sama, leave it to me now. Sorry to bother you. Sarutobi Hizen took Ashimaru and 2 of them sat in the best place in the audience. Jilla smiled and said, Ashawan, I didn't think you would come here when you squat at home. Are you a disciple who cares about yourself? Ashimaru said, it's just to see the results of his practice. By the way, you ran to do the experiment. You disciple ran to me for help. Really, you should do your teacher's responsibility anyway. He told me about this. He used a technique in exchange. It's a bargain. Jiraiya. What technique does he use? Chingsuk told him. He asked what ninjutsu, but Chingsuk was vague. I did not say. He wanted to ask what kind of technique can be exchanged for guidance from Jiraiya. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Jiraiya's face became stiff, and he coughed. It's a great technique, Yuan. I have to say, you disciple is a genius. Of course he is a genius. With his strength plus the blood succession limit, it is estimated that few people can beat him. I told him not to use that special blood succession boundary as a last resort. He researched. Although he could not find out the mystery of the Chingsuk family, he can draw one thing. It is not a special escape technique, it is a special physique. The special physique that turns a person into a flame is extremely rare. What do you limit his strength to do? It just made him grow faster. Dashimaru said lightly. Listening to the 2 disciples chatting with each other, Sarutobi Hizen smiled and said, then wait and see. The referee below has already started the rules. Everyone in this battle will experience 2 battles. The 2 sides of the battle are randomly selected. In addition, this battle cannot kill or cause disability. Violators will be deprived of their qualifications for lifelong examinations. Above, then, the 2 parties involved in the first round of battle are. The names of all contestants began to appear on the big screen hanging on the wall, randomly selected. Finally stopped. Asakawa Kiyosuk vs Hakura. That's true, is this little guy in the first round? Jilla also showed an expression of watching the show. Well, it's the blood succession boundary of Cheyenne village, and what is the difference between Konoha's blood succession boundary and our Konoha? Is Shao done? This is a very dangerous blood inheritance boundary, and Cheyenne village is actually willing to let her appear. Dashiwan said. The blood succession boundary ninjas are treasures in the major ninja villages. After they grow up, not to mention the shadow level powerhouses, as long as they don't stretch, they are generally elite ninjas, but they are put in other villages if they don't grow up. A very dangerous thing. Although the Kingdom of Wind and the Kingdom of Fire are allies, the 2 big ninja villages also have hatred and will be wary of each other. In this way, the blood-inherited bound ninja will be sent to the village. If something goes wrong and it is not handled properly, there will be war. Let's take a look first. Unexpectedly, it was me in the first game. What kind of luck is this? He didn't want the first show or something. Kakashi had to go anyway. After all, in the last Ninja World War, his father shook the blood of Cheyenne village as a river, shivering. Come on, Kiyosuke. Yes, come on. Hong and Asma cheered him up, and Yuri Zhenhong said, be careful, the enemy is the Blood Air Ninja from Cheyenne village, and it's not that easy to deal with. I see. Kiyosuke stepped on the railing and jumped down and landed steadily on the ring below. Little Lolita Yuking walked over with a serious face. She was a beauty embryo, and she must be a big beauty in the future. It's a pity that she was killed in the end. After the referee determined the identities of the two, he said, then, the first game of the third round of the ninja test, Kiyosuke Asakawa vs Yekara, officially begins. After speaking, he jumped out of the ring to make room for them. Come on, Konoha's ninja. Little Lori Yuking takes this battle very seriously. She wants to play the style of Cheyenne village. Play the style of the female ninja in Sandyuki village. Well, before the war, I have a question for you. What? Yuking looked at him puzzled. What kind of guy do you like? As soon as these words came out, the whole hall was quiet. Chapter 43, Dating Competition. Oh, this kid is really talented. The first to speak out was that Jalea, who is not too big to watch the excitement, said with a smile, Ashimaru, this kid should be my apprentice. Dashimaru said, I will not let him contact you in the future. You idiot, Jalea, has taken Mr. Kiyosuke to the ground. Sarutobi Hisan feels a headache, and now the child is too precocious, right? What is this idiot Kiyosuke doing? Asma asked puzzledly, didn't he go to fight? Although Sane's female ninja is really pretty. None of you boys is a good thing. Hongju said with a curled lips. Asma felt that she should clarify for herself, and hurriedly said, Red, I am not like a person like Chingsuk. Humph. Xiri was really red. Okay, so bold. As expected of Kiyosuke, I easily did what I couldn't do. Tato squeezed his hand, did I confess to Lin after becoming Zongren? Kakashi looked at him like a fool. Ha ha ha, what's going on with Konoha's shinin? Is he here to fall in love? Yet? Or a kid? Interesting, I'm very curious about how that girl should answer. Hey! What kind of guy do you like? It can be said that Cheyenne village is angry, especially Yekang's teammate, who is an inch-headed boy. Hey! Konoha's Shinobu, you don't want to beat us Yekang's idea. UBD. Believe it or not, I killed him. You. That's it. Don't think you can mess around if you are handsome. Yekang is not such a superficial girl. Referee, can you change opponents? Let me go, I want to kill this BD. The referee squeezed his eyebrows, but watching Sarutobi Hisan smiled at the excitement, he didn't say anything, just let Cheyenne village not mess around. After listening to Kingja's question, Yekang's beautiful little face blushed, and his serious expression suddenly broke down, a little flustered, and then calmed down and said, anyway, it's not your type. I hate you the most. Boy. Really? That's really a pity, so cute, you will cry with a punch, right? Yekang. Pooh. Scum. Just now, I asked what kind of guy I like, and I'm going to hit me in a blink of an eye. Everyone. Didn't you just ask what kind of guy they like? Why did you change your face? He couldn't keep up with Kingja's brain circuit, but Yekang also heard that Kingja was looking for her to be happy. Kingja turned back and avoided, Yekang followed, and his delicate little fist hit his face, seeming to want to smash his face. He opened his hand, grabbed Yekang's arm, and pulled it to his side, putting a knee on her belly, completely devoid of pity and cherishment. Enduring the pain, Yekang stepped back and said, your question just now just wanted to make me angry, right? It's a good calculation. She could see that the problem was just the other party's strategy, so that she could be dazzled by anger and a flaw appeared. Do not. Kiyosuk smiled, with a sincere tone, I really want to ask what kind of guy you like. This person's heart is so dirty. I won't fall twice in a pit, but if you Konoha ninja can beat me and become Zongnan, it's not impossible to date you. Ah. Go on a date with me. Yekang Zhang. Cheyenne Village cried out painfully. Yes, yes. What do you like about Konoha's little white face? Isn't he just a little more handsome? There is nothing else to do. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. No. Yekang-chan will never lose to Konoha's little white face. Come on. Yekang-chan. My good brother Asma saw Cheyenne Village and started cheering on Yekang. He felt that he couldn't lose Kingja's face. He glanced at Jadu not far away and shouted, Kyosuk. Beat her. You are dating. I've covered the consumption. That's right. The Asma for your dates is already covered. Come on, Chingsuk. Asma. Saratobi Ri cut. Don't let this brat go home and discuss with his wife about having 3 children. When you grow up, I'll talk about it. I'm not interested in a little girl like you with no chest and butt. Kiyosuk said with a dull expression, I like mature big sisters, so let's, 10 years later, if you are still alive, come to Konoha, let's go on a date. As soon as this remark came out, even the corners of Dashiwan's mouth twitched. Ji-La's eyes widened suddenly. This son's deep intentions and wide layout can be called the best in the world. If I had this style back then, I wouldn't have been married yet. However, he is really a little pervert. He has no ability now. Will he wait until 10 years later? Hiss. Saratobi Risen looked at Ashimaru and asked, Is this really your apprentice? Isn't it Jiraiya's sure? I do not know. For a moment, Dashimaru felt that this disciple was not his own. Come on. Don't I'm dead then, you are dead. As a ninja, he might die someday, so maybe this guy will die tomorrow. Yekang was also a violent temper, and snorted, I will surely be admired then. She will definitely become a mature big sister in the future, and now, she just hasn't reached the growth stage yet. I am looking forward. Kiyosuk smiled. Yekang sneered, let me see if you can beat me. Fire escaped the art of Phoenix Fire. Fireballs flew out of Yekang's mouth, blocking the path in front of Kingja. Kingsuk's palms joined together, wind done, gale palm. The violent wind blows the fireball, Yekang is already holding Kyowo to attack, and his slender figure shows extremely fast speed, and he comes to Kiyosuk in a blink of an eye. Ding ding ding. Kuamu collided with each other. Chingsuk saw the tricks and dismantles with ease, did not panic at all, and steadily resisted the attack from Yekang. Yekang gritted his teeth, speeding up the offensive, and Chingsuk gradually showed his decay, revealing a flaw. Seizing the opportunity, Kyowo immediately pierced Kingja's throat, but saw him suddenly tilt his head, avoiding the attack dangerously. Yekang wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to chase, but his arm was suddenly attacked. Kingja slapped her arm with a palm, causing Kyowo to get rid of Yekang's hand. The other fist, which had been waiting for a long time, slammed into force. Boom! Hit the target with one punch. Yekang flew out, turned around in the air, fell steadily, and covered his stomach, where it hurt to death. It should feel swollen. Said, you guy, have been pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. No, I just deliberately sold a flaw to you. Let me attack now. Wind escape wind cut technique. Chingsuk Kaiji attacked, flew out a wind blade, and attacked Yekang. The art of wind escaping wind return. Chapter 44, Ju done. The technique of Fengdang wind return is to use chakra to return the Fengdang on the opposite side of Fengdang to let the enemy have a taste of his own technique. This trick has advantages and disadvantages. If the strength is not as good as the opponent's strength, it is easy to cocoon and bind himself, and instead of blocking the opponent's wind and escape, he will be killed. Those who are stronger than the other party will generally not use this trick, and the other party does not need to use this trick if the fastest result is achieved. Some chicken ribs. However, the strength is not the same. The wind return technique can play a miraculous effect. Kiyosuk's wind blade was bounced back by the wind return technique, and he hurriedly avoided, looking at the wind blade left on the wall and said, "It's really dangerous, I was almost killed, it's terrible, terrible." A blue vein appeared on Yakang's forehead. This man is so annoying. With a sneer, "Are you only hiding? It's not enough to want to date me with this level of strength. Really? You still have to show some real skills, Shulker Snakeman." With a wave of his hand, the 4 big snakes rushed out from the cuffs and rushed towards Yakang. Wind escaped the art of wind cutting. With this move, Yakang would also do the same, and the speed of the seal was much faster than Kingja. The 4 big snakes summoned by the shark shadow snake hand were cut into several sections, and the dead could not die again. "It's violent." With a murmur, Kiyosuk knew that he couldn't play anymore. His legs exerted strength, and the whole person rushed out. Kunao rolled his fingers around, held tightly in his hand, aimed at Yakang, and stabbed. Ding! Yakang blocked it, but he was struggling. This power had more than doubled, which means that this guy had just been playing. Thinking of this, he became angry, and hit back vigorously. Seeing Yakang's swift offensive, Qingji did not evade his edge. The physique between people cannot be generalized. Yakang, the little girl's physical fitness is not as good as her own, and she will lose in the end. The two played back and forth. Yakang knew that his physical strength was not as good as Kingsuk's, and decided to break his strength with skill, but in the next second, he was beaten out by Kunao. Then he suffered another kick in his stomach and flew up into the air. The hidden shadow has more snake hands. This time a larger and larger snake flew out of the cuff and bit towards Yakang in the air. Seeing the big snake rushing forward, Yakang's eyes were fierce, and a fireball appeared beside him. The moment the big snake touched the fireball, his sturdy body shrank and the water in the body was evaporated, like a dry corpse in the desert. As soon as this move came out, everyone in the room calmed down. This is the blood succession boundary of Cheyenne village. Burning done. What a terrible blood succession boundary. So, what will Konoha's kid do? Sarutobi Hisan looked at Shiodun and smoked a cigarette, and said, "Ashimaru, how likely is it that this kid, Kiyosuk, will win? Without his special physique, there is no possibility of winning, but if you use it, he will win." Ashimaru said calmly. "Then wait and see." "Dad, can Kiyosuk win?" Hong asked her dad worriedly, and Asma looked over it, and Yuri Zhenhong said, "I believe Kingsuk's strength. His strength is at the top among you at the same time, and this exam is not allowed to kill people, even if you can't win. There will be no life-threatening, don't worry." After comforting her daughter, Yuri Zhenhong stared at the serious Kiyosuk below. Zhao Dun. Looking at the fireball floating around Yakang, this girl will be a juicing girl in the future. She has already revealed her clues now. She smiled and said, "Well, this blood inheritance limit is really dangerous." Seeing the snake on the ground, he became vigilant. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Give up. In front of Zhou Dun, there is only the end of being evaporated. If I use it, I can't stop it. Yakang reminded. Really? It's so terrible, so terrible. Are all the blood ninjas in Cheyenne village monsters? This face looks so cheap. Kiyosuk put a smile away, and said solemnly, "The blood is just a ninja, and we Konoha are not without it, and it is useless for me to burn." He rushed over without any intention of avoiding it. Yeking didn't expect this guy to rush over in desperation, and snorted coldly, "I don't care if something goes wrong." Zhao Dun over steam kill. The scorching fireball flew and hit Chingsuk directly, but it didn't evaporate into a mummified situation as usual. This guy didn't have a shit, but approached quickly, and the speed was incredible. At this time, Yeking was still in a state of shock. Why did this guy get hit by his own skills, and nothing happened? I obviously got the seal. When he reacted, Kiyosuk had already come, and it was too late to resist. Kyo pointed directly to his throat, and the sharp edge made the smooth skin appear a layer of goosebumps. "You lose. Why are you okay?" she asked. Boys always have one or two little secrets. If you are still alive, remember to come to me for a date 10 years later. He was okay because he had completely elementalized his body. Otherwise, the water in his body would have been completely evaporated and turned into a mummy. The elementalized body had no water at all, it was all flames. "Humph! Wait until you beat the next opponent," snorted and raised his hand to the referee. The referee nodded and shouted, "Winner, Kiyosuk Asakawa." Kiyosuk jumped onto his seat and said to Asma, "Watch well and learn. This is the right way to chase girls." Asma said silently, "I have never heard of chasing a girl and beating a girl." "You mean it's red?" He just saw that Kingsuk's attack on Yeking was very painful, and he didn't know what Liangxiangxia was. If he learns, he can be single for a lifetime. "Hey!" Licking the dog. He smiled contemptuously at Asma's behavior, being inadequate and conspiring. Hong said, "The two of them are rivals. It's normal to start harder. However, Kingja, why do you want her to date you 10 years from now? Of course it is greedy for her body. But this is definitely not something to saying, just kidding, maybe she will die in the mission 10 years later. How could she come to Konoha, and Konoha is not a ninja, so she can do whatever she wants. You can come in. Yuri Zhenhong, don't make this kind of joke in the future. It's not that all female ninjas are like the little girl Yeking. If it's another girl, maybe it's coming over, right? Yeking's personality is good, but it's a pity that he died." Shaking his head, Kiyosuk said, "I see, Mr. Zhenhong, this time it's just a joke, and she is also very cute. He is not Lilikon. He is Yuja Ikung, just so." Yeking poked his XP very much in the future. That's it. Chapter 45, Opponent Kakashi. After a long period of time, Kiyosuk was resting. As for other ninjas, there were few intractable battles, and the outcome was often decided very quickly. For example, I was preparing to show off today because Lin smiled at him, her soul flew away, and Kai kicked it over. Asma confronted a ninja from Murankan and won easily. In Hong and Lin, the two girls were of equal strength, but because of Hong's illusion, Lin fell out of favor and lost the game. Soon, entering the final round. Hakaki Kakashi vs Kiyosuk Asakawa. Everyone was stunned for a moment. This time it was really interesting. Kakashi is Konoha's genius ninja, the son of Konoha's white teeth. He looks young, but he has actually been for several years. Because he has to take care of his teammates, he has to take the exam. The first round of his personal battle killed the opponent in seconds, and the combat power cannot be said to be weak. And this guy Kiyosuk couldn't tell what was brilliant. He didn't show up, but he defeated Zhou Dun Yeking. It was not easy to deal with. It's worth seeing now. Jilla also said with a smile. Indeed, Shimao's son is also a genius, it's a pity, alas. Sarutobi sighed, saying that Heiji's death was a great loss for the village. Ashimaru said, now that this is meaningless, there is no need to go on. Kakashi is a manufacturable, and it is very difficult for Kiyosuk to win against him. Let's take a look. Chingsuk. Beat me up with Kakashi. Tai Tu yelled, one eye was covered by Lin with gauze, K just kicked it out. Take soil, we are also Kakashi's teammates anyway. Lin smiled helplessly. Dai-tu hummed, I don't care, I have a better relationship with Chingsuk, and I've seen Kakashi upset for a long time, let Chingsuk deal with him. You. The following Kakashi and Kiyosuk stood face to face. Kakashi said, I wanted to fight you a long time ago, now I finally have a chance. Kiyosuk raised his eyebrows and said, I don't want to fight with you. It is too troublesome to fight with you. Kakashi, who is not short of blue, is quite troublesome to deal with. However, today there must be a victory or defeat. Kakashi said. That's what I said. Then, start. As soon as the referee's voice fell, Kakashi attacked with lightning speed and punched him. Chingsuk was also unambiguous, and punched up. Bang bang bang. The two confronted with physical skills. Whether it was strength, speed, or skill, they were indistinguishable from each other. They were injured, and they all took a few steps back and opened the distance. Bang! Kakashi has a shadow avatar beside him, transform. The shadow clone turned into a huge shuriken of equal height, grabbed the shuriken, and threw it at Kiyosuk. The shuriken shadow clone technique. Kakashi was also able to use this technique. In an instant, the giant shuriken blocked Kiyosuk's path. Wind escaped the art of wind cutting. The wind blade flew out, smashing several shurikens, and a vacancy appeared, and Kiyosuk got into it. Behind, the shuriken suddenly changed back to Kakashi, throwing kunao. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Feeling the danger coming from behind, Chingsuk immediately turned around, closing his palms together, and the wind blows, and life will not blow away. Kakashi's body arrived and directly strangled his neck with his arm. A pain in his stomach, Chingsuk attacked him with his elbow, broke free of Kakashi, and began to counterattack. Kiyosuk shoveled over, clamped Kakashi's two legs with his legs, twisted in front of him. Kakashi had no choice but to kneel down. He got up immediately and wanted to give Kakashi a little bit, but he didn't realize it. He had been prepared, broke away from the restraints, and attacked Chingsuk. Shul King Snake Hand. The serpent appeared, missed the target, and was cut off his head. Kakashi drew his knife. This opponent was not so easy to deal with. He had his father's saber in his hand. He was extremely sharp and didn't know how many lives it took. Kiyosuk took out kunao, attached Feng Dun Chakra to it, forming a wind blade, and said, Come on. Kakashi. Let me see the swordsmanship of the Hokage family. Kakashi is not nonsense. The two fought hand to hand. Kakashi used the sword skills of the Hokage family to easily suppress the half-hearted Kiyosuk. In terms of swordsmanship, Chingsuk is far inferior to him. He could only use his body's reaction to catch the attack. Knowing that the Hokage family's swordsmanship was so powerful, Ching-ji no longer held it up. He exhaled and the air around him suddenly became hot. Be careful, I'm going to be serious. Kakashi nodded, and also showed intent to kill. He knew that Kiyosuk in this state was not afraid of physical attacks at all, so he could shoot at will. Musket. A little bit of sparks spewed out from the fingertips, shooting all the way to the past, leaving small pits. Water escape water turbulence. Through the mask, spit out a stream of water to drown out the incoming sparks, and at the same time attack Kiyosuk on the side with water escape. Fire punch. The arm turned into a flame, and he slammed it out with a huge impact, colliding with the turbulence of the water. Laugh. The water mist filled, and then the mist. Kakashi cut his finger and immediately formed a seal, earth escape teeth chasing technique. Bark 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 bark. 8 dog barks, 8 ninja dogs of different sizes drilled out from the ground and bit towards Chingsuk. Yanji Yanju. The shining flames condensed on both hands, the body rotated, and a spiral fire column rose into the sky, knocking the ninja dog that was biting towards him into the sky. Looking at the burning flame column, Kakashi sighed and let the ninja dogs go back. Mirror flames. A sea of flames emptied water vapor, this time directly blocking Kakashi's road. Tudun Tuliabai. An earth wall rises from the ground, and Kakashi hides behind, feeling the heat from the flames. Soil escaped the art of beheading in the heart. A hand suddenly rushed out of the ground and grabbed King Sook's ankle, trying to drag him into the ground, but unfortunately the snake that got out of his trousers bit his wrist and disappeared. Kakashi, the shady man, after using the earth flow wall, immediately used the obscured vision to let the shadow clone use the earth escape to approach him, wanting to drag himself into the ground, but unfortunately, he had already guarded against Kakashi. Hokage is out. A frontal force attack is not acceptable. In that state, his physical attack is invalid. Can he only escape with water? Kakashi thought for a while, his hands kept moving, shui dun shui fang bo. A large amount of water escaped chakra gushed out, turned into 2 spiral spikes, and rushed towards Chingsook. Kiyomizu jumped away, and shui dun had a repressive effect on him. If he was hit, it would have hit his body firmly, and he didn't want to get hurt. The water bullet destroyed the floor tiles under his feet, turned a corner, and continued to rush towards Kiyosuke. Chapter 46. Victory. It's really troublesome, wind escape wind cut technique. The wind blade cut off one water bullet, and another one flew. Kiyosuke did not intend to resist, Yan Shang Gang. A wall of fire rose, blocking the water fang bullet, and at this moment, Kakashi shot out with a knife. Kiyomizu immediately took out Kunao, and the two joined each other. The battle between the two of them made many people dumbfounded. I didn't expect the two Konoha's little ghosts to have such strength. Is this really a shinobi? Is this Konoha's ninja? Yeking is a bit complicated. I didn't expect Kiyosuke's strength to be so strong. If he used this strength when he met himself, he would not be an opponent, but how could he have so many Muji ninjutsu? She found that as long as it was Huodun, there was no seal in Kiyosuke's hands. Isn't he also a ninja? For a while, she was a little confused. Sarutobi Hizumi looked at the two fighting below with satisfaction. The two of them can be said to be Konoha's future. Among them, Kiyosuke is still a disciple of Ashimaru, which is equivalent to Hokage's direct line. If they are trained in the future, even if they cannot become Hokage, at least it is also a shadow-level strength. And Kakashi, this son's talent is not weaker than his father. Growing up normally, it is not impossible to become the next Konoha White Fang. Below, Kiyosuke and Kakashi fought back and forth with Kakashi. Although the knife is not as good as Kakashi, he is not bad in body skills. At the same time, there are snakes coming out of him to attack Kakashi. Make it tired of precautions. Hurry up. The two retreated separately, and Kiyosuke threw away the gap in his hand, and said, Kakashi is worthy of you, you are strong enough, but I will not lose to you. As he said, flames burned on his right foot. Bring it on. Kakashi gasped for a while, chakra consumed more than expected, but it was enough to win the clearing. Kiyosuke leaped high and kicked Kakashi violently. Eat me, Leo Fei kicked. The flames on his legs became more and more violent, like a fireball falling from the sky. The speed was extremely fast, and it was inevitable. Kakashi squinted his eyes and slapped his palms. Earth escaped the art of earth flow wall. An earthen wall rose and was kicked to pieces by Chingsook. In the smoke and dust, a sharp blade was placed on Kingsook's neck. Don't move, you lose. No, you lost. Kiyomizu smiled and said, his body turned into flames, and he slapped Kakashi's chest with a palm. Kakashi flew out and hit the wall. Before he could catch his breath, he turned around and avoided the attack. With a bang, Kiyosuke kicked his foot against the wall beside him, and a large depression appeared. Kakashi seized the opportunity and punched Kiyosuke's chest, knocking him back again and again. Holding his chest, there was no elementalization, and he took the blow firmly. This guy can't deal with it several times compared to the last time Yunyan's hang. The main reason is that Kiyosuk did not dare to use the otter bomb. He was afraid of killing Kakashi, otherwise, the battle would have ended long ago. Come again. If Kakashi is not given a chance to think about tactics, he will not give it. This guy's brain is very good. After a long time, he might lose out, so he doesn't want it. Storm. Only this way suits you. Water escape, water turbulence. Yang Yan. The battle between Kiyosuk and Kakashi continues, and there is still no difference between the winner and the loser. Damn it, is this guy Kakashi so good without lack of blue? He didn't expect Kakashi to be able to fight so well without lack of blue. Swordsmanship, ninjutsu, and physique are all impeccable. If he grows up like this, it will become the next Konoha White Tooth. It is worthy of being a person who can become the 6th generation of Hokage in the future. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. However, I will not lose. Just need to increase firepower. Oh! Fire fist! With a low shout, a fist was slammed, a huge flame fist was slammed, and it went straight to Kakashi. Soil escape, multiple earth flow walls. A series of earth walls rose up, and he stopped the fire fist. The technique of multiple shadow clones. A group of Chingsuk burst out, and one of them burned with flames. Kakashi was shocked when he saw this scene. He had seen this trick. The destructive power was very terrible. Could this guy use this trick to deal with himself? This is true for multiple shadow avatars. Kakashi wants to use the water escape but is too late, so she can only force it. When weighing the pros and cons in his mind, the shadow clone exploded and turned into a ball of flame, blocking the line of sight. Kiyosuk rushed out of it, stretched out his hands, but was caught by Kakashi, who reacted. "Catch you!" Kakashi said. "No, I caught you." Holding Kakashi tightly with both hands, several snakes crawled out of the cuffs and bit Kakashi's wrist in one bite. Well! Kakashi trembled all over, and the toxins began to flow down the blood to his whole body, which affected him more or less. It was impossible to let go. The snakes bound him and ended the battle. Winner. Asakawa Kiyosuk. Kakashi lost the ability to act, and the winner is naturally Kingja. Yo xi. What a good job. Kingja. Ha ha ha. The first person who called out was to bring dirt, as if he had won. Watergate and Lin looked at him helplessly. However, Kakashi's skin began to turn blue because of the snake venom. The referee said to Chingsuk, "Since you have won, let him get rid of the snake venom." Kiyosuk said embarrassedly, "I haven't learned that." Referee. Kakashi. Sarutobi squeezed his eyebrows, and said, "Ashimaru, you can go there, and teach him how to detoxify by the way, otherwise it's easy to get into trouble in the future. Before he learns to detoxify, let him not use poisonous snakes in the village. Don't get into trouble sooner or later." Shiwan nodded, came to Kakashi, and said to Chingsuk, "I'm optimistic about how to detoxify." Yes. Kiyosuk carefully watched the big snake pill detoxify Kakashi, and determined which snake was biting the person. Then, he found another snake and bit Kakashi again. Soon, this guy recovered. Ah, this! Can't learn, can't learn. Among these snakes, some snake venoms have the ability to dissolve other venomous toxins. They are natural enemies with each other. After returning, write down all the natural enemies of the snakes. Do you understand? Dashimaru said. Yes. Chingsuk nodded, looking like he would get a book of poisonous snakes when he returned. Kakashi stood up dizzy, was carried back to the audience by Kiyosuk, and said, "You are very strong, Kiyosuk. It's okay, I didn't expect you to be so good. Not as good as you." Haha, of course. I'm just being humble. Forget it. Chingsuk looked towards Cheyenne village, King felt his sight, snorted, and turned his head around. Make appointments, dates, and so on. 10 years later, she will definitely make this guy look at him with admiration. Moreover, I don't know if he will survive. Chapter 47. Focus on. The next battle has nothing to do with Kiyosuke. He has already obtained the qualification to become Zongnin. It's just that Hong and Asma were unlucky and both lost to their opponents and could only be promoted in the next Zongnin exam. For the position of 15 people, Konoha became the only one who became Zongrin. The rest of the positions were allocated to other villages. This was for diplomacy. Konoha got a very high evaluation, just to make friends with other villages. The list was manipulated. But this has nothing to do with Kiyosuke. In Dashimura's laboratory, Kiyosuke said, "Teacher Ashawan, I thought of a way to improve physical strength and speed." "Oh? Let's listen." Dashiwan put down the test tube in his hand and looked at Chingsuke with interest. "I feel that burning flames in the body produces heat that circulates into power in the body. So that this power can be used by me and enhance my physical strength." Kiyosuke said, "Although it is only in an experiment, I think it can be achieved." The idea was to suddenly remember the ability of a character in a comic he had seen before, and he wanted to try it. Dashimura pondered for a while, and said, "In this state, you should be materialized. In other words, even if you succeed, you will lose your flamed body. After all, you have to circulate flames in your body, and only part of it can change. It becomes a flame, while the rest of the body is still flesh and blood. In this state, it is easy to be attacked, and if it fails, it is very likely to burn your body." As expected to be Ashimaru, Kingsuke's ability and introduction can deduce the weaknesses in his thoughts. "Indeed, but this trick can increase my physical strength more than one thing. As long as I switch quickly, I can still make my body flame," Kiyosuke said. "But what should you do?" In this regard, Dashimaru has no way to guide him. After all, he has no relevant experience. "I don't know. Try it first before talking. If you recycle, just circulate in the meridian system when refining the chakra." Chingsuke patted his chest and said, "I have confidence in this trick. I always feel not very reliable. Sit down cross-legged, close your eyes, and perceive the chakra with your heart, transform it into flames, and lower the temperature. After all, if the temperature is too high, the meridian system will be burned out, so you can't mess around." Ashimaru thought on one side, and said, "Concentrate the heat generated by the flame in a certain position and then burst out." After Kingja heard it, he began to try. As the temperature of the flame slowly increased, the surface of his body's skin began to turn red, and a strange energy slowly appeared, but when he was about to circulate, it suddenly disappeared. Opened his eyes and said, "Failed, the heat is not stored." After talking about his feelings with Dashyuan said, "Let me think about it. You try again, this time converge the heat to the position of the heart, and then let the heat follow the blood of the arteries to the whole body. It always feels a bit dangerous, let the shadow clone come." He thought for a while, and felt that he should let the shadow clone go to thunder first. A shadow clone was separated and asked him to do what Ashimaru said. It didn't take long for the shadow clone's skin to become red, and then it exploded. The memory returned to the brain, Chingsuke said. The shadow clone was too anxious, and a large amount of heat was concentrated in the heart. Before it could be carried, the heart could not be loaded, and it finally exploded. Slower this time. The shadow avatar sat down and continued to try, but it ended in failure again. This time the problem was because the temperature was too high and the blood vessels were burned out. The third time, read more at hotmailnovel.xyz, considered a success. This time the condensing speed and temperature are within a reasonable range, but the power gained is not in Kiyosuke's expectation, it is only a little stronger, and because of physical reasons, this state cannot be long, and because the heat energy increases the skin's strength. Sensitivity, pain sensation has increased several times. When attacking the enemy will be injured 1000, and the enemy will be hurt by 800. This technique is meaningless. Ashimaru said, it can't exert the expected power, and it will also cause a burden on the operator. It is an abolished technique. Sishik-san, this technique does not need to be tried again. Even if it is a forbidden technique, even if it will have a great impact on the operator, but in contrast, the power of the technique is very huge. Kingja's technique is completely meaningless. If you can't get power, it will cause damage. This technique is not as good as not being used. Understood, but I have another idea. His words made the corner of Deshawan's eyes twitched, wondering what his apprentice had in mind. Just now, Mr. Oshimaru, your suggestion to concentrate the heat on one point, I think it can concentrate the flames and explode with more powerful force. Kiyosuke said slowly with confidence. After thinking about it for a while, Dashimaru felt that this move was much more feasible than the one just now, nodded and said, you can try it. Okay. Kiyosuke was full of enthusiasm, and flames burned on his fists, and a large number of chakras gathered on it, and the flames burned more violently. Fire punch. A punch hit the wall of the laboratory. Boom. A stout flame spurted out from the front of the boxer, dazzlingly dazzling. It pierced several walls in a row, and the outside scenery could be seen. In addition, there were several trees in the forest outside that were broken and burned with flames. Dashiwan's eyes twitched, feeling a little pain in the stomach, but still commented, the destructive power is still good. How is the consumption? It's similar to the chakra blasted by the clone. Kiyosuke said excitedly, that is to say, when dealing with the enemy, this trick is exactly the same. It's not bad, the destructive power is considerable. Ashimaru said, go, after putting out the fire, go and repair my house. What's your expression? You broke my house, don't you want to repair it? This is not the Konoha training ground. You can use ninjutsu at will. If you don't fix it, stay here to help me at night. Experiment. It will be fixed. Chingsuke promised that he would not accompany Dashyuan in experiments. It was really disgusting. Although he can learn a lot, he will have no appetite the next day because of the experiment. He can eat but not much. Then go quickly. Dashiwan shook his head, firming up his idea of accepting another apprentice. This apprentice is a bit pitted, the talent is indeed good, but he is not suitable for inheriting his mantle, and he has been guarding himself. Can it be seen that Kiyosuke's jealousy of him is because of previous experiments? After all, after experimenting with him as an experiment for a period of time, he may have left bad memories. In addition, children who have lost their parents are more sensitive to the outside world. Forget it, continue the experiment. Chapter 48. Sudden War. Konoha 44 years. It should have been a peaceful year, but a major event broke out in Cheyenne village. 3 generations of Feng Ying disappeared. It would be fine if it was used by other Shangren for 10.5 months, but it was the 3rd generation Feng Ying who was missing, and the shadow body, the highest leader of the village, would not disappear for no reason. Ying has to deal with a lot of affairs every day, and it is impossible to just throw things to the elders. The Cheyenne village, which lost the 3rd generation of Feng Ying, suppressed the news and began to send people to look for the traces of her boss. Because the action was too big, it attracted the attention of other countries, and it was only discovered after an investigation. Whoops, his boss is missing. Lost the shelter of the wind shadow, the strength of Cheyenne village was greatly reduced. It was just when it was weak that the Thunder Country, which admired military expansion, took advantage of the fire, attacked the Wind Country, and declared war on the Earth Country and the Fire Country. The Third Ninja World War has begun. Konoha enters wartime alert state. Fire Country has accumulated a group of ninjas in the scene of Unokuni and Tianziguo, specially to guard against Union Village, and Gillette, one of the 3 ninjas, also rehangs and sits on the border. At this time period, no one thought that the Kingdom of Wind, which had been bullied by the Kingdom of Thunder, would suddenly invade Konoha on a large scale. The Fire Country was caught off guard. After Konoha's high-level decision, Osameru, one of the 3 ninjas, was dispatched to the battlefield of the Fire Country and the Wind Country to command the battle. The True Red Team was also dispatched into this battle. A ninja is a soldier, and the village trains you to exert your strength and defend the country during this special period. Originally, Asuma and Hong, who were not promoted to Zongnin, were Zongren. Not only them, but also a group of Zongren who had not passed the Zongnin exams also became Zongren. One was to increase morale and the other was to deter each other. There is another reason. Sending ninjas to the battlefield is simply sending them to death. It is enough to upgrade them to ninjas. It's a bit self-deceiving, but it's not just Konoha who does this, but the other ninja villages are the same. Prepared for the necessary consumables such as kunao, shuriken, detonation talisman, and Bingliang pill, Kiyosuk, Ui Mahong, and others set foot on the battlefield with the Kingdom of Wind. They participated in the war for the first time. He was really a little excitement, so he lost sleep on the first night. The war was originally a little far away for him, but now it suddenly came, making him a little caught off guard. This war is actually an extension of the Second Ninja World War. After recuperating and rejuvenating, all the 5 great nations came to recuperate and rejuvenate. Fire Nation made a lot of money in the Second Ninja World War, and the tree attracted the wind. Without Konoha's white teeth, the Slug Princess Tsunade's combat effectiveness has dropped drastically. It is the time of weakness that not only thunder, earth, and wind are hostile to Konoha, but they also stare at Konoha while playing in their own misty hidden village. The 4 big nations all want to bite a piece of meat on the body of the country of fire. Thinking of this, he sighed, turned over and continued to sleep, beating Konoha on guard, and they didn't need the little guys who had just been promoted to Zongren to watch the night. It took 3 days to finally approach the battlefield. These Konoha ninjas are going to report to Commander Oshimaru tomorrow. In the camp at night, it was silent, and it was a little weird. A perceptual ninja on Konoha's side suddenly opened his eyes and said, "An unknown chakra approached," and they all cheered up. Yuri Zhenhong awakened the 3 of them and immediately entered a state of combat readiness. "Over there." The perception ninja pointed to the top and said. He just finished speaking. In the dark forest, a lot of kunao flew out, hitting several inexperienced Konoha ninjas. They screamed and fell to the ground, their faces hard to look like, and they struggled back and forth on the ground. Kingja pointed his eyes and said, "Kindness is poisonous, so be careful." Jet flames. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. With a punch, he burned to the position where he had just flown out of Kyowu, and several figures flew out of it. Click, click, click. The clash of wood came, and it was especially clear in the darkness. Someone said, "Ninja of Konoha, don't want to leave here alive today. It's the puppet troops of Cheyenne village." When a Shangren repelled the attacker, he found the attacker's true face, who was a puppet. The puppet art of Cheyenne village is unique in the world. This is also their strength. A puppet can be equipped with a large number of mechanisms, many of which carry poison. A puppet master can not only control a puppet, but a more powerful puppet master. It can control several puppets, and the power that each puppet can exert is very powerful, and it is very difficult to cooperate. On the river, how many puppet masters? Yuri Zhenhong asked. The perceptual ninja Kakamai said, "There are 3 in total, and it should be a small team." The 3 puppet masters. They have 3 ninja teams here, a total of 12 people. There are 3 upper ninjas, one of them is a perception ninja, which is a little troublesome for the 3 puppet masters. At this time, Yuri Zhenhong said, "Kyosuk, I beg you." Understood. Chingsuk walked out. At this time, a Shangren said, "True Red, let a little devil who has just been promoted to shinobu for a year. It's too reckless. Don't let him go to death. No one can kill him. Yuri Zhenhong said solemnly. As long as the mystery of Kiyosuk is not discovered, no one can kill him before he runs out of chakra. Kiyomizu said, Mr. Kawakami, please give me instructions. Understood. He Shang nodded and said, there is a puppet master on the tree at 1 o'clock, and one at 3 o'clock and one at 10 o'clock. Got it. Keep alive. Yuri Zhenhong said. It is good. Kingja stabs out, and there is an extra glow in the dark forest, which is particularly eye-catching. Little devil, since you are here to die, then hand over this little life. A puppet master sneered, fingers linked, the chakra line of the fingertips controlled a puppet to kill, the sword on his arm penetrated Kiyosuk's chest. Damn it! Shan Gren, who had just stopped Yuri Zhenhong, saw Chingsuk being hit and prepared to rescue him, but was stopped by Yuri Zhenhong and said, keep watching. Everyone is fast, hey. He suddenly saw a flame rising from Kiyosuk's wound, and then the flame ignited the wooden puppet. What? Not only him, but the puppet master in the dark was also taken aback, and saw flames burning on Qingji's wound and healed the wound. Shenhuo Shiranui. The flames on both hands burned, and Kiyomizu aimed at the sand-hidden puppet master in the night, throwing his hands violently, and the two flames turned into flame spears and hit the target. While penetrating the opponent's body, the flame burned the enemy's internal organs, giving the opponent no possibility of surviving at all. Kill a puppet master easily. Okay, next one. After speaking, he rushed to another puppet master. Chapter 49, Night Attack. Boy, die! The puppet master shouted angrily, the puppet flew over, and the organs on his body opened, and countless fine poisoned steel needles shot out like torrential pear blossoms, leaving a lot of holes in Kingsuk's body. It just has no effect on the elementalized body of him. With his arms swung, a huge flame fist was swept away, and the puppet master and the puppet were swallowed. The remaining puppet master wanted to run when he saw this. Yuri Zhenhong and the other Shan Gren couldn't bear it for a long time. One dealt with the puppet, and the instantaneous spell came behind him. Yuri is really red, holding down his shoulder, yo. Brother, have fun. Puppet Master, X. Oh, it's over. I still want to fight back, my head is blinded, and I have been controlled by illusion. Next, it's time to interrogate the information. The opening in Kingja's body was filled with flames, and he picked up the wreckage of the puppet on the ground, trying to see what the mystery of this thing was. He Shang came over and asked, interested in these things? Well, kind of, I'm just curious about how this thing works. Chingsuk said. Sarah's puppetry is a secret. Not only the generation of chakra silk threads, but also the production of puppets are secrets. Konoha once obtained information about these things from these people, and found that more than just talent is needed. And it needs to be practiced day by day. The only people in the village can learn from the Uchiha clan. They can directly copy the puppet master's operation techniques, but they don't like the puppet technique, so the village gave up. The riding wheel eyes of the Uchiha clan can easily replicate the actions of the opponent, and the control method of puppetry is also possible, but this group of people is proud and feels that puppetry is useless, and it is not as powerful as the family's fire escape. Studying, the village has no time to spend time cultivating puppet masters, and other villages are the same. After a long time, they gave up. The puppet master has always been a characteristic of Cheyenne village. Can't care about the first half. So that's it, the puppet master is very troublesome. Under the control of the puppet master, the puppet can ignore the terrain, move fast without knowing the pain, and the organs in the body are indefensible, and it is accompanied by toxins. If you don't pay attention, you will be poisoned and die. It is very difficult to deal with. It has to be sent to the camp. Please medical ninja for treatment. At this time, there was a voice over there, the poisoned ninjas, the toxins in their bodies. They had no way to figure out the toxins in their bodies, they had to wait for the medical ninjas to do their work. Several Shangren carried the wounded, and the leader of Shangren sealed the body of the puppet assassination team. After getting information about Cheyenne village, Yui Mahong's face sank, and he said, "We must rush to Konoha's base camp as fast as possible. Cheyenne has assembled a group of ninjas to make a sneak attack. The leader is Cheyenne village. The elder Hai Lao Zhang. Lao Zhang, the younger brother of the puppet master Cho, is also a powerful puppet master. His strength may not be as good as his sister Cho, but his strength should not be underestimated. People who are not at the level of Ashimaru can't deal with it. All cheer up and prepare to go to the camp." Everyone stood up one after another. They must now rush to the camp as soon as possible to bring this information to Dashyuan to avoid being attacked. Yuhataka turned his head to look at Kiyomizu, and said, "Kyosuke, you pass the information to Lord Ashimaru. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz, okay." Psychic art. A snake appeared in front of him. Yuri Zhenhong took out the written information scroll. Kyosuke let the snake swallow it, and disappeared suddenly. Konoha Base Camp. Dashimaru, who was thinking about the next plan of Cheyenne village, found a snake suddenly added to his feet, stretched out his hand. The snake spit out the intelligence scroll, and opened it to see that it was news that Cheyenne village was about to attack, and sneered, "Lao Zhang, can you really count on me? Stand up and start the arrangement." It was late at night, and the camp was quiet. Silhouettes entered the camp silently. The surrounding warning barriers didn't work. Those silhouettes got into the tent, and a handful of blood splashed on the camp tent. The assassination was unexpectedly simple. An old figure suddenly appeared in the camp, wearing a black robe, carrying a bag crossbody, bandages on his head wrapped in a hat, long white eyebrows covering his eyes, and an old face. Shang had no joy or sorrow, and whispered softly, "No, it's so smooth, retreat." The fingers tucked in the sleeves moved, and the figures flew out of the tent and gathered around him. At this moment, a big snake emerged from the ground and rushed toward him. A puppet rushed over and cut off the big snake, which was like a signal. Behind the old man, a group of puppet masters from Cheyenne village jumped out, and the puppets gathered around him. "Master Lao Zhang, we seem to be hit," a puppet master said solemnly. "Indeed, it looks like the information has leaked. Retreat. Visit late at night and don't entertain it. It's not Konoha's way of hospitality. Since you are here, just stay." A husky, magnetic voice sounded, the lamp of Konoha Shuei's account came on, and the Ashimaru left. "Come out, a pair of golden snake eyes are full of indifference." Lao Zhang's eyebrows trembled, and he didn't rush and said, "Who am I?" "It turns out to be the disciple of Sarutobi Heiichi, Ashimaru. It seems that you have got our information here. You are really willing to assassinate. We are worth it for a group of ninjas." Oshimaru heard the words and smiled and said, "That's your ninja from Sagakura village. We just changed them into Konoha ninja clothes. Those who were killed were all prisoners from Cheyenne village. After the torture of the information, they were of no use. Originally, they were going to be sent back to Konoha for research purposes by the people in the village. Now they can still play a role." Lao Zhang still had no expression on his old face, and said, "If this is the case, it is a failure, retreat. Don't even think about leaving when you come. Dashimaru is already preparing to leave the group of guys here tonight, and his hands are sealed." Psychic art. A big snake with a length of several tens of meters appeared at Ai Zhang and took a bite. Regardless of the unreasonableness of Hai Lao Zhang Lao, his body was unexpectedly flexible, jumping into the air with the puppet masters, and controlling the puppet to attack the Ashimaru. Huodun Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Breathing flames, while pushing away the flying poison needle Kyo Shuriken. He also attacked Lao Zhang and the others. Although the puppet is tough, it is made of wood after all, and wood is not very fireproof. Even if the old man has a countermeasure, there are not many people he takes with his rich experience. When the puppets were on fire, they panicked. They fell down and wanted to put out the flames. At this time, a wind blew over the Yuan, increasing the intensity of the fire. Wind escape big breakthrough. Chapter 50, Sarutobi Shinashuk. A few puppets flew out and absorbed the flames into their special mouth parts. The trouble was solved. Ilao Zhang looked at the big snake pill on the top of the snake's head and said, "This time the assassination failed, so there is no more entanglement." Smoke screen. Smoke came out of the puppet's mouth, blocking the line of sight, and the leader of Ilao Zhang took advantage of the opportunity to disappear. "Did you run away? The old man is so good, this Hai Lao Zhang is really hard to deal with." Ashimaru shook his head and let the guarding ninjas disperse. There was nothing tonight. Compared with his sister Cho, who is an activist, Ilao Zhang is more difficult to deal with. He is the type that makes the other party into chaos through thoughtful strategies. He has extraordinary talents and is a difficult ninja to deal with. The past 2 games Ninja World War has proved this point. There are not many ninjas who have gone through 2 ninja battles and are safe and sound, and there are not many ninja villages in the entire 5 great ninja villages. If this time the assassination hadn't been for Xiri Zhenhong's opening, I'm afraid he would have suffered a loss. Ask people to dispose of the ninja corpses in Cheyenne village, send them back to the village, arrange the staff on duty, and then let people go to meet them, and then go down to rest. In the early morning, Yuri Zhenhong took Qingsuk and the others to feel the camp. After learning that the attack on Cheyenne village had failed, he breathed a sigh of relief. After allowing Qingsuk and them to rest well, they went to report to Oshimaru. "I slept until noon, feeling very restless, and was told to go to the handsome account with Hong and Asma, and immediately took the 2 of them to go." Ashimaru was sitting inside, making plans with Konoha's Kaminen. Seeing Kingsuk's arrival, Dashimaru nodded and said, "Kyasuk-san, there is a task for your team. Won't teacher Zhenhong come? He has other tasks." "This is Sarutobi Shinashuk, your temporary team leader. Shinashuk, please lead the team." There was someone who was somewhat similar to Asma, with thick hair. The scumbag man nodded and said, "Leave it to me." "Big brother!" Asma shouted. This scumbag man is Asma's eldest brother, Sarutobi Shinashuk, the eldest son of the 3rd generation of Naruto Sarutobi. Shinashuk sighed. The little brother is still a bit immature, and said, "Come with me, I will explain the specifics of the task to you." Taking the 3 of them out of the tent, he said as he walked, "Because the attack on Cheyenne village was too sudden, causing the fire country to lose a lot of strategic locations. Our first task now is to drive Cheyenne ninja out of fire country." Because of the sudden attack on the village of Cheyenne, Konoha was almost completely defeated at the beginning of the war. He was invaded into the country and lost a lot of territory. The first task of Ashimaru was to counterattack and regain the lost ground. The rest will be discussed later. "Take out a map of the country of fire, with a lot of red dots on it," Zenzi said. "The red dots are our lost territory. Today, our team's task is to take you and take this town." "Just the 4 of us?" Qingsuk asked unexpectedly. "Of course." Sarutobi Shinashuk said, "We have checked the number of ninjas in the sandy hidden village in this town. There are 2 ninja teams. 3 of which are puppet masters, 1 medical ninja, and the remaining 4 are ordinary sandy ninjas. I'm in charge of feint attacks, but you are assassinations. You can kill as many as you can, but for medical ninjas, it's best if they can be captured alive. The poison in Cheyenne village is very harmful to Konoha. If you catch a medical ninja, it might help a little." "Yes." Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Asma, Hong, you are under the command of Kingja, and cooperate with him to capture the medical ninja alive. "Yes." Shinashuk released the task and led the three to a small town not far away. On the way, Asma asked, "Brother, are you alone against a small group of ninjas?" His elder brother's task is to attract firepower, at least the combat power of a small team. Although he has confidence in the strength of his elder brother, he is a ninja of a small team after all. Yes, why? Don't you have confidence in me? That's not it. Then there is no need to worry about anything. Shinashuk said solemnly, "My father has already sent us to the battlefield, so we must act according to the plan. There is no problem with Lord Ashimara's plan. As long as we don't make any mistakes, it is very soon you can sweep the sand-hidden ninja out of the land of fire." I know. Asma replied somewhat irritably. Shinashuk didn't say much, and asked them to pay attention to something on the way, and told them that Uimahong had assembled a temporary team with other Shangnan and Zongnan to attack an important town. The town they have raided is much simpler than their mission. At this time, Chingsuk asked, "Well, are you planning to drive Cheyenne village out of the land of fire and start a war in the land of river?" "Oh? Did you see it?" Shinashuk looked at Kiyosuk with some surprise, but he didn't think he could see this step, so he said, "Indeed, the task now is to regain lost ground and transfer the battlefield of large-scale friction to the Kingdom of Wind. There is also the country of the river in the country of fire, which has already drawn the battlefield to that side. Anyway, it's not the land of my own home, and I don't feel distressed no matter how ruined it is. It was like this in the country of rain, which was sandwiched between the three countries of fire, wind, and soil. I understand." Kikyo knew that the final battle between Konoha and Sunan was at Kikyo Mountain, and Kikyo Mountain was in the country of the river. It's just that the Battle of Kikyo Mountain might have severely damaged Konoha. After all, Konoha had only a small team of Watergate to support him in the Battle of the Shinsubi Bridge and the battlefield at Yunyan Village. 3 generations of Feng Ying have disappeared. Now, Cho and her brother Ilozu are in charge of Cheyenne Village. Cho hates Konoha very much. After all, there is a grudge against Konoha, and it is possible to fight with Konoha and lose both. Coupled with the fact that the Wuyan battlefield is full of crooked melons and cracked dates, it is not difficult to see that Konoha's main combat power is placed on the side of Sharon and Yunyan. It's dangerous here. She shed a drop of cold sweat, now thinking about the battlefield with Sand Shinobu. It is the most dangerous, and we must survive. Under the leadership of Shinashuk, they came to the small town occupied by Shinobu. Shinashuk said, "Did you see the clock tower? According to the information, there is the gathering place of Suranine and the medical ninja is also in it. I am responsible for leading them away. You should catch the medical ninja. If you can't catch it, then kill. I am responsible for containing them." They looked over, and on the clock tower, 2 sand ninjas were observing the situation in the town. "To understanding." They nodded, and Shinashuk said, "Okay, please, I will take care of that group of ninjas as quickly as possible." After that, he rushed out without hiding his meaning at all. It's normal to attract firepower. Seeing this, Chingsuk said, "Well, we should do it too." The 3 of them immediately mixed into the town.